Used to think the world was flat. Really threw my hat into the crowd. I felt I had used up my quota of yearning. Used to looking on the children at night.
Namaste, fam. We are back.
Yo, homies
Hello.
and homegirls.
And there's
Again.
Brown.
Charlie Brown.
How are y'all?
Ba-da-da-da-down. Yeah.
Dude, we got it going on with the backgrounds here. It's like
Psychedelic backgrounds all over the place.
We do. We do.
is it raining? Is it snowing? Is a hurricane a blowing?
Oh,
I
there
can
was
see your marmot.
something that I should probably wait until maybe Yona's in here, but there was something crazy that I found about like the Crow Indians and the I don't remember.
I don't know. He texted me on Twitter and I said, we're going to do it again in a couple of minutes if you're down. And I haven't heard back from him yet. So, either way,
Well, there were some videos I wanted to show anyway
Yeah.
that we can look at.
Okie dokie.
Whoa, what the hell does it just do? I didn't click to go on anything.
Didn't click to go on anything.
Freaking, I don't know. YouTube just sometimes wants to do what it wants to do.
Oh,
It's not what I want. What the hell?
see, I can't see that because
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to find. I got somebody.
Down to smoking my roach collection here.
Oh,
Never know
I
what
see
we're gonna get.
Rob.
I love roachweed.
Hey, Rob.
What
Sometimes
is?
it's quite a surprising pleasure. Sometimes freaking grabs me by the back of the neck and it's like, what did you think you were doing?
Yeah. You can really underestimate the power of the roachweed.
I think so.
You know, like, oh, that was underwhelming. You know, a couple puffs off it, and then like 10 minutes later, you're like, God damn, I'm fucking ripped right now. What is going on?
Doesn't it? You
It
coming
does
over?
some kind of creeper.
Come show your handsome mush?
Get on.
Too smoky, I think.
Yeah, Everett doesn't like the weed smoke either.
Not
He's
too
like,
many
"Fuck you
cats.
guys."
And there's the Yoda.
Yo, no.
Yoner. Yo.
Yeah,
That's universal language. Language lesson right off the hop.
We were just talking
I
about
just
that.
took a great rip in any language.
I had just quit smoking. I'd given it all up, but then I started back immediately again. That's how it always goes.
I was gonna quit smoking too, but then I got high.
But then I got high.
Precisely
All right.
what happened.
I got high.
I got something to
I
show you
got-
guys.
All right, show us.
I'm going to. It's what I just sensed.
I know. That's why I said, because go ahead.
The kids.
I hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry
Okay.
Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, where are you in Oregon?
Lorgan.
Where's
Give
your
Jill
home?
some credit for keeping her composure on that one, but she could see it.
Yeah, she's
All right.
fuming.
Okay.
She's like,
General, do you
cocksucker.
have another family?
Who the fuck said he could say something?
I gotta watch that.
That makes me think of that meme where it's like
The kids.
Jill Biden up on a billboard.
I hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
He's playing scratches.
Yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry
Okay.
Christmas,
And the
let's go,
fucking
Brandon.
look.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way,
Oh,
You almost
You know
said
that meme I'm talking about? She's like, "Stop the Let's Go, Brandon. He thinks he's Brandon."
Yes. It's exactly one of those moments. She's like, God damn it. I just had him talked out of his name was not Brandon. Now he's gonna be confused again on the ride home. He just called her
Clearly.
mom.
We're
It
just
is
being
real.
blessed with more displays of brilliance from our supreme leader, 81 million votes, the most popular politician in all of American electoral politics. And anyone that would doubt that is crazy. Am I right?
Yeah. 81 million. I think that's underselling it, Yona. Jeez.
yeah. I think that
Hey,
Oh my god.
How many
who's stepping
votes
on
for
over
Joe Biden were found after the witching hour? That's 3 a.m. for novices.
there? Rob Juno.
Oh,
So I think
I
Rachel
wow.
forgot what
Wilson
year it
said
was.
it.
He's so high.
Did you see what Rob Juno said?
I put it on the
What are you
screen,
smoking
Steve.
on?
Oh,
Rob?
you saw it then.
Oh my god.
You know, I was making a political comment earlier because, like, I know a lot of arguments that were made against Bernie Sanders in like 2016, and then we heard the same arguments in 2020. Was they were always calling back to, well, you know, you don't want to have a repeat of what happened to George McGovern in 1972, do you?
Do you?
And I'm always like, okay, every single political scandal that's come out since the Watergate scandal has a gate put on the end of it because of Watergate, right? Okay. And what was Watergate about? Watergate was about the committee to reelect the president, right? Working for, you know, that's like G. Gordon Liddy and Haldeman and Oliver
Yeah.
North. Remember those people? They're all
Yeah.
they're henchmen, thugs working for Richard Nixon to help him get reelected. In what year was that election? Oh, it was 1972, right? And all the dirty tricks and illegal shit that he did that they got caught for. And that's why Vice President Spiro Agnew and President Richard Milhouse Nixon both resigned to escape being put in jail. That election, 1972, who was Nixon running against again? Oh, that George McGovern.
George.
Right? But they all, ever since that's happened, Democrats have always thrown that up into the face of progressives. You don't want to have a repeat of
You
what
don't want to
happened
have
to
another
George
McGovern, do you?
McGovern in 1972 because Nixon blew him out across the country. And it's like, all right. Was that the George McGovern campaign that had its headquarters in, what was the name of the hotel in Washington, D.C.? Oh, the Watergate Hotel was where the McGovern headquarters are. Oh, you mean they broke into the McGovern campaign headquarters?
Oh,
right.
that's weird.
So surely that had nothing at all to do with McGovern losing in a landslide to Nixon in 1972. But ever
Nothing.
since then, we're going to beat Bernie supporters over the head and any other progressive in the Democratic Party about, you don't want to be a George McGovern in 1972 again, do you? It's like,
Later on, we'll beat you in the head with some hanging chads.
I don't know. I just felt like
Ralph Nader before him, right?
I just had to get that off my head. I mean, I don't know why. That's always bugged me.
Yeah,
That's
it's
always
annoying.
bugged the shit out of me.
How to
About George, and don't talk about George McGovern and Watergate in the same mouth because it's the same thing, right? That's the point. When you talk about Watergate was because the lady across the street in her hotel room saw the lights on in those rooms in the Watergate Hotel. Lights on in what rooms? George McGovern's campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C., those rooms. Who were in those rooms? Thugs working for Richard Nixon. That's what Watergate was.
Right.
But yet, McGovern's just, I mean, there's so much shit thrown up by Democrats at this point.
Yeah,
I don't know. What do you believe in at this
The
point?
DNC,
The
the ones
squad.
who kneecapped
What could you
frickin' Wallace in
believe?
44 and gave us Truman.
What could you believe after that bullshit they pulled on Bernie too? Like each year, each cycle, there's some shenanigans every single time that's obvious to everyone and provable in many circumstances, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever changes. There is no, there is no fucking intense push for fucking election reform or any kind of anything. You know what I mean? It's just always posturing and
Yet there was. Think, it's not been that long ago, Stever, just 12 months ago, when old Cheeto Dick was still at 1600 Pennsylvania. Okay? And the big thing was around Christmas time was between Trump and old Turtle Man, Mitch McConnell in the Senate. And there were three issues, right? $2,000 checks that Trump wanted to send out to child. He wanted the Section 230 protection repeal from Facebook and Twitter, saying that they couldn't just deplatform people because it was a free speech issue. And the third thing he wanted was an actual independent review of the election results done by a third party. right?
Yeah,
And those were the three issues. And Mitch McConnell said, well, we'll go and look into this. And blah, blah, blah. Well, in the end, all that Trump was able to get was one of the three things, and that was $1,400. Or no, I'm sorry, $600 checks.
Weird how his own party would work
$600
against
checks.
him.
Check, by the way.
Weird how his own party would work against him, right? Like,
and then
fucking
Biden
Mitch
came
McConnell.
in under the promise, campaigning across Georgia to get Ossoff and who was the other one? Warnock. Yeah,
Warnock.
Warnock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ossoff and Warnock into the Senate from Georgia, which got him up to the Democrat majority because of Kamala. You know,
Right.
it being 50-50, vice president breaks the tie. And that let Democrats then have all this power to, you know, do all these wonderful and amazing things. And I mean, they did just steamroll through a Immunization Infrastructure Modernization Act. So now we've got a brand new funded track and trace system where they're now going, I guess HIPAA laws are kind of yesterday at this point.
Yeah.
Now that they passed this law, and it's going to be a vaccine registry linking your COVID status to your social security number, and the Census Bureau is going to go out. And so once they know the status, I mean, I guess that's why, you know, they've already established all these quarantine humanitarian shielding facilities that are already staffed and up and running, 19 by my count. You know, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like already happening, already here. We're already here. It's not like some, you know, Alex Jones, InfoWars, batshit type.
Now, are
stuff.
they bringing? I mean, they're just set up in places where that is the law, right? Like, say, New York. Or
well, I mean, right now, like for the unlucky arrivals at JFK Airport, for example, out on Long Island,
sure,
they're taken to one of these beautiful facilities where they can be shielded in a humanitarian way,
right?
You know, kind of like the gourmet food that's offered at the Australian equivalents. I know we've seen those videos, Charlie.
Sure.
Ooh.
I have something to show you.
You can't step over there, though.
They're talking about mandating the in surrounding cities now.
Omicron?
Here we go, though. This will help us.
I'm smoking Omicronic.
Smoking Omicronic.
Omicron. 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 Omicron.
Omicron. Got it.
Moronocron.
Organic chronic. Is that what he said?
I'm going to call it the Omicron. Covered all my bases.
I like the oh my god. I got the oh my god.
Omicron. Wow. I watched a video earlier of Dr. Robert Malone, one of the key inventors of the mRNA platform technology.
How's old Bobby doing?
Choice of words, my friend.
And he was talking about the phylogeny, and the phylogeny is basically like, I guess, like the evolutionary antecedents of particular viral strains, right? What did they evolve from, and at what point do they devolve from other strains in terms of mutations and developments? And he was saying, noting that the phylogeny on Omicron is very strange, but, you know, he was explaining it away. That's because instead of targeting the deep lung tissue, it targets the bronchia, which is, you know, the upper part of your respiratory tract, right? Bronchial tubes and such.
One time when the Colts were moving through here,
that it was such a jump.
Gap, and then and his wife had a baby that they packed on a wolf. When they were just about to go through the prayer gap, there was some antelopes there, and the wolf with the baby.
Oh. There's a thing I want to show you, but I was.
It got away from
Oh,
her.
sorry.
It started going on.
So
its
long
own.
story short, he was saying that, he was trying to explain that, this would explain for this, we hope. And like just the look on his face was like, basically, it's so out of the ordinary. And now it's targeting something different. And he was like, but, a lot of times evolution will take significant jumps, but still in 18 months, I mean, and so he was trying to find a way to explain its phylogeny. And it just kind of took me back to the old debate of, did it come from horny bats or horny pangolins? I'm not sure which animal in that wet, slimy Chinese market was pitching or catching, but right?
Pangolins. Pangolins?
Wasn't there pangolins or something like
Pangolin, bat sex, or
pangolin?
I don't know. It turns out that was the batshit conspiracy. It did not come from wet, slimy. That we'll call that the guano theory.
Guano, yeah, because it is, isn't it?
I have something that,
and it wasn't a lab leak either. Hey, I got a lab leak for you. Whenever I raise half my ass and fart, I lab leaked on you. Totally wasn't deliberate. Schmearl.
Okay, on a different note.
I'm so high.
I told you before, man. Adult diapers. That's where it's at.
I have something that I wanted to see. It was I mentioned it before. It's about the Crow Indians.
Okay.
Do you remember me saying something about them?
Motherfucker.
I remember something about you saying something about Crow Indians.
Ooh, we got hard people too.
And they're little people. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Now
do not fuck with the little people.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Listen to him.
The fairies wear boots, and you gotta believe it. I saw them with my own two eyes.
Woo.
All right, yeah.
All right.
Okay, this is the story of the little people.
I lived that song for a while, man.
Oh yeah, the Sweet Leaf.
The whole album.
One time when
but only on the
we're moving through here towards the prayer gap.
Oops.
Had a baby that they packed on a wolf. When they were just about to go through the prayer gap, there was some antelopes there, and the wolf with the baby started chasing the antelopes. And in the chase, the baby got lost. The wolf came back, but the baby was gone. So they looked for him, and everybody stayed for about 4 days and looked for him, and they couldn't find him. So finally, the tribe left. But the family stayed behind, and they kept looking and looking. And finally, it was the end of summer, and it was September, and it was really cold. And because they were searching, they didn't have no food, and they were cold. And then a young man came, and this was maybe 3-4 months after this happened. And a young man came in the teepee, and he was a tall, handsome, and good-looking man, like all crows. And so he brought them food and property, and he said, "My name is Black Arrow, and the little people that live under the earth and take care of the earth, make sure that the rivers flow and the grass to grow and the trees are down there, and they're taking care of me. I'm living and I'm doing good down there, and my job is to take care of the earth, and I will take care of the crow people as long as I am around. And the little people are my family now, and they will take care of the crows. They will be their helpers. So leave gifts at the prayer gap. Whenever you go through there, leave gifts for them so that you know that you are thinking about them, and in turn they will help you." After the other people came, some people were fasting on the prayer mountains, and some of the little people came and told them that they were moving north because the people were polluting the land, and it was not fit for them to live here anymore. and they were not mindful of the energy that was flowing here. And but I think about during the Depression, people went fasting and they wanted some of this energy. They went fasting and some of the little people came to them and said that they were back and that they would help them. And the people that saw them say that their leader's name is Red Fox. So that's the one we always pray to when we go up in the mountains. Not pray, but ask for guidance and for protection. They make sure that we live here where we were created for as long as there are Crow people, and that we are able to survive, that we will have the things that we need to survive, and that not too many accidents will happen to us. And that the rivers will keep flowing. Without the rivers, there will be no life. And make sure that there are plants and animals for the animals to eat. So and then also they have spiritual energy that they use to protect us from everything. In fact, I have a song that my mother heard from one of the little people. Ave Sashira Kai O Hi O Kara Birach Bage Aho Hawaii Hi O Kara Birahira Kashe Aho Hawaii. That's the words to that song are the daybreak is coming. All the people be grateful for the day. Celebrate. Now celebrate. In our stories, they help us sometimes in warfare. They used to make war on like the Sioux and Shoshones. And they speak our language. And when I was fasting, that's what I thought they would be, because I understood them. They spoke our language. It was that force that was breaking through a barrier and then came to me. It was the energy of the tears of the creation. Maishtagoshka, to see the supernatural. Plentycoos, wherever he fought a battle, they were right beside him in his battles. I don't think the other people could see them, but they could see the energy working with Plentycoo. He said that he was surrounded by the Sioux in Nebraska one time in a buffalo wallow, and 3 of his friends were with him. And then he decided to use his energy against there were a lot of Sioux that were chasing them. And Plentycoo was riding a green broke horse, and he gave out. He wouldn't go anymore, so he jumped in his buffalo wallow, and his friends jumped in with him also. And so he sank his energy, and the Sioux stopped in wonder, and his friends could see like a haze coming up from Plentycoo, and a hazy mist coming. And the Sioux stopped, and then they went around them. And according to the story, they say that they could see the little people protecting Plentycoo, so they left them alone. Because when Plentycoo was fasting, they took him down in the ground, and they see a lot of buffalo that Plentycoo thought that the buffalo and the little people were together under the earth. So I think these beings live forever. They're sort of new supernatural, but sometimes you could see them physically. And I think the buffalo are the same way, as well as the wolves. We're here at a place called the Rock Mounds, Yichitua. And there's a row of them. The rocks are placed in a line. They're not very large. They're small in the beginning. I never counted how many there are, but they extend for about a quarter of a mile from the prayer gap on top of the ridge all the way down to the lower end on the east side. And there have been a lot of conjectures about why they did these. They say that it was an offering to the what we call the Kula, for those people that lived in this area. There's powerful things that happen here. There's energy flowing that the people were aware of. And to my right and to the south is Castle Rock. And the Crows called it Nishusan Moho. And it's translated into many fasting places. Just a little bit to north and west is a place they call where they shoot arrows into the cliffs, Mapo. And this is associated with
Amazing
a child
looking
that
country.
was adopted that was lost by a Crow man and a wife here a long time ago when they were packing.
The hell
He
just
said,
happened?
"No, I'm one of the powerful people that live here."
Getting the
And he
cat
said,
jumped straight up in the
whenever
air.
you go by the cliff where the rock mound is, shoot arrows into the cliffs as gifts, and we will take care of you.
Can you touch
And
the cat?
you
and
must
make him
always
go?
remember us, and the way to remember is to place gifts at
What?
the cliffs.
Right.
And the Crows have been doing that ever since. They come through here and make
Get the cat.
offerings to the cliff. And in the old days, the young men used to shoot arrows into it so that this young man would be able to use these arrows. And even today, young men whose wives are about to have babies
Hide the cat.
will come and ask for a male child, and they will place arrows there. And also to place rocks as you travel through the gap. And then the rocks get bigger as they approach the top of the ridge. And on top of the ridge is a huge pile. The doorway to where they live is right here, behind me. And he told the people to pile rocks in it and fill it up so that other people who come will not molest it. And they will not bother the people who live inside the earth.
Wow. That was cool.
Yeah, there's some really cool. Wait, is this? Which one is this? I don't know which one this is.
Normally,
They kind of reminded me of a
sacred
Cherokee
things
song.
we don't really talk about.
It's a place that is within the heart of every Apsalagat that understands their oral history, that understands the history of the people. It's part of the fabric of Crow life.
In the Apsalaga language, they call this place Awachawa Pia.
Crazy, man.
Awachawa means mountain, and Pia, some people say ominous, some people say angry. Either way, it's kind of a connotation that is of great power that is not necessarily pleasant.
When I was a kid, the stories that I had heard just made me hold them in such high regard. They needed to be treated with respect.
In order to change, you have to have an awareness of where you came from.
One of the key features of Apsalagat culture is sending young people into the mountains to seek power, seek dreams, so that they can return to the community and enrich all of us, and we can move forward together.
My great-grandfather, Chief Two-Leggins, fasted up there. A lot of the great leaders, the chiefs, they fasted up there.
when I was a young child, Lenny Cruz went up to one of those mountaintops, and he had a vision.
When Plenty Cruz came here, he was just following a long tradition that had begun so many generations before him. And it was the elders who were able to interpret that dream and able to make decisions based upon it. That we should never fight the white people, and that we should never engage in any kind of a war against them. It would not be in our best interests.
That vision that one child got still affects us today.
As time goes by, each generation becomes more separated from these mountains. Our reservation is 100 miles to the east of here. If we want to be here in 500 years, we're going to have this connection.
Even today, we have young men go on vision quests there because they believe that it's a source of power. Guidance, direction is through the vision. It's through the fasting place because it's pure there. You're not getting anyone other than the Creator guiding you.
When you're up there, when you're by yourself, you're sacrificing yourself. An experience that cleanses not just your body, but it cleanses your spirit. And when you're done, you come out clean.
My tribe, through colonization, has been through a meat grinder. That's what it feels like. And we need to get back to where we were. And we need to do that through hard work, through sacrifice, and through believing in who we are. And that's what coming to the Crazy Mountains is about.
Thank you very much, singers. Let's give them a big round of applause. Some great singing going on over there.
When I was younger, I always said, this is a place that I want to bring my kids because I know that they're going to feel that connection to their culture and their history. We would come get teepee poles. My grandfather would go hunting up here. I have a 9-month-old, and this is her first time coming up in here. As soon as we started getting closer, she started singing and laughing, and it's a whole different feeling. You can see it in their face. She feels something here.
It's not something that is understood in the mind. It's something that's understood in the heart. That's how we awaken our children to becoming Apsalaga, for them to feel in their hearts that this connection is not only to each other, but it's the very ground that we stand on.
When we look to that mountain, we see its spiritual strength. And it would be nice if it was just left untouched, not exploited, just left alone.
In these mountains, the feeling of peace and connectedness, you can almost get lost in it. And if a motorcycle or a car were to be coming, it would take all that away. Use of motorized access in the higher elevations is going to change the landscape, and that'll trickle down on the mountain as well. And I don't think the power of these mountains would be felt anymore.
The dream is that this place can be what it once was. A place for us to find out who we are. And through that kind of self-knowledge, lead us to a better day. Pass that strength and wisdom down to the next generation.
The Forest Service should stand alongside not only the tribe, but the Crow people themselves. Not only because it's part of the 1851 treaty right, but because it's a highly significant cultural place. These places, if they're not protected, will be extinguished, and all of that rich history will be lost with it.
It's very important that the Forest Service keep this land how it is so that the future generations have that connectedness to their culture, and they can come and say, we're connected to this land, this is us, this is part of who we are today.
That's very important. So not just us can enjoy it, because that young boy sitting on that mountaintop having that dream was thinking of me. He didn't even know who I was. And that's how we need to be.
Well, I wonder how that turned out.
Question.
Yeah. I do not know.
Because that visa came out under the Trump administration, so I'm sure they were only thinking about the environment.
Oh yeah. Saving mountains.
And that would have come out in the last waning days of the Trump administration. But I'm sure that Joe Biden would have immediately repealed that part of it.
Yeah.
One time when the Crows were moving through here.
I mean, what kind of plans do they have for the crazy mountains? Are we talking about like some crazy mining or something?
Right? What's what's in them crazy mountains?
Drilling?
Really, that's the question, right? What's in those mountains? Is it all the same traditional things like gold and silver and nickel and cadmium?
John Trudell tried to tell everybody this is a mighty empire that mines everything, including people's own minds.
Yeah. It makes so much sense to me after we watched that, dude. I was just like, yep.
And just like any
that is the
mining
most
process,
concise way to say it.
Any mining process then leaves behind huge piles of tailings and junk and shit behind. And the same thing is left behind in your mind when it comes to the fears and the doubts and the insecurities that then warp your entire fucking perception of reality. I mean,
exactly.
You're then living vicariously through your fears. You know?
Right, and that's exactly where the people who are the predator class, that's where they want everyone to be, is in that fear bubble. Stay right there in your lane and be afraid like a good bitch, and that's it.
But like delivered in a really hyperbolic, over dramatic way, like Keith Olbermann saying repeatedly, "You're afraid."
Yes. Yes. Melodrama is beloved.
Chain, huh?
And at least Keith Olbermann has an awesome view of Central Park. Am I right?
Is he like fucking Rapunzel?
It's fucking John
He
Lennon.
doesn't let down his hair. He just like lets down his fucking brain, slowly melting down the side of his tower.
Boy, he's come a long way from doing the Sports Center with Dan Patrick. Am I right? Yikesers.
All right. I have one more crow story. I definitely want to get into this, though. I want to get into the little people of the Crow Nation, because this is something that has just completely triggered my brain. I want to know.
Yoda, don't Cherokee have some lore about little people?
Yes, the Oost-Yawi. And it's interesting, the other tribes call us the Salagi. The Salagi. They call themselves the Apsalagi. So, it almost sounds the same. Because they have the same suffix for a person. When they go to say something is a person, they add the key at the end. Because they call themselves, in their own language, Apsalagi. Right? Well, we're the Shalagi. The key is the suffix that means person, because it's the same thing like Yoneka or Yoneg, Negki, Yoneka means white man, right?
Is that like Oyate? Is that with the TE on the end?
Yeah,
Similar. I know that's Lakota, right?
right. Like Oyate or Oyate Otanke, right? Sitting bull. Oyate. But this is the Crow. They are neighbors to the Lakota people. And, as the map depicted, their territory originally kind of straddled the border between Montana and Wyoming. So, they're out to the far, far, far west of the Lakotas, who are down in the Sapaika, or the Black Hills, right?
Just the story of the little people there, like that, just it really like for whatever reason it really grasped me.
Well, like when it comes to the Ustayawi with the Cherokee, what's weird is the little people, they're known for their songs, and they live in the ground. They come out of the earth, and they always have like different messages and stuff. But like,
But these ones with the crows, like they like would battle you. They would hurt you. Like they would battle right along with you.
yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's just like a real heebie-jeebie type thing. Like maybe, I guess for us, when we hear the little people singing, it's kind of like a bunch of Chucky dolls or something singing. So like it might be a good song, but it's still just like really creepy.
Yeah, it really
Because they come out of the ground and everything. Think of like the Michael Jackson Thriller video, but with like munchkins, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right, let's see what the I think this is the right one that
Okay, today we're going to tell about the creation story. How the sun had created the earth and how he taught all the crows how to live. The creation story starts out with the sun looking down. The sun was aware that something was going on in the blue planet in the distance. And he keeps looking and looking. But the planet is covered with water. There's nothing but water. And there's huge waves over the planet. But he knows that something is going on and keeps looking. The sun keeps looking into the distance. And then the clouds cleared, and he saw that there was a rock sticking out of the water. And he keeps looking at the rock, and finally he sees something flying around the rock. So he knows that there are some things that are trying to communicate with him. And then he turns himself into a man. He wears his hair long, and he braids the left side, but he leaves the right side flowing. He puts a chicken hog behind his head. He ties it there, and then he puts on his war shirt. His war shirt is decorated with many different colors, and he puts hair on the chest and along the arm. And he wears leggings. He wears leggings, and the leggings have stripes all the way down. And it's also decorated with porcupine quills. And he has a breechcloth made out of wolf skin. He wears the moccasins that also are decorated with porcupine quill. And at the heels, he puts wolf tails. And then he carries his pipe and comes down to this rock and lands on it. There are 3 ducks that are flying around, 3 black ducks. And he sits down, and then he talks to the ducks, and he says, "Little brothers, can you come over here and we'll sit and smoke, because sitting and talking and smoking is one of the good things that we do in a universe. I need you to come and talk with me. And immediately the two smaller ducks, the smallest and the middle one, come and they sit by him. But the biggest one, he does not want to come. And then he calls him again, and he said, little brother, I need your help. I need you to come. We need to talk, and we have something great that we have to do. He does not really want to come, but then he comes and stands there and doesn't sit. And he said, one of the good things in the universe is that when a man is busy with something or being harassed by his enemies, and his younger brothers stop and they help him, it's one of the very good things that we do in the universe. And he said, my little brothers, I need you to help me do something great. Well, we will smoke and talk about what we need to do. And so finally the biggest duck sits down, and then he said, I've been looking and looking and looking, and I sense something that is going on, but I don't know what it is. So I need your help. And he said, something is trying to live down in the sea, down in the bottom of the sea. There's something that is trying to live. And we can make them live if you help me. And he said, I need you to go down to the bottom of the sea. He said, there is mud way in the bottom, and you can tell what it is because it is soft. And I need some of this mud to create land. The biggest duck, he volunteered. He said, I'm the oldest. I can go down. I've been down there before. I know what you are talking about. I can go and get some of this mud. I will go down and I'll bring some of this mud for you. The son said, one of the good things in the universe is that when we do something, we have a ceremony. It ensures the success of what we want to do. And he said, stand before me and I will perform a ceremony. He breathed on him, on the duck. He told him to close his eyes. He said, close your eyes and go into the ocean. And when you go down, bring back some of this mud. And so the duck walked around and took some deep breaths, and then he jumped into the sea. And he went down, and they could see him. They could see him for quite a ways, and then finally disappeared into the murky sea. And they waited and waited, and they waited and they waited, but it never came up. So finally he turned to the middle-sized duck and he said, my little brother, it is up to you. You have to go down. And so the middle-sized duck came and he performed the same thing. He made him stand in front of him and he breathed on him. And he held his shoulders. And then the middle-sized duck went down. He went down and they could see him for a long time. And then he finally disappeared. And they waited and waited. And finally, the middle-sized duck came up, but it had drowned. And he looked at him and tried to revive him, but he couldn't. And then he looked at his beak, and there was some sea grass in his mouth. What we were looking for is there, but we have to get some of the mud. And then he sent the little duck down and performed the same thing. And the duck went down and down, and finally he hit the mud. He hit the mud and grabbed some in his webbed foot and some in his beak, and then he went up. And then as he was going up, he became unconscious, but he was almost he was able to see the light. And then when he came up, the sun immediately grabbed him and took him ashore and revived him. And when he revived him, the little duck said, elder brother, I have failed you. I found some of the mud, but I lost it. I lost the mud that I brought up. And the son said, let me look. He found a little mud on his webbed feet. And then when he checked his beak, there was some more mud there. So the son took the mud And then he said, I can make land. And he rolled up the mud into a ball. And then he went up above the rock, and then he started to sing his song, his creation song. And then he said, then he sang, hey, no, yo, hey, no, yo, hey, no, yo, hey, no, hey, no, yo, hey, no, hey, no. And then he immediately blew on the mud, and it scattered all over. And because there was very little mud, or land, we have different sizes of land on the sea, from tiny islands all the way to continents. And because there was very little mud that was brought down.
Wow. Now that's very interesting. Can you hear me there? Because in the Cherokee creation story, they're all living on a cloud, and below is nothing but water. They're living in the sky world, you see, and they end up sending down the tiniest one. It's the smallest one of all of them that is sent down to dive into the water and to swim all the way to the bottom and collect sawoguha, to collect mud, and to bring mud up to the surface and pile it up to make land. And so it's the mud beetle that created the land, but it was too wet, so we had to call in Sue Lee, the buzzard. And buzzard went down with his big wings and dried out all the wet mud, but when his wings touched the mud, it caused valleys, and when he brought his wings back up, it pulled the mud up with them, making the mountains. And as they dried, they smoked, and the mountains have smoked ever since. And we call it the Smoky Mountains.
That's rad.
That's our creation story.
That's
but
really
it's interesting, the similarities. We're talking about, it ends up being the smallest, tiniest one of them that has to swim to the bottom of the water and get the mud and bring it back up. I was just noticing in his story all the similarities with our very own creation story.
That's pretty amazing
Pretty
to share, Frank. That's really cool. Like
things
that ring true throughout history
same,
are true. Yeah.
Not all our stories are exactly the same, but there's a lot of parts that rhyme, Lucky. A lot of parts that rhyme. That's what my whole thing is, by the way. I told Shane and the gang at the media group there that I want to do a thing called the Yona History Rhymes, where I take current events happening labor related, basically like the workers' plight, of what type of fuckery workers are dealing with, because it's pretty much every day, every week now, workers being fucked with, and to draw the historical rhyme, as it were, from the historical antecedents, to show that this isn't just plumb out of nowhere.
Right.
And that there is a continuum of this thing of them saying, well, you're not really a slave and your employer doesn't really own you. But if they chain lock the doors and then the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory code, goes up in flames, the only way to get out of the fire is to jump from the 8th floor in the middle of Greenwich Village. And that kind of freaks out most people in lower Manhattan when it's raining 15-year-olds on the sidewalk, kind of awkward, right? That happened. I mean, it was, 110 years ago, but it happened.
Hardly gentrification.
The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire. Well, in the same regard, you had the same thing happening just like in Italy in 2013 with the textile workers going up in flames. may have not heard about it, but that's where they make like the Gucci and the Versace.
There's been horrendous
and
fires
Faro,
around
Italy.
where we live. The
But
textile
then again,
areas in Connecticut.
you
Massachusetts.
take the workers in Mayfield, Kentucky, when Lucky and Steve and I were on the air live as it happened. When it cut through Mayfield, there was a candle factory there, American Candle Scents or something. And, you know, the freaking tornado sirens are going off and shit. And then, like, you know, the National Weather Service, you know, most people are used to a National Weather Service warning or a watch or something, right? A tornado watch or a tornado warning, or there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Sussex County, whatever. But tornado emergencies are issued, but they're exceedingly rare. Tornado emergency is issued, so everybody's cell phone's going off, okay, at the candle place. And they go to the managers. And they're like, hey, my family lives in a single wide trailer, and this building is like nothing but aluminum and like steel framing.
Get the fuck up out of here.
And, you know, this whole factory is full of like knives hanging from the ceiling and shit. So I think I want to go home. Like, if you leave right now, you're fired.
You're fired.
This product's going out the door to customers. 5 minutes later. Well, there's fucking candles scattered for the next 5 miles of Graves County, Kentucky.
Well, that building's
from
gone.
Mayfield halfway to Gilbertsville. But anyways.
Makers, right?
And there's, you know, dead bodies. So, I mean, the irony is, you know, people have had to choose whether it was there or just outside of St. Louis, Missouri, and Edwardsville, Illinois, at the Amazon warehouse distribution center.
Yeah, was that
where you
was
got
that?
and you've
Illinois?
also got the vans with the penis symbol on the side, right? The Amazon Prime delivery vans and everything.
Yeah.
And they're driving around there, and there's fucking F4, F5 tornado.
They're just getting airborne and tossed
half
around.
mile wide of fucking certain death sucking across town. Again, the sirens are going off. You know, it sounds like air raid sirens and shit. You know, and their cell phones are going off. And the Amazon people in the factory are like, you know, listen, you just shelter in place and stay here. And the advisory is saying this is a tornado emergency. Take adequate shelter immediately.
Right.
If you're not in a facility with adequate shelter, go outside and get in a ditch. This will destroy buildings, including brick, including concrete. I mean, that was in the advisory. So, and yet Amazon's like, hey, we're in this shitty fucking building, but don't worry, we've got we're ringed. This whole building is ringed by 3 different layers of 20-foot tall fence. Remember the 4 fucking turnstiles you have to walk through every day to work here? Like you're entering the fucking CIA, and then the retinal scan, and then the full body cavity search, and then you can go fill the bins and try to keep up with the robots and pissing bottles and all that fun stuff. Yeah, and people died in there because they wouldn't let them go. If you leave, you're fired and you can never come back. Well, I mean, then it is slavery. Well, no, you don't have to be a slave. You can just quit your job.
You don't have to work there.
Well, then you're conceding the argument that it is slavery. So it's voluntary slavery. I mean, it's getting to the insanity.
Only the best slaves are voluntary.
It's like, well, I got to get these 2 brand new flu combo Rona shots that just got EUA'd because now my boss is mandating that. I don't want to lose my job. And it's like, pro tip from Yona here. When you die, you lose the job anyways. I'm just saying, it's not a even balance here. You know, if
they
you're
are not
playing
mutually
with your
exclusive.
life, if it's Russian roulette, you know, either get another job or go Amish or anything. I say choose the option where you don't die.
I want to know
I'm
how
just
long.
saying.
I want to know how long an EUA can last. Like, how long can it be an emergency?
Well, so long as
once you're
renewing it
aware of
every
an
60
emergency,
days.
isn't that the end of the emergency? How does this work exactly? It's
if you keep renewing the emergency every 60 days, then I guess forever.
It just
you're
keeps
doing
well,
going
bud.
forever.
Did you see what Riley?
What is the most unusual animal I ever skinned and made clothes from?
Ah, interesting
Well,
question.
unfortunately, it didn't put the lotion on the skin, so it didn't turn out very well.
Just gonna say that neighbor in 28B. Fuck was his name?
I'm gonna say
Blind Melon had a cool song.
I'm gonna
about
say
that.
bunny rabbit for me.
really it was.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it was the raccoon. I wanted to keep the whole skin and the
Yeah.
head, and I ended up just keeping the tail and the paws because no matter how long and how much I stretched it, it just like kept dripping buckets of grease. I just did
Gross.
not understand. And like not even cool grease, like brown, orange, stinky grease that literally smells like fetid, rotted death. So
Stinky raccoon cheese.
I know the smell of death. Like I know that from
That's-
processing animals and doing things like
yeah,
that. Like
that's
I know
so
that smell.
for me.
There's
that's
levels
the
to it, too.
unusual part. Yeah, because I mean,
But-
deer skin and rabbit skin and stuff is nothing at all.
It's not nearly that bad. Raccoon
Because
skin
it's
is
the fucking
gnarly.
grease, man. It's the grease.
Yeah.
There's a band called Greenskeeper that got a song called Lotion. It's freaking awesome. It's all over that whole
Trash
thing.
pandas are bloody greasy.
Skip the movie gamer and just check that one song out. Greenskeeper Lotion. You'll thank me later.
Greenskeeper trash
Maybe wait till you
panda.
get
That's a
your
great band
tree,
name.
bro. I don't know. It's up to you.
Oh, and then there's another good question.
Sounds
Riley
better.
has good questions.
Riley's one of those guys with their or gals with, I don't know, with the
native
it's hard to
folks
tell
that
from that
believe in the
profile
flat
pic. You know?
earth.
Well, they say they're a Martian, so I mean, for Christ's sakes, what does that even mean now? Do genders exist in outer space? Maybe they've dispersed with genders altogether.
They know Jeff Bezos.
Elsewhere.
What is they?
As far as I could tell, we're not doing something right. So I'm hoping that if they can make it here from somewhere else, maybe they got their shit together. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be open to it, certainly.
So what do you guys think?
Can't be the worst
Earth.
idea.
No, I mean
Flat Earth.
because the cosmic tradition of the Earth and the other planets and
All about
stars and
circles, man.
stuff like
Circles are sacred.
yeah, I don't know of any that believe that the Earth is square. Or
Yeah.
flat
We do.
at all. Like that's no.
You know that one tribe on that one island there where Tom Hanks went to in that movie?
Yeah, Wilson's Island.
The one with the no, the other wall.
We're talking about Mr. Wilson.
It means
Wilson!
little island with big volcano.
Oh, Joe and the volcano.
Joe and the
Yeah, Joe and the volcano.
No, wasn't that
Just
what's
watching that
her
yesterday.
name?
And Roshan has a question for
whatever.
us.
Who is the love interest?
Oh
in
yeah.
that? Damn it.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I know.
The amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Exactly, Alice.
Wilson took us all. There's good video of Wilson taking us to dinner. You should spin a little bit of that. There's he's in the restaurant and he's like, oh, this kind of sucks, you know.
Sorry,
They're like the only people in the restaurant, and it's Wilson, his mom, his sister, and his dad.
You know,
And
I really
Wilson's
got to
like-
give props where I see props are due. When I think about Mr. Wilson and Pakistan and Afghanistan, and so many of those. I mean, good Lord, all across Africa and even down into Indonesia, where you see you'll see written Al-Huruf al-Arabi, right? Al-Huruf al-Arabi, Arabic letters, where it's written from the right to the left.
Yeah.
And it's and most people that write it, there's like a formal way and an informal way. And then like if you're writing, a lot of times when people write the word for God, which in Arabic is Allah, right? Allah, like A-L-L-A or something, I guess. Allah. And when they write Allah, it's they break out the super calligraphy style with it and add all the the fatha and kasra and dhamma, and so it's just amazing to me the cadence and the pronunciation, and even like the variation of the dialects really aren't that much in terms of the Arabic and the pervasive influence from, well, particularly because of the spread of Islam. I mean, that's where algebra comes from. We would say algebra, right? Algebra is an Arabic
I know
mathematical
that guy.
technique.
I used to buy weed from him.
Algebra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever wondered why in the hell letters
It was
are in
really
these
complicated. You had to
numbers in
knock
my
a couple
equation,
times and
what the hell is
call
2x
them 3
plus
times.
5f equals G7
Yeah.
doing in this thing? Well, that's algebra. Hey, Yona, in the new Dawn of the Dead TV series, they tied Native Americans to the undead. Do you guys believe in zombies?
That's
zombie outbreaks.
That's a cool question. Are there zombies in?
Well, see, I just talked about this, with the whole Michael Jackson video that's got the Vincent Price,
the Thriller
part in the middle,
Thriller.
When he's talking and they're in the graveyard, and you got zombie Michael Jackson doing the come on, do the dance, Lucky. Like right?
Those got moved for days.
Well, for us, that's like the little people. So it's like, imagine like your house just landed in Oz, right? On top of the one wicked witch. And out come the lollipop people. But they're like, miniature Michael Jackson dancers from the Thriller video. And so that's the zombie connection we were talking about before the thing. And it's funny, Riley Martian brings that up.
Someday we'll find it, the zombie connection.
So see, when it comes to the undead, we don't really believe in death per se. I mean, again, this goes back to what I was reading the other day from Chief Seath of the Duwamish, right? Or Seattle, right? Chief Seattle. And he gets to the end of his speech, you may recall, and he's like, well, and then our ancestors, and then they die, and wait, did I say die? They're not dead. They've just gone through a door to another world or something, right? They've just gone to another world. They're not really dead. So if by that definition, if you're not really dead, but you're not really alive,
I guess that's technically being a zombie.
I'm telling you, that's kind of the zombie. You're getting into a zombie zone there.
Yeah.
Because aren't zombies kind of like,
it's like gray area there, I would think,
Help me out here, Chuck. Help me out here. Is a zombie part dead and part alive, or just all the way dead? Because they're still like lurching along to the choreography in the Vincent Price,
right?
Overdub.
Yeah, I think it has everything to do with how much Vincent Price is involved in it.
Yeah.
How much validity there is to it.
Lucky, I'm so sorry for going all wacko jacko on Christmas for you. Me sorry.
She started it. She's the one who shared the freaking little people videos.
Yeah, she's into.
She's going to lead to Michael Jackson's Thriller. I mean.
Okay, so Riley, the question is yes, right? Is that?
Yes.
Finding Yoda up and letting him go.
There's something
zombie outbreaks. Well, again, that's the little people.
Little people.
For us, it's the little people. But for the crow, for the
From
Apsaki,
ancient Roman giants to a
That's
species
different.
of humanoids with
It's like Randy Newman said, man.
Okay, but then there's something else that's totally like the opposite. Okay, let's look at this.
Gotta be starting something.
oh, is this the
Don't do that,
Paralgas?
Riley. He's like a
Peru.
choose-your-own
massive
adventure. He'll give you more than one answer.
towering frames.
Which rabbit hole
Here
do I
are
go
8 of the biggest real-life giant skeletons found in archaeological digs.
Oh, we got all kinds of Cherokee giants.
In the Bible, there is an account of an ancient species of human-like giants that walked the earth before the great flood of the famous character Noah.
So
While
they can-
Noah built a giant ark to contain 2 of every species of animal, according to the
Giants.
story, these giants were swept under in the great flood and perished far before modern science could have found them. But their skeletons, in theory, might still
makes me
be
look
out
bigger.
there. There have been countless different claims over the years in parts of the Middle East where people say they have found physical evidence of the giant legendary hominids, but no scientist would ever tell you that the story is conclusive. There could be realistic explanations, but some people who believe in the Bible will tell you that the clearest answer is simple. These are the mysterious and infamous Nephilim. Additionally, the Nephilim have been said to be fallen angels, or offspring of God. Whatever they were, the claims that their fossils have been found were almost instantly ridiculed by scientists. Skeptics will always
You
try
call
to come
those
up
bones?
with a more reasonable explanation without resorting to the influence of the divine. But the truth isn't quite clear. Most often, these discoveries of bones turn out to be those of large extinct land mammals. But occasionally
Oh,
there is
Bonkers
a
needs
find
food.
that scientists can't
What's
quite
in the
explain
fridge?
away. Those are the ones that make for the most
He's like, "This feels
interesting
good."
stories. Number 7. Chinese giants. In eastern China, there have been discoveries recently of a group of humans that would have been taller than the average modern-day man. And that's particularly impressive because humans thousands of years ago were significantly smaller than they are today. With today's nutrition, who knows how tall these people would have grown? Scientists found 5,000-year-old
All right,
skeletons
this
of
isn't the
human
one I
beings.
thought it was.
Do you remember when I showed you that rock that's on Cherokee land in North Carolina that's got all like the little Martian looking figures carved into it? It's called the Judaculla rock. And we believe that that rock was carved by the long fingernails of the giant Judaculla who could just step over the mountains in one single stride.
Yeah, I do remember that.
If you can give me just about 5 minutes, I got to take care of something, but I'll be right back. I'm just going to step out to the back.
I'm gonna look for the video. There is some weird stuff that comes up when you're looking for things.
What, when you put in little people?
Well, no, I put in big people. I want giant
Big
people. But it's weird because like random creepy stuff like pops up. Like it's, I don't know. Certain things just creep me out. Ew, like a gigantic bug. Like, ew. Why do I want to see a gigantic bug?
Sorry, I'm just reloading the fire and grabbing some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. Ew, more gigantic bugs. I'm not looking for a gigantic. Ew. There's like gigantic fish.
By the way, I sent a link in the chat there if you want to check that out. I don't know if you want to share that. It's really
cool.
I think I shared that with you before, but I don't know if we actually looked at it or whatever. It's really nice. It's like the artwork is amazing and the song and music.
Oh really my goodness. Yeah.
Right.
What? There's skulls that are way huge on this search.
Giant skulls.
I mean, like, is it a real thing? I'm hearing an echo. What is happening with that?
Laos is one of the world's forgotten countries. Tucked away in Southeast Asia, few people know anything about her. It's a powerless nation dominated by Vietnam and China since the 1970s. Those who visit Laos often make note of how much influence Beijing has, with Chinese businesses propping up its economy and the Chinese military patrolling its streets. They say it's like Laos is slowly becoming a province of China, but criticize the Chinese presence and you might be thrown in jail. And that's a shame because Laos is home to one of the ancient world's most mysterious relics, one that some believe is evidence that giants once roamed the earth. In a mountainous region of northern Laos are thousands of stone jars. Some jars are tiny and some are enormous. Some stand on their own while others are in clusters. It looks like they have been randomly scattered through the area, and they might have been. It's unknown who built the jars or for what purpose, and we might never have answers. Unexploded bombs and landmines make much of the region inaccessible. Laos was massively bombed during the Vietnam War. It was to stop the North Vietnamese from operating within Laos. It failed to prevent this, but still 2 million tons of explosives were dropped on the country. That's equal to a plane load of bombs being dropped every 8 minutes, all day and night for 9 years. Many of the jars were destroyed, but there are still thousands today. The plane of jars was examined in the 1930s when Laos was part of the French Empire. French explorers could study all the jars without fear of triggering a landmine. They thought the plain of jars was just an unusual burial ground, with corpses being cremated in nearby caves and the ashes sealed inside jars. But locals explained the jars' origins with various legends. Some believing that an insane ancient king had them built as prisons, and anyone to defy him would be sealed inside to die of starvation. They say the smaller jars were for when he ordered the deaths of children, but one day the king's people overthrew him as they realized he was insane and killing his subjects at random. They threw him into the largest stone jar and sealed him inside to die slowly. After his death, they destroyed any sign of him ever being king, which is why history doesn't remember his name. Only the jars remain as relics to his rule. Human remains have been found within some of the jars, causing some to wonder if the old story of the insane king was true. Another story told that the corpses of ancient people believed by others to be cursed were sealed inside the jars, possibly people who were sacrificed for the good of the community. But the most interesting legend has nothing to do with sacrifices or human remains. It also has nothing to do with Porky Pig or the Queen of Denmark, the two most common themes in my videos. It instead tells that giants once walked the earth, but the only evidence of their existence are these jars they drank from, hence the size of them. One day, humans gathered into large groups and hunted the giants to extinction by chasing them off the edge of cliffs. The jars were built in the Iron Age, but with much of the area yet to be excavated, no one knows who built them or for what purpose.
Wow. You know, due to all the cluster bombs that the United States dropped all across the plain of jars there in Laos, I would not recommend walking around them, as you're liable to blow your leg off or something.
Yeah, probably not the best place to go looking at jars.
A lot of people may be unaware, but during the what's technically known as the Vietnam conflict, we actually bombed the fuck out of Laos and Cambodia too during the process, because that's where the Ho Chi Minh Trail was. But that's another history lesson for another day, I suppose.
The town where I used to live and was born, one town away from in Connecticut, had a big program to help a bunch of families from Laos and Cambodia after the Vietnam War. And they had a bunch of families move from there to here and got them all naturalized and installed into the community and stuff. And I thought that was pretty cool because most of those kids were really cool and it was just wild. It's cool to have. I like the fact that there was like more cultures. There was like 3 at that point, you know what I mean, where I live. So
they got really good food too. Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
When I was at the Catholic seminary, my first year of college, doing the whole Gregorian chant with the Benedictine monks, my roommate was one of my roommates was Young Nguyen, who's Vietnamese. And, you know, he had the hot plate and everything going with the rice wraps. And
Bam.
You know, plus, he was cooking up his own hot bowls of pho. So, you know, good living.
Sold.
But I decided instead of staying at the seminary and seeking ordination to repopulate the earth.
All right. A noble mission.
I mean, I just couldn't bring myself to trade my Playboy collection for an altar boy collection, you know, just based on the centerfolds alone. It's like everywhere you look. Let's see, pedos in the government, pedos in the judiciary, pedos in the White House, pedos in the Boy Scout, pedos in the church. Good Lord.
There's a lot more than we
pedo
thought.
Bonanza.
Right? I mean, isn't that what it amounts to? There's a lot more pedophiles than
Oh, wait, I
like,
forgot.
than you really thought.
Pedos in the CNN, pedos in the CIA. I don't want to go on. It's really depressing.
How many acronyms can you come up with that has pedophiles in it?
Point to anywhere
All
in
of them.
society where human life in general, let alone specifically children, are respected, honored.
Yeah.
I don't even want to use the word valued because
it's definitely not a value.
Well, do you know what I mean? Like the term value, as in to sort of like put that linguistic fucking half Nelson on your brain.
Uh-huh.
We know what we mean, but it's like
Chuck, you need to summon your DNC Tom Perez voice and lead with your values.
Tom Perez going.
Lead with your values, Lucky.
Like and subscribe right now, or you're gonna have terrible luck for the next week.
Damn.
The issue of giants has always been an interesting one. Did they really exist, or stories about them are best relegated to the mythology?
Are you playing all the
The answer to that question depends on
Russian
who you
bot
ask.
ones?
Some strongly believe bigger versions of us once
Remember
roamed
we were
Earth.
looking at that one thing.
No, we're deep into the NFL season, Lucky, and I'm taking it you're a New York fan. New York Giants.
No.
Giants.
Why would that?
Giants. Come on, it's a joke.
It's subliminal programming, Chucky. She's trying to turn us all into New York Giants fans, man. I'm on to you, Lucky.
You did a good joke, Crash.
Let's go Tampa Bay. Go Buccaneers. Arr!
Buccaneers.
Just because I'm a pirate, you know, anything pirate related, I'm there, Jack Sparrow.
All I can find is like the one that's from.
Oh yeah, I bet you
the
rock a Jack
History
Sparrow
Channel.
for Halloween.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But my pirate alter ego is Captain Brown Eye, Skipper the Mud Bucket. Arr!
Arr.
You won't see me coming. I take the back door.
There's
I'm
some
Captain
spice in
Brown
this
Eye.
He doesn't have a peg leg, he's got a third leg.
He's got a third leg. Some spice in this lad.
Are you trying to roll with something specific in mind, Lucky, or are you running off the cuff? Because
Aye, me third leg is some hardwood, matey.
That's what she
Oh,
said.
there was something that I want to go over.
That's what the parrot says, you know. That's
Yeah,
what she
rainforest
said.
down under.
Oh gosh, I've laughed so much. I mean, oh my God, the banjo songs with the Moron Brothers, and then poor Santa stuck in the teepee hole.
It was a nice guitar, though. Oh, that was we used to play the shit out of that a couple years back. That was so funny. The first time I ever heard that, man, with the whole house was just in tears.
I just picture these poor black boots dangling from the smoke hole atop the poles, man.
They hung Santa's boots by the chimney, by the
And
doorway.
then somebody walks through the teepee, and you see outside. Oh yeah, they're butchering the reindeer hardcore, man.
Strip down the sleigh for parts.
Okay. So
Now everybody at the next powwow, when they do their fancy dance, they're all wearing like pieces of elves and pieces of the sleigh. Like,
Oh,
God.
shit, man.
Antlers.
Oh man. Oh God.
Oh
Would
my
it be
gosh.
wrong to just about making a jingle dress out of some of that stuff? Feeling involved in that somehow, right?
Ding ding.
No, the funniest song is when he talked about giving the reindeer lice, and like they had to shave Rudolph and his nose turned blue or something.
Yep, that was a good one too.
God, that's funny, Lucky. I don't know where he found that.
Because I find random weird shit. So this is something that I want to know more about. I don't know how accurate this video,
Wolf Dude's
is.
not here. He'll be pissed.
Huh?
We must summon the Wolf Dude.
I know,
Wolf
right?
Dude.
Here, we'll get him this way. Watch.
That's what this is called.
From
I got a ditty
UFOs,
for you.
wormholes, and cryptids
the
to cat
Skinwalker
mutilations and
interlude.
poltergeists, a remote property in northern Utah has been described as a Disneyland of paranormal and supernatural phenomena.
It's the Skinwalkers.
A case that has turned the heads of even some of the most ardent of skeptics. We recount the tales from Skinwalker Ranch.
Skinwalker Ranch.
All right, pause it. Here's the Skinwalker interlude. Brand new world premiere.
Pause it for a second.
I'm trying, Steve. You know it's not like fucking super quick that you can pause stuff. See, I hit pause.
And Yona's playing, and it sounds
All right.
cool.
Yep, that's it.
People get ready. There's a train coming.
Explanation of Skinwalkers.
The Skinwalker interlude. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get paranormal.
That whole people get ready. There's a train coming.
We need no baggage. We just get on board.
So, yeah, like these are things that I really need to know about. Okay, so I need to know about the little people, the giant people, and Skinwalkers.
Okay.
Skinwalker Ranch.
In that order, or
From UFOs, wormholes, and cryptids to cattle mutilations and poltergeists, a remote property in northern Utah has been described as a Disneyland of paranormal and supernatural phenomena, a case that has turned the heads of even some of the most ardent of skeptics. We recount the tales from Skinwalker Ranch.
The little people are gophers, not chipmunks.
They're not
when they're
cryptids?
underground because the ground is kind of poofy where they make their tunnels.
Yo mama is a cryptid.
Poofy ground. Poofy ground.
Those marmots are nothing to trifle with.
Your marmot is a cryptid.
Marmots were the original varmints.
Somebody's father smelled like elderberries.
Tales from Skinwalker Ranch, Part 1,
strawberry.
the Disney set. Oh, you know this is going to be...
It has been said that Utah, particularly northern Utah and the Uinta Basin, is one of the most active paranormal and supernatural hotspots on the planet. Everything from unidentified lights in the sky to weird humanoid
Been to
figures
bison.
and even Bigfoot have been spotted in the region. It has a long history of high strangeness, accounts which date back to the earliest of human settlements. 3 out of every 4 people in this part of the state have experienced something out of the ordinary, and
Hey,
for many
Chuck,
others
is that
just
a
passing
Utah
through,
accent?
there is a palpable feeling
think so.
that those dusty roads and bleak
Pretty sure.
landscapes
Yeah.
hide something
Indubitably.
of a dark
Bloody
secret.
good show, right on schedule.
Much of the strange activity is concentrated in and around the basin,
In the
but
base.
some believe that within that radius there is an epicenter from which all these bizarre phenomena
Salt
seem to
Lake
manifest.
City.
A beautiful
I
480
wonder
acre
if
ranch
he's ever been
situated
to
about 100
Utah.
miles due east of Salt Lake City.
Have you seen the Salt
As with any
Lake?
other acreage, it traditionally adopts the name of the current owner, but over time, it has come to be known by another.
That accent's
The
not
Utes believe
British,
this
it's
ranch to be the
Mormon.
focal point of a
What?
curse placed on them by the Navajo.
He's from
Tribe members
Brisbane.
were, and still are, forbidden from setting foot on this land,
Get on you, mate.
as they
Get
believe
another
it
city
to
from
be
the
in the path of the skinwalker. For this
Crikey.
reason,
Okay, you two.
it became known to the
From
locals
Brisbane, is he?
as Skinwalker Ranch.
I'm gonna mute you guys.
Throughout the
Keep
latter
out.
half of the 20th
Be
century,
in trouble.
Skinwalker Ranch was owned by a family, which has long remained anonymous in this mysterious saga. For reasons unknown, they suddenly and inexplicably vacated the property in 1987, leaving it empty and unattended for more than 7 years.
Oh man, that
That was
private
until
property, no
1994,
trespassing sign
when it was
translates
purchased
to
by
Yona
Terry and
as
Gwen Sherman.
Get high right here.
Along
But
with
the
their
keep
2
out
children,
sign says
the couple
420,
believed that they had
motherfucker.
found their dream home. The remote property was bordered to the
I'm over
north
that
by a
gate in
high
2
ridge,
seconds.
which overlooked its sprawling green pastures, wild thickets of woodland, and its flowing creek to the south. The entire estate exuded an almost tranquil beauty that was not lost on the Sherman family.
That's going to be a
Terry
really
was a
fucked up
high-end
buzz
cattle
on the other
breeder,
side of that gate,
and he
Steve.
hoped that the ranch would provide the space, privacy, and security he
None but
needed
trouble.
to take what was not
Don't
only
worry,
his
I'll
hobby,
pre-lube.
but his livelihood to the next level. He had bought the ranch for an extremely favorable price, far less than what it was worth, and when he signed the paperwork,
Not what I thought you meant when
he
you said there's
accepted the deeds
cowboys.
with an excited, disbelieving look in his eyes.
Sorry.
What he now held in the palm of his hand was his ambition, his prospects, his dream. He could not have known that the land he had just purchased would almost destroy him, not just financially, but also psychologically.
This is
When they
Ringo
had
Starr's
first viewed
son.
the property, Terry and Gwen had found the main homestead in a state of disrepair, which of course they had anticipated, given the length of time it had stood empty. What they did not expect to find, however, was the sheer amount of deadbolts securing the home, not just on the front and back doors, but on interior doors and all of the windows too. At the front and rear entrances, they also found heavy-duty chains attached to huge metal rungs, which were embedded into the walls. It didn't take a genius to work out that these had been used to chain large, powerful guard dogs in place. Although slightly unsettled by these peculiarities, Terry and Gwen dismissed them, believing that the elderly couple who owned the ranch before them had been paranoid and overprotective. They had seemed rather eccentric after all. In the real estate contract, they had inserted a number of unusual clauses. For instance, the Shermans were not permitted to dig on the land without prior approval from the previous owners.
Wait, what?
These irregularities were overlooked by the family, but somewhere in the back of Terry's mind, he could not help wondering what had spooked them to the point of installing this level of security. In time, of course,
Please
he
don't
would
dig
come
up
to
our
understand
bodyguard.
that this idyllic, stunning acreage was haunting in more ways than just its serene beauty.
Deer and the
And in
flesh eaters
fact,
play.
the
Wait, what?
weirdness
Oh,
began
no.
almost straight away. On the first
Flesh
day of moving
eaters,
in,
son of a bitch.
the Sherman family were unloading a truck in
Are
front
you
of
the
their
two
new
boys
home
I found my
when they
witch
spotted
that
something on the
scared
far
my
side
cat?
of the pasture to the south.
You boys
As it closed the
about
distance,
whacking.
they could see that it was a wolf, which was loping gracefully towards them in a series of S-turns. This immediately set Terry on guard, but it wasn't just the presence of the wolf that concerned him. Scaling it against distant fence posts and bushes, he could see that this animal was at least 3 times the size of an average wolf. But its behavior was oddly disarming. It seemed nonchalant, friendly even, rather than aggressive, slowing
Friendly
down and then
giant
stopping
wolf.
about 50 yards away.
All right.
It sniffed the air and gazed at the family with intelligent, piercing blue eyes before continuing on, casually padding towards them
Bloody
without a
hell.
care in the world. It seemed entirely tame.
Boy.
It wagged its tail as it approached, and Terry's father, who had been helping unload the truck, bravely reached out to stroke the huge beast. Sherman Sr. stood over 6 feet tall.
Thank God I didn't call
Even
that
though he
truck
was a big
lorry.
man,
Oh.
its head easily came up
If he
to the
says
top of his
lorry, I'm
shoulder.
done.
It quickly became clear that despite the wolf's intimidating size and appearance,
There are
it
no
meant no
lorries
harm.
in Utah, buddy.
The rest of the family relaxed and walked over to greet their
Not even
strange visitor.
supernatural ones.
Maybe it's somebody's pet, Terry ventured, glancing nervously at the
He
corral
drives a
about 70
lorry.
feet to his left,
Oh.
and wondering if it had been wise to move
Sure,
some
there's
of his
plenty of
herd onto the
Karens.
ranch so soon.
Karen.
Inside of the pen stood
The
4
new
of his
lorry.
breeding cows and as many calves. They were all clearly troubled by the wolf's
Yes.
presence, except for one curious youngster, which was sticking its head out between the metal bars, watching the scene unfold.
The giant dog.
Almost as
It's a
soon as Terry had
supernatural
realized the
land.
danger,
Every
the
80-year-old
wolf had
woman ever
bounded
gets a
across the short
12-year-old child's
distance
ride.
and now had its
Ah,
huge jaws
Latter-day
clamped around the
Saints.
calf's head.
Good
The young
for
cow
you.
bleated and thrashed wildly as the wolf tried to drag it out of the pen. Terry grabbed an axe handle from the back of
I
his
say
truck and
monogamy,
rushed
you
over,
say polygamy.
beating the huge animal's flanks and kicking at its hind legs. But the wolf paid no attention and refused to let go.
He went
Get
upside
my
the head
magnum,
of a
he
favorite baby
shouted.
wolf cub with a
His son ran across to the truck, grabbed a .357 from the cabin, and handed it to his father.
Oh, it just got really violent.
Terry quickly fired a shot at the wolf's abdomen, which rang out across the empty pasture,
I'm gonna mute you.
but it had no effect. The huge animal did not react in any way. It did not stagger or yelp. It did not even flinch. It simply continued to ravage the poor calf.
Don't fuck with Godzilla.
In his
Wolf.
desperation, Terry fired again. Still, the gun had no effect. After a third shot, however, the wolf slowly released its grip and backed off about 10 feet.
So I don't do that.
The rancher could not believe his eyes. Very few animals could have survived 3 shots from a .357 Magnum at point-blank range. But this wolf was somehow not even wounded. There was no blood anywhere on its coat.
No blood.
Finally, he took a 4th shot, right at the animal's heart, and it retreated another 30 feet. There was something incredibly unnerving about the way it just stood there, with an unconcerned look, contemplating whether to attack the calf a second time. Terry sensed this, and shouted at his son to get his .30-06 rifle from the house, which he did within a matter of seconds. The wolf remained perfectly still as he took aim with the heavier firearm, and he almost felt sorry for the poor beast. A deafening shot echoed across the wilderness as he pulled the trigger, and in that moment, he knew he'd hit his target. But instead of collapsing to the ground in a heap as it should have done, the wolf simply withdrew another 2 yards and stood looking at an increasingly unsettled Terry. He quickly took another shot, and this time he saw a chunk of flesh detached from the animal, but even this did not put it down.
Don't change units of measurement.
The
on
wolf
me, buddy.
took a last unhurried look at the calf, then turned and trotted back in the direction it came from. Terry was dumbfounded. He knew he could not allow a large predator to remain on his land if he intended to breed cattle, so he called to his teenage son, and the 2 of them proceeded to go after it. They must have followed the wolf for about half an hour, catching glimpses of it as it ran to the south between patches of cottonwoods and other trees. The tracks led them through a copse of Russian olives, the other side of which was the creek, and emerging from the trees,
There you go.
they found themselves on a wide
Fucking
open
Russians
mudbank.
did it.
A
They could
caps
clearly
of
see the wolf's
Russian
paw
olives.
prints and immediately began to follow them, but the tracks abruptly stopped about 40 yards from the water's edge. Terry and his son could not believe their
Mystery
eyes.
solved. The
They were
Russians did it.
standing in a wide open expanse of sodden mud, yet the paw prints ended right in the middle of the bank.
Salt and mud.
The wolf would have had to have leapt an impossible 40 or 50
China.
yards in either direction to avoid leaving any more tracks.
Bloody hell, nobody uses
It had
these
seemingly
words here. We're in the
vanished into
States.
thin air. Returning to the homestead, Terry happened to pick up the piece of flesh that had detached from the animal. He noted that, rather than being fresh and covered in blood, it looked and smelled rotten, as though it had been left out in the sun for a few days. In quiet contemplation, he turned his head south and looked out over the pasture towards the horizon, wondering what on earth had just happened.
Dude, you just
That
ate
was the
mushrooms.
first day.
That's what happened.
The next few weeks were relatively normal,
Whoa.
except for a few strange
I'm gonna
occurrences
need
which
another
happened
pep.
around the homestead, all
The
targeted
craps.
towards Gwen. She didn't report any of these things to her husband at first, as she genuinely thought she was losing her mind.
She
For
genuinely
instance, she would come home from shopping, unpack the groceries and put them away, and then leave the room to attend to something else. Moments later, she would return to the kitchen and find the groceries all back in the bags, as if she had never unpacked them. In other occurrences, she would go to have her customary morning shower. Locking the door behind her, she would
Customary?
place her towel and hairbrush on the
Customary.
side. When she finished, she would step out of the shower only to find her towel and hairbrush missing. They
it
would
was
disappear.
Jonah. He stole
A few
it.
hours later, she would find them in some random location elsewhere in the house. Things continued like this for some time, and Gwen was getting increasingly worried about her memory.
What's these skinwalkers?
That
with
was
rich
until
skin
Terry
about
came in one
lighters?
evening, demanding to know who had taken his post digger. He had
And
been
all
using it
my
to repair a
left
fence in the
socks. Like I
pasture
go to do
and had
laundry,
turned away
and I
for a
just
few
have like
moments.
a whole bunch of
When he
left
turned back,
right socks.
it had
And I'm like,
gone. Gwen explained that she and the children had
I'm gonna
been
try
in the
and get
house
my
all evening
sister,
and
Alicia,
proceeded to
on
help him search for it.
talk about the weird shit that
However,
used to go on in her
it was
last
nowhere to
house.
be seen.
It is
A
soothing,
few weeks
Alex.
later, it was found
I
hanging in
know
a
when I
tree
get
on the
to
other side of
northern
the
Utah and I
ranch,
see a
70
trail of
feet off
left
the ground,
socks
which
and
was odd
lighters, I've
considering that
almost
this
found
piece of
that
equipment
motherfucker.
weighed over 70 pounds.
I'm onto you, you flesh
By
eating
this time,
bastard.
the Shermans were beginning to suspect that something was not quite right about the property they had bought.
There's
About a
something
week
not right
before they
about
rediscovered
this.
the post digger, a nephew came to stay with them,
fact
and
that
Terry
the guy
decided to take the youngster on a
draws out
tour
like
of
a
the
minute and a
ranch.
half
Honey,
worth of information
His son
for
also
half an hour.
accompanied them,
There's something
and it
not
was well
right
after
about
sunset
this.
when they decided to return to the homestead. A few hundred yards ahead, Terry noticed a set of headlights moving along a distant fence line, well within the boundaries of his property.
The artwork's
He had
really
seen
cool.
these lights before and had assumed that someone had taken a wrong turn off the road to the east. But now, seeing them again, he suspected that these
Again?
people,
Again.
Tell
whoever
me
they
that
were,
guy's driving a
were hunting
lorry.
his
I'm
without
going to lose
permission.
it.
He decided that he would confront them and immediately began marching in their direction.
This truck is not
But
a
as he picked up
lorry.
the pace,
Again.
the lights began to move away from him. His
It's
brisk
quite a
walk
shin
turned into
wag
a
with
jog,
this bloke.
and as the boys followed suit, he began to wonder why there was no engine sound.
Wonder.
They had gotten to within 100 yards when the lights suddenly lifted off the ground and floated up over some distant treetops.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Terry and the boys stopped dead in their tracks, shocked by what they were seeing. The lights silently continued on their course before disappearing out of sight. During the autumn, these lights became a frequent occurrence, especially as Terry began transporting his prized Simmental and Angus cattle onto the ranch. The activity seemed to escalate with the arrival of his high-end livestock, and this is when things started to turn serious. As the winter months rolled in, severe snowstorms battered the region, and Terry found himself out at all hours, rounding up cattle that had wandered too far astray. One late evening, he was out on horseback, searching for one of his prize Angus cows that had been missing for almost 24 hours. He had covered the whole ranch, except for a dense area of woodland to the southwest, which he was now heading towards. As he approached the large outcropping of trees, he was relieved to see the unmistakable impressions of hoof prints in the deep snow, and he now knew that it was only a matter of time
We
before
say
he located the
not
animal.
hoof, but whatever, bro.
He paused briefly as he considered the tracks. From the spacing, he determined that she had been running at full tilt as she had entered the tree line. This was odd behavior for a cow, especially during a snowstorm, unless she had been running from something. But what?
But what?
Although it was unlikely for a predator
She
to be
had
hunting during this
been
weather,
running
it
from
wasn't
something,
impossible.
right?
But he could see only one set of tracks. He followed the hoof prints for 20 yards into the trees and soon reached a wide clearing. The tracks continued out into the middle of the open space and then stopped dead.
Well, you're right.
The
Look
cow
at
was
his
nowhere to be
hoof.
seen.
He's got the coup feed.
A cold chill ran down his spine as he recalled how the wolf's tracks had stopped in a similar fashion, as if the animal had disappeared or had been sucked up into the air.
Did you pick up his food?
He searched for a while longer, but began to lose hope. In the end, he turned back towards the homestead with a heavy heart. The only thing Terry loved more than his cattle was his family, and to lose a single cow or bull was not only financially devastating, it was also heartbreaking. He had a profound sense of pride in the breeding and rearing of each of his animals. Over the course of the winter, 4 more of his prized cows and bulls would disappear in a similar fashion. Terry began to spend many nights outdoors,
That ain't fucking
sticking
cool,
to the
man.
shadows and creeping around his property like a spectre, trying to get the drop on who was taking his cattle. Unfortunately for him, whoever or whatever it was always seemed to be 2 steps ahead. The lights seen on his land were now commonplace, but he could only ever view them from a distance, never up close. No matter how silently he tried to creep towards them, they would simply move away as if they knew he was there. But then, in the early hours of one morning, after yet another fruitless night, he was making his way back towards the homestead when a movement in the periphery of his vision suddenly caught his attention.
There we go.
To his utter shock, he saw a black mass hovering over the ground about 100 yards to his left,
Oh, no.
silhouetted against the pale white snow.
A sword.
Immediately he hunkered down and quietly observed the strange object as it moved across the land.
Yeah, but
To his eyes, it looked like a slightly smaller, snub-nosed version of the F-117 Nighthawk. However, he knew that it couldn't have been an F-117, because this thing was completely quiet, floating about 20 feet off the ground as if defying gravity. Coloured light shone from its hull, flitting over the snow as if it was searching for something. Terry was able to observe it for around 15 minutes as it made its way over to the west before turning back and heading east again. Sitting still in the cold, Terry's arms were beginning to go numb, and as he stretched his limbs, his joints cracked. In
Do I
the
need to get a
deathly
different
silence,
video?
the sound seemed impossibly loud, but in reality, it was so insignificant that it wouldn't have been heard by anyone standing beyond a distance of 6 feet. Nevertheless, the lights on the strange craft suddenly went out. It then stopped and turned in his direction. For a few tense moments, Terry's heart thumped in his chest as the object seemed to glare at him. But to his relief, it turned and silently floated off to the north out of sight. In the new year, as the spring rains began to lash the ranch, the family would lose even more cattle.
Care Bears.
But now,
Listen.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go all Mystery Science Theater, Beavis and Butthead on you.
I knew. I was
Taking
like,
it
this
serious.
is MST3K. That maybe wasn't the best video, but
MST3K.
I'm just so retardedly high, stupidly high right now. I just.
what about the Kentucky Goblins? Do you know who they are?
It kind of reminded me of the CBS radio mystery theater stuff. I don't know if you ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Kinda
what we're talking about.
I like that stuff.
I went to the theater. It was years back, but it was the guys from MST3K.
Yeah.
And they did like the live stream of it, and they did their like reactions and stuff.
Well, maybe we should do that every now and then, just to be totally stoner retarded, Put on some video and then just start like, Beavis and Butthead type shit, right?
I don't know if I can I play the freaking History Channel without it fucking getting me?
It was that British accent, Chuck.
Oh.
That's what triggered me, brah.
Please do play that video that I shared with you. I think
I saw
seen
the
All right, I just want to show what I was trying to.
I made a drawing of what I saw.
Oh.
Again.
I wonder if this one will show it.
Bonkers, I just put you over there and now you come all the way back. It's kind of.
Well, yeah, he told me what he saw
He's
and he
stealing
showed
my
me the
frickin-
drawing. It's multicolored, it is.
Cattle mutilations, a ranch in the Uinta Basin has been home to numerous bizarre and terrifying events, and it's now the subject of its own TV series on the History Channel.
Yeah, well, tonight, News Specialist Andrew Adams has his own
Oh,
exclusive look inside
these
the
people speak native Utahan.
after a visit that proved to be
It moves in quiet.
Ooka chaka, ooka, ooka, ooka chaka.
And it looms over ever empty space.
You get that sense.
Oh my God, Alice!
Oh my God, there it is.
Yeah, it's a real place.
Whoa.
Can be practically.
It's a fixer-upper.
It's a fixer-upper.
And it's usually
It's a good starter home.
the beginning.
You get the place for a steal.
First-time buyers are welcome.
Poltergeist.
So why the other people move out? Do you want it or not?
What people?
Had a mysterious bump that started to form on my head pretty rapidly, and over the course of a few days,
They just stopped
my
being here.
scalp completely separated.
We haven't heard from
from
them in a while.
For decades, locals thought the land was cursed.
I like the scary music.
It's a demonic being that can take on the shape of many different.
If you could cut out the music and just play something cheerful in the background.
Oh, that'd be great. Banjo or something nice. Ding a ding a ding
Like
ding
the
ding
Beastie
ding
Boys
ding.
video. What you want?
Rick,
My buzz.
Hey, we're coming in. Thanks for the heads up.
That was the shit when they started playing instruments.
Today.
So this is actually it's landlocked.
No communication is not good.
You have to go in by helicopter.
You have to.
Well, unless you're crossing other people's properties, it's landlocked.
I mean, you can't have landlocked property. There's always illegal ingress and egress. I guess they just don't feel like taking the mule path.
You know what? I was going to say that.
But if it's totally
Somebody said that to me
landlocked, then
before.
how do you explain the gate with the road through it?
Right.
That's just what it said on the other thing.
That happens a lot too.
And documented phenomena.
Well, it's from KSL mainstream media, so I'm sure it's been fact checked for
Could
us.
truly be, the greatest science project of our time.
I'm sure they checked the shit out of those facts.
I'm sure they fact checked the.
Well, they have a thing on the Discovery Channel.
And they found
I think
when it
it's
comes to
no
radio frequencies. the
sci-fi
ranch.
or whatever something.
Right.
They have
Government channel.
It's so refreshing to hear native Utah again. It's like listening to the what are they called? The Mormon Tabernacle Choir,
Yeah.
right? In Salt Lake City.
I
Singing
stayed in
like
the
some-
Embassy Suite right next door to
singing
there.
like the little people of the Crow Nation.
In,
all right, let me see if it will let me.
With the
in
Wolf Cub.
winter of '95, right before Mardi Gras, I was in.
Dude, what about the Godzilla wolf walking around Skinwalker Ranch?
We played.
Skinwalker Ranch really derived its name from a curse.
From a curse.
The Skinwalker curse has its roots in a feud between the Ute tribe and the Navajo tribe. At a time when the Utes were really aligned with the United States government and had sold many of their peers into slavery. So the Navajo cursed this property. A skinwalker is essentially a witch that has chosen to put on the skin, essentially, or the form of what can only be described as a giant wolf. A skinwalker is something that exhibits superhuman agility and strength. Placing the skinwalker curse on this property made it a very real place to avoid.
We've heard all these stories that if you dig on this ranch, bad things might happen to the people that do the digging. So there's a space down here that we've got instruments that say there might be something underground, but the only way to know is to drill. We want to do it safely, and we certainly don't want to do something that's dangerous, but we'd love to get your perspective on it.
Well, normally when we do anything to disturb the earth, we usually lay down the blessing, because I don't want to tap into something that isn't meant to tap
Amen.
in.
That's been my whole contention the entire time.
Let's put it this way. Let's go and see.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Great.
Why don't we
Okay,
head out there and
sounds good. Let's go for it.
As soon as everyone told the owner that, I would have been like, well, you guys have fun with that.
512.
I'm out.
Yeah. I know it goes quite a ways south.
Larry Cesspooch performing a Ute tribal blessing at the drill site might help calm the anxiety that some of the guys have about disturbing the ground on the ranch. And who knows, maybe it will really help keep us safe.
As you can tell, this is one of the old dwellings here. We call it Homestead 2. This is an area where people have had various experiences. I'll leave it at that. So if we decide to dig, it's going to be along this roadway where we detected anomalies under the ground. We don't know what it is. We just know it's something different than the rest of the dirt around under the ground here.
Right. I will lay some tobacco. I will ask for understanding that no one be hurt or affected.
We'll listen with reverence.
Sure. Bueno. Benike. Bueno. Yo voy a no poder. Echaga. Omwe. Nusnikava. Wetke. Data Wachu. Wetke. Wetke. Okay.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate you helping us with that.
Yeah, I would hope that you all would have been praying with me because you're the ones who's going to do it. And if it's something that we shouldn't touch or tap into, your instruments or machinery will malfunction and just take that as a sign.
Have fun with that witch and the wolf, though, for real, though.
Just leave it at that.
Can't tell you how much I appreciate everything.
Wait, what did he say? It's not good?
No, and I think this helps.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Did you see the color?
Great to meet you, Larry.
Thank you. Their faces.
Yeah.
They were like,
I really wish you were praying with me when I was doing that, because if you weren't, well, anyways, have a good luck. Hugs.
Anyway,
that was great. The look on like their face, they were like, what?
I don't know what you're looking at me for.
Yeah, you know what that looks called? Zoinks.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
What were they saying on Roar tonight about, what was it? Scooby on a doobie. Yeah.
Scooby, big fat dude.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like there's this whole thing, and I really want to know about this. Because there's like the History Channel's things, and
you know they're full of shit.
What?
Wait. Now, Lucky,
what do you mean? The History Channel is full of shit.
I got to ask you a question here. Now, surely you've heard
Since when?
of the curse of Chief
Get all my
Cornstalk that he placed on Point Pleasant, which led to the beady, red-eyed Mothman with his 30-foot wingspan flying around the Ohio Valley here doing his paranormal thing. There's like 13 different paranormal things living in West Virginia now. Believe that.
Exactly 13. That's awesome.
Yes.
I mean, when the actual local news is covering this thing, like that's weird to me, because that's not. I mean, maybe they're just trying to draw in more of a crowd, but I mean, the stories.
And welcome back
go
with
back.
Okay.
just around the corner. This
Swear
is a really
on a stack
tiny
of Bibles. A close personal
story.
friend of
I
mine,
mean,
former co-worker,
this place
known
in
him
the
for
country,
years,
or even-
swears to me that the Mothman actually touched him, or did he touch the Mothman? They were touching each other.
Whoa.
I don't know, but he explained to me how some of the Mothman's powers rubbed off onto him after the whole touching thing, and he was very, very, very explicit of the superpowers that he gained from the Mothman. He was like, he was able to see into the future, but only the near future. So he could only see what was going to happen between 24 and 36 hours. And he was always had that thing.
How convenient would that be? Oh
He
my
was
god.
so explicit about it. And he was like describing like how human the Mothman was in every which way and how he was anatomically correct. And
TMI.
well, then there was this time I met him at the park because he likes to do disc golf. I'm not going to name him by names, but so he likes to do disc golf. And he explains to me like he had to meet this lady at a parking lot because he had to pay her money because he had done something with her son, and he found out that her son was underage. And then I never talked to him again. Yeah, so that's how that story ends.
That would it took a creepy turn there at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like one of my friends is like, "Hey, I seen your buddy, Mothman buddy the other day." I was like, "Oh yeah?" It's like, "Yeah," and he had this with him. I'm like, "This with him? What do you mean? Like, I don't even get a word, just a pregnant pause? Like, what do you mean?" They're like, "I don't know what it was. Like a human? Yeah, it was human. Like, but what? Like, I don't know, man." I'm like, and he's like, and look, I don't know. This dude, I mean,
I don't know about all that, but I saw something that looked an awful lot like a werewolf when I was in high school.
Daggone.
All right, I just want to I really want to
call it
know about
the rad monster
the
around here, I
native
guess.
history though of Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
I do. I want to know.
I want to know more about
well, it's
Charlie
funny.
Brown's
There are
wolf.
so many curses that involve a falling out between two tribes, and the basis of the Skinwalker curse, because a Skinwalker is a witch that shapeshifts into many different forms, not just wolf, and that was because of a falling out between the Diné and the Ute, right? Or what we would call the Navajo. They call themselves the Diné, right? Ya'ata'e, Navajos. Anyways, they had a falling out because the Utes were allied with the U.S. forces, and the Navajos were allied with the Navajos, and a big old can of come and fucking get some. And so when the Utes sold out, they're like, "Well, fuck you. We curse your land. You fucking sell out, pussies." Well, same thing happened with Tecumseh, right? Blue Jacket, the Shawnee warrior, way back in the day. I don't know if you've ever heard of Tecumseh, but he had a brother, the prophet Tenskwatawa, who he went down to meet with the Chickasaw and the Choctaw and the Muskogee and the Seminole and the Cherokee down there near, kind of close to Elvistown, not far from Tupelo, Mississippi. Anyways, this is like in 1812. And Tecumseh was like, "Listen, we're fighting with the British," because this is during War of 1812, right? And so Tecumseh's like, "Listen, if we fight with the British against the American colonists, we can take our land back and stay in Ohio, and we can stay in Kentucky, and we can stay in Georgia, and we won't have to leave, because the white man's just going to push us to Mississippi River and beyond Mississippi River until we're all dead. So now's our chance to all band together, every single tribe, and kill the white man." So the leader of the Cherokee at the time, Ohop's like, "Man, we got a lot of friends that are white man, and we've got along with the British before, but we get along with the Americans too. So since we have divided loyalties, we're just going to be like all Switzerland and just be neutral." And they're like, "What? But the Cherokee's the biggest. Y'all got the biggest guns and the warriors, and yeah, we're going to sit this one out." And so Tenskwatawa was like, "Well, you have cursed us. You've cursed us to make the rivers run backwards." And he struck his cane to the ground, and it made the entire ground shake and tremble from New Madrid, Missouri, up and down the Mississippi River. At that exact moment, the great earthquake of 1812 happened, and literally the Mississippi River ran backwards.
Wow.
And it made all kinds of lakes and oxbows as it was running south to north from Louisiana toward Illinois.
Trippy.
During the, because it was like a Richter 10 on the Richter scale.
A fatty.
The Great Earthquake of 1812. And so they say that's because of the curse, because Tecumseh's brother was like, oh, hell no. Y'all done fucked up now.
Yep.
Boom.
That's some fucking powerful shit when you can turn the water around.
That tornado that fucked up Mayfield went right over that very area I'm talking about, because it hit Tiptonville, Tennessee, after it came across Haiti, Missouri, right near Caruthersville, after it had come out of Arkansas. But anyways, right when it was crossing between Tennessee and Kentucky, it went across Reelfoot Lake, Reelfoot, Reelfoot, Reelfoot Lake, and that was created during Tecumseh's brother's earthquake in 1812, Tenskwatawa. And it's like, I don't know, 30 or 40 miles long and 5 miles wide. Just a brand new channel of river that was created during the earthquake when it made the river run backwards. And then it stopped, and then the river went back to running regular, and now there's a lake there.
That was the twister that went like 200 and fucking 40 miles.
That killed the candle workers in the candle factory because the manager said, if you leave, even while the tornado sirens are going on outside, even with tornado sirens, even with everyone's cell phone going off, tornado emergency. If you leave, you won't have a job to come back to.
Dirty cocksuckers, man.
If I stay, well, guess what? Even when you stayed and you were lucky enough not to be killed when the walls and the ceiling collapsed, right?
Yeah.
Even if you stayed, the next day, you still didn't have a job to come back to. Because the candle factory's toast.
The candle factory's toast. Yeah.
And all those extra candles that they got pushed out the assembly line in the 10 minutes while it was chewing up the employee parking lot, all those candles got spit into the parking lot too. So what was the fucking point of making those people stay there and die?
Ridiculous.
You guys catch the JD's dropping the RFK interview today?
Yes.
Speaking of
I watched it.
Maybe turn the tide to some bullshit with that conversation. That I'm hoping a lot of people will see that and fucking, that needs to be freaking seen far and wide. Does he have some sort of medical condition? He sounds like he's having a really hard time talking. Does he have some sort of degenerative? Yeah.
Yeah, he's had that for a long time.
What do you know what that is? Is it like a breathing issue or some sort of neurological?
I was thinking it was kind of like something like a
Parkinson's
like
or something?
a Parkinson or something, but like a milder form, not as severe as like what Michael J. Fox has. But I really don't know. I'm only speculating.
I downloaded that freaking interview just in case YouTube yanks it, because I'm surprised they let it go up at all.
Oh, well, it's on.
That was a good conversation.
People have copied it and thrown it other places. And I normally rip shit. And he's got it on premium on Rockfin too.
Or Rumble.
But I think they paywalled it on Rumble too. It wasn't free to the public until he ripped it onto YouTube's today.
So I wanted to see if this has anything on it. There's it's really hard to find anything on it that is not like the History Channel.
He has a condition, called spasmodic dysphonia.
Tales from the light side, the dark side, and the other side. I'm Steve White.
Anybody knew right off the rip. Thank you for looking at it.
Skinwalker Ranch. This article was written by author Joni Mahan and is being used with permission. It can be found at theghostdiaries.com. Sherman Ranch, or as it's more commonly known, Skinwalker Ranch, is hands down one of the most mysterious places on Earth, crossing over into nearly every category of the paranormal world. Where else could UFO sightings be linked with poltergeist-like activity?
It's wild.
interdimensional portals,
Only affects your
shape-shifting
vocal
humanoids,
cords or whatever
and
thing
mutant
he has.
wolf encounters. Located in the Erie Uinta Basin of northeastern Utah and surrounded on three sides by mountains and cliffs, Skinwalker Ranch has been the source of thousands of UFO-type sightings and strange encounters reported by intrepid journalists who have dared to trespass on this private property. The general consensus is that some kind of above top-secret paranormal experimentation has been taking place there. But to truly understand how creepy and mysterious Skinwalker Ranch is, you have to know the history and the context.
What is the history?
Some people have attributed the phenomena to the original Navajo legend of the Skinwalker. By definition, a Skinwalker is a person, usually of Native American origin, who has the ability to transform into an animal of their choice. In the Navajo culture, Skinwalkers can assume different forms based on their need. If they wanted to fly, they could be a bird, then transform into a wolf when they reach their destination. Due to their inhuman bursts of speed, they are nearly impossible to catch and can only be killed if they are mortally injured in the neck region. Skinwalkers are often lurkers, standing outside windows or approaching people on lonely highways. They can read minds to know what scares people and then use that information to instill fear and control their victims.
That just seems unfair.
The legend of the Skinwalker in the Uinta Basin area reportedly started in the 1800s when European colonists began moving further west, pushing out the Native American tribes who had resided there for more than 1,000 years. During the Civil War, some Ute members allegedly took orders from Kit Carson in the battle against the Navajo, resulting in a curse on the land. Some believe a Skinwalker was created in the process, and that it still lives in the heart of the basin in a place called Shadow Canyon. Local tribe members avoid the area at all costs for fear of angering it. An interdimensional doorway? Shaman healer Michael Robichaud feels there's even more to the Uinta Basin area than the legends suggest. He believes the area might be an interdimensional doorway to another realm.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think it's a portal, but also has the spiritual basis of Native American rituals of an ancient origin that may be so old that even tribal elders don't even have the whole story of such an active place. It may be where the past meets the future, he said. What started out as a local legend would quickly gain national exposure, opening up a sea of interest and speculation. It would soon become perhaps the most thoroughly researched paranormal hotspot in the world, while providing its fair share of controversies and conspiracy theories in the process. In 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman started the ball rolling when they purchased a 480-acre ranch in the Basin area. It was a beautiful parcel of land with a picturesque ridge in the background, framing the rugged terrain, meandering stream, and a fringe of boxwood trees on the property. They hoped to realize their dreams of starting a cattle ranch, breeding top-quality animals while raising their 2 children in the scenic surroundings. Initially, the Shermans were curious about why such a beautiful ranch had sat unoccupied for 7 years. They got their answer shortly after moving in. The oddities began piling up, one by one.
Yes, we've heard all about all the oddities
with metal chains at each end of the house,
and Terry
as
Sherman
though
and
someone
British
had
accent
chained
for
up
the
large
entire
animals
saga.
to guard the doors. Padlocks were bolted onto many of the doors inside and out, suggesting that previous occupants were concerned for their safety.
Say what?
None of it made any sense to the new ranch owners, but they shrugged it off without giving it much thought. That would change soon enough. The day they moved their belongings into the small ranch cabin, they received their first dose of reality. A large wolf approached them as they stood outside with Terry's father, Ed. It was larger than any wolf the couple had ever seen, possibly weighing as much as 200
Big wolf.
All right, maybe this was.
at the windows, which turned into apparitions standing at the foot of their beds.
What?
Members of the family began having terrifying nightmares, and objects began disappearing, only to reappear somewhere else. One day, Gwen carried in groceries from the car and unloaded them onto the counter.
preparing to put them away. She turned around, distracted by something. When she turned back, all the groceries were back in the bags, as though she'd never unpacked them. The strangeness only increased from there. They began smelling a strong musky scent that they could not explain. They also began finding their prized cattle dead in the fields, mutilated beyond belief. Some had their genital areas mutilated, while
Gnarly.
another had its eye completely removed, as if it was done surgically.
Gnarly.
Cattle began disappearing at an alarming rate, which was detrimental to Terry's ranching business. He lost 20% of his herd in 2 years, which is excessive compared to the normal 1% rate that most ranchers in the area faced.
Yeah, you can't use them if they
Orbs
pull
of
the
light
face off.
seemed particularly intrigued by the cattle, often lingering over their heads. Terry wasn't certain what to do about his losses. His cattle weren't ordinary cows. They were prized cattle that cost him thousands of dollars. Having them disappear so mysteriously was disconcerting, to say the least, especially considering many of them vanished without a trace, leaving a trail of hoofprints behind them. Things would only get worse. Lights would appear out of the sky, blanketing the entire area to near daylight conditions. Strange animals were often seen roaming around the ranch. Bright tropical birds were spotted in the trees, and their dogs became so fearful of the activity, they cowered in their doghouses and refused to come out, even for food and water. 6 of their outdoor cats disappeared in a single night. The final straw came one night when their dogs began chasing one of the strange orbs of light. Terry Sherman encouraged the dogs to chase it, and they quickly disappeared into the darkness.
Get it, boy.
Moments later, he heard the undeniable sounds of the animals yelping. They pursued the sound, but could find no trace of the animals. The next morning, they discovered 3 scorched circles in the ground with gooey lumps of liquefied flesh in the center.
Ew.
Something had killed the dogs. Enough was enough. Life on the ranch wasn't what they imagined. The financial losses from the missing cattle were nearly bankrupting them. The children's grades were dropping, and sleeping was becoming a real issue for the family due to the constant activity and nightmares. Towards the end, they were all sleeping together in the same room, hoping for safety in numbers. After telling their story to a journalist at a Salt Lake City newspaper, the Shermans were approached by an unusual buyer. In 1996, hotel entrepreneur Robert Bigelow paid the Shermans $200,000 for their
Bobby
ranch
Biggs.
and turned it into a research facility to study the paranormal events, founding NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science, to formalize the
Bigelow,
project.
male gigolo,
Over
buys
a
the
period of time,
skinwalker.
he hired
Got
psychologists,
it.
engineers, physicists, and biologists
You can do
to aid in
it.
his research.
You can
And
do
he hunted
it.
down
You
the
can
ranch,
do it.
hiring former military security guards to keep it protected from outsiders. He established a science advisory board and brought in state-of-the-art equipment. The tables were turning at Skinwalker Ranch.
Fuck.
The hunters were now being hunted.
Dude, he kind of looks like a Robert
During the early
Snyder.
days at the ranch,
Kind of does.
the
Like
NIDS
Rob
team
Snyder's
consisted of a
dad.
veterinarian,
Rob
physicist,
Snyder's
and a
dad,
biochemist. Even though the Shermans moved to a ranch 25 miles away, Terry Sherman agreed to stay on as the ranch manager, caring for the livestock both he
Rob
and
Snyder's
NIDS
totally
brought
woke
in
on
to
these
act as
vaccines
bait
too,
for the
bro.
paranormal activity. Teams investigated
They're
the
both
ranch in
named
pairs,
Bob. Think
often
that's a
bringing a dog
coincidence?
along with them as
Come
they
on.
made their rounds. One of the researchers hired for the ranch was Dr. Colm A. Kelleher, a biochemist with 15 years of cell and molecular biology experience. Kelleher became the deputy administrator of NIDS and, among other things, documented the events that transpired at the ranch. The team's veterinarian inspected the cattle, finding no outward cause of death. The bodies were too far along in their decomposition for any further analysis to be done, so they tucked the information away, hoping it would make more sense later. George Knapp, a respected journalist who was known for his work on another UFO story that brought him both fame and disdain from his fellow journalists, joined the team.
Well,
Never
fellas, this
before
cow was
had
killed
so many
last night, so I'm
resources
going
been
to take some
provided for the
T-bone,
sake of
some
paranormal
T-bone and
research.
ribeye samples.
He was anxious
That's
to
right.
see what they would uncover.
I'm just gonna bring the rest home to the
Soon
family.
after arriving on the ranch, Knapp had his first
Let's
experience
see if
with the
this
glowing
filet
orb
mignon is
lights.
paranormal.
2 groups were stationed in different areas of the ranch
These
to
kids
watch
will
for
eat
activity.
anything.
As Knapp's group waited for something to happen, they saw a bright yellow orb of light shoot out from behind the ridge. It moved silently but swiftly, at the speed of a jet airplane. To their amazement,
So, from what I've what I've seen from some of the videos that I have watched, is that it's like supposed to be one of the biggest places with all the paranormal things happening from on the ground up in the sky and everything like that.
I mean, I was kind of getting some Bob Guccione Penthouse Letters vibes there of some like paranormal, like fear porn vibes, like just kind of the whole presentation. Because I mean, we're talking about real things, but I feel like there's a lot of videos and a lot of content that's just kind of like.
It was my first day as a paranormal investigator. I knew things are going to be interesting.
We have so much fun. Oh my God. I mean, it doesn't matter what we're talking about, whether it's, animals being skinned alive, people terrified out of their minds, dogs being zapped by flying saucers, coronavirus mandates, forced injections of children. I mean,
we can find a way to laugh about it.
Find a way to make it all entertaining and fun.
Well, it was requested that I look.
Want to talk about it? Want to hear it? Here you go. Thank you very much.
It was requested that I look into that and like maybe show something about Skinwalker Ranch, but there's just so much of it is just a History Channel.
There's a lot
because they've been doing a series there for like a few years.
Yeah.
So the History Channel's going to hold up
history
there
and went on
in
UFO
Utah
at least 8 years ago.
Are you sure it's not the Mormons? I went to see the Grateful Dead in '95 in Salt Lake City at the Delta Center, and we stayed at the Embassy Suites directly across the street from the Mormon Tabernacle. And it was pretty fucking cool. It was very, very low key.
Now, funny thing, over here in Huntington, West Virginia, we have our own amusement park that's called Camden Park. And it actually has 2 rides on it from Coney Island, New York. It's kind of like an amusement park museum that still opens, but like everything is just like super old and super rusty. Well, anyways, they built the Camden Amusement Park on top of an Indian graveyard full of Indian burial mounds.
Oh, that's nice.
That are all throughout the middle of it. And spoiler alert, that wasn't a good idea.
Probably not. Right.
And the story is that they had buried things on the big mound in the middle before. And literally the next day, every time they tried to bury something there, when they would go back the next day, the hole was already empty and it had already crawled back out. So I don't have to do a whole pet cemetery thing. I can just take you across the river. Hello.
Howdy.
Oh, hi, Vicky. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're kind of like
We're all up in the Skinwalker business. And
you know what I find interesting with all that stuff from the History Channel? Because I got into that for a while too. It fascinates me as well. But they always throw in words about like Native Americanness or lore. They really get amp up the mysterious factor of it. But how many actual like Native folks do they interview in any of this stuff? Of course, there's some lore. All people have lore. I'm sure there's some very interesting truths behind these things, or they wouldn't have stuck around for so many thousands of years. But
right,
I don't know. I kind of these are the sorts of things I think they have to sort of. Either it's part of your culture and about it in that way, or you encounter it your own.
The thing about it is, we have so many stories.
I can finish
giants.
that if you want. I have a real thing if you want to hear it at some point. It's up to you, but
giants and the giant red leech and the Judicola, and I mean, there's so many stories about this stuff, and I mean, they always are like, they're kind of like Aesop fables in that there's always a moral or a lesson in all these stories. And so, I don't know. I don't really take them literally, just like, you know, after having studied theology and gone full blown Catholic at the seminary, I kind of look at the Bible and the stories about Jesus and stuff as like, stories that have a moral that are supposed to teach, but it's supposed to be allegory and symbolism. You're not supposed to take it all as a literal historical account of a flesh and blood man that walked the earth. But a lot of people get really butthurt about that, and then I'm like, I mean, dude, what if the Cherokee went into our caves and wrote a whole bunch of scrolls and had our shit translated into Hebrew or Greek and made our great Bible book, and then we told absolutely every other single person walking on the face of the earth that our holy book is the only holy book and the only way and the one and only word of God, and everything, and everybody else can eat a bag of dicks. But I mean, that's how we're supposed to treat these few tribes from the Middle East. That put forth this material that was translated into Hebrew and into Greek, and then from there, eventually by Gutenberg into English, and finally printed into Bibles for where people could get their own Bible and read it. But I mean, by the time you read, say, for example, like a King James version of the Bible, it's been so warped and just completely misconstrued through different translations, and there's been stuff added in, and there's been stuff taken out, and you're like, well, then why does the Catholic Bible have all these deuterocanonical and Gnostic gospels and extra books and
other stuff?
And then
piety is not what the lessons bring to the people; it's the mistake they bring to the lessons.
Yeah,
it's a really good quote from the Man from Earth. It's a really
the Mormons take it even further because they're like, well, in addition to the Old Testament and the New Testament, there's like the Pearl of Great Price and the Books of Mormon and all these other it's like whole more body. It's like Bible, the sequel.
What about the Gnostic Gospels?
By Brigham Young and Joseph Smith. It's Bible, the sequel.
Bible, part 2.
Do you guys know? I don't know what this means.
What?
What this question means.
Oh, the question. Sorry, like I would continue to crash this. Don't respond, Ben. Are you eligible for medical exemptions to not get the facts?
Well, they had asked earlier if you wanted that they weren't interested in the cryptid skinwalker story. They wanted to talk about the debate between Graham and Jimmy Dore.
I see.
Oh.
Ostensibly,
Well, we kind of covered that, but I mean, I was looking at the Skinwalker Ranch because I was asked by someone else previously to look into that, and
it's fascinating.
It is. It really is.
It's fascinating to me.
I wouldn't mind like putting a pin in it for I mean, whatever if you want to keep going. But Wolf Dude was the one who had brought it up, if I recall.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to give everybody like the chance to kind of look into it a little bit and see where, you know what I mean, where we can come back to it and kind of like know a little bit better. But I wanted to give you guys a little idea of what I was talking about. Because I thought it was really interesting when I did start to watch some. There's, some videos, the YouTube videos, but some of them are ones that I can't play on here because I'll get nabbed. But I figure we could kind of look into that a little bit. It's just interesting, and it's interesting that it still has like all these paranormal like roots to it, and they're saying that like they think it's one of the highest density of paranormal places like that, like anywhere.
There's definitely vortexes all over the earth.
Oh, there definitely is.
Sounds like
if you're interested in cryptids, I had an encounter with one in high school, I'm pretty sure.
Honestly, everything that I heard about that place,
that's also
whether it's the British version or the native Utahn version, everything I heard about that place tells me that there's a portal there, that there's a door there, because we have haulers and places in the mountains that are much the same. That if you need to take door 2 or door 3, you go here or you go there, and then behind the waterfall and presto.
It's like the elevators to the other dimensions, you know?
Yes. It's like elevators, like Andre 3000 and Big Boy of Outkast.
I'm done though. I gotta go lay down.
I don't know what I'm ignoring.
It was super awesome hanging out with you guys. I love you, and I will see you soon.
Yo mama and your cousin too.
Rest well. Thanks for hanging out.
Love.
Much love, Kanogi Stehan. Hello.
Yeah, Riley, I was coming home from a party one time in high school. It was a friend of mine. I was driving, and it's a pretty rural area, and I was really high, but I wasn't drunk. So I mean, I wasn't like hallucinating by any stretch or out of it. And I was going at a pretty good pace, and the road went like this. There was a backcountry highway, so it was technically 2 lanes, but it was like a comfortable, like when you're around here at night, you ride in the middle of the road, kind of. Where the bumps are better. So anyway, it kind of came up. There was an embankment that came up on my right, came up the road and went up again, up into the woods this way. And of course it happened so fast, but whatever this was, it came up from the passenger side, the right-hand side of the car. It came up the hill as if you're walking up the hill as a person, a 2-legged, you're walking up a steep incline and you're walking up to the road. So when you come up to the road, you're going to take that step and you're on 2 legs. Whatever this was, when it came up initially, it was on 2 legs. It was walking. It came up and it was on 2 legs. And as soon as like my lights hit it, it fell down onto all 4s. It took up an entire lane of this road. It had the weirdest fur I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen all manner of animals, bears and all that. It was this really gnarly, like deep reddish brown. And it looked at us real quick. And when you capture something and you get that red eye from a camera or something, it was not that kind of red eye. It was like laser red eyes. I know it sounds really goofy, but it took one look at us. It freaking took one quick pound across the road, and the next thing you know, it was up on 2 legs again, and it ran on 2 legs up the freaking hill and out of sight. And I mean, it happened so fast. I reefed on the brakes, and we went skidding sideways. My friend was half in the bag. And he was like, "Oh, what the hell was that?" And freaking, I'm trying to start the car. It wouldn't start. And I finally got it started, and we're scaring each other. But then we were telling our buddy the next day, whose house we had come from, who lived up. It's the back of the DAR State Forest, if you're familiar with Massachusetts at all. It's up in Ashfield, Mass. And his property abuts the park and stuff. He said, "Yeah, they call it the Rad Monster, DAR spelled backwards." He said, "People have been hearing about it for years." And then my buddy, who was with me that night, he's got some native heritage on his family, and his mom's really into it and stuff. And she used to go and hang out with this native woman, lived out in the woods up there. And "Oh yeah, I got family of Sasquatch and come and visit me." And we got to be some interesting conversations surrounding this one experience. But we got to the point afterwards, we just kind of stopped talking about it because everybody thought we were, of course, either, hammered or bullshitting them or whatever. But it was interesting. I've never seen anything like that before. I've seen a lot, like I said, a lot of bear, and I don't know. It was cool.
I just got to throw it out there, full disclosure, and so I'm not hiding anybody from anything. The Sasquatch is my jerky plug.
Is your what?
My jerky plug. My turkey jerky plug. I make my own beef jerky, but I get my turkey jerky from Sasquatch.
Yeah, I was watching something on Sasquatch earlier. Sasquatch Mountain. British Columbia.
Seriously, Chuck, do not mess with Sasquatch.
Oh no, I wish. I was just thinking I was supposed to. My buddy texted me earlier, and I forgot to text him back. If he were here right now,
it seems like fun and games. You're joking around,
knocking on the trees, and he got chased halfway through Georgia on the Appalachian Trail. He pissed off some Sasquatch somehow. I don't know what he did. He doesn't know what he did, but he said he was lucky to get away from them, and he tried to appease them. And then finally, he must have done something right, and they figured out he wasn't trying to. He was just made some mistakes or whatever, and they left him a freaking leg of deer. He hadn't eaten in days. He was scared out of his freaking mind, and freaking wakes up the next day, and there's a deer's leg there, and he said he ate a bunch of it raw. He was so freaking crazed, hungry.
So, Centaur.
Man, that sounds like fun.
No, I know they're no. I don't joke about them. I know
All right, who wants to hike the AT with the Yona?
So
I'd love to.
Don't worry, I speak Sasquatch.
Centaur's
my
asking
languages.
our opinion on the Elwood and Door thing, and I've gone through it like twice on here already. You know, the last two streams we've gone over the Door and Elwood thing. Do you guys? I mean, how are you guys feeling about it? I'm like me. I'm just like.
I'll talk about anything, but you know.
I think it's bullshit what freaking what Graham did, and you know, like it was stressful. It was stressful to me, like what he did to me at the time, and
You know what?
freaking
I'm
yelled at
thinking
me and
long and
shit.
hard about
But
Graham Elwood, and I'm gonna run and go to pee real quick, and I'm gonna check the hospital beds so I can get a full count of the hospital beds. Because Graham just said, before you talk about this, go down to your local emergency room department and see how many hospital beds are down there. So I'm going to go pee, check the hospital beds. I'll be right back. And then I'll be qualified to talk about this once I meet the Graham Elwood prerequisite. Okay.
It's so, seriously, like I said before, man, I am full-time caregiver for an elderly person who's fighting terminal illness. I've been doing this for like 10 fucking years now. Even when my mom was alive, I helped her. I was her full-time caregiver. They're both dealing with cancer. We have been in and out of the fucking emergency room and the hospital in general the entire time since the fucking lockdown started, and they have always been a ghost town. The only reason, and of course the place is all that the floors are disgusting. There's people all over the place. They're parking them out in the hallways. Of course, it's because there's no fucking funding. This is like the Rome is burning. This is the end of the whole fucking empire. All the scumbags who've been profiting and perverting the infrastructure that's been in place to ostensibly take care of our basic human needs has been pirated. And this is their last fucking grab at every fucking turn. And I'm sorry to hear someone. I really love Graham. He's a good guy. On most every other issue, I have no qualms with him. I mean, I quite honestly haven't watched him in a while now, but it's just, there's too many people taking that shit take. We've gone over this. I think it's the fear, man, on so many levels. People fear of everybody wants to get back to normal. There's no normal. There was no normal before. Normal was insane before.
I don't want to go back to the normal. I want to move forward and do better. Is what I want.
Not the WEF's fucking idea of the new goddamn normal. That's for sure.
Oh my god, no! And we covered that, tied into that too.
And I appreciate you bringing it up, Centaur. But
yeah, it's not that I don't want to address it. I've addressed it. I'm exhausted of the whole thing with Graham. I don't know how Jimmy is. Like,
I'm glad they tried. I didn't really feel like I got too much out of the whole discussion. Like nothing really. We didn't seem to get anywhere except that Jimmy tried to point.
It's
put
on
the
Graham's
olive
plate
branch out there. Or,
it's on his, like, the ball's in fucking Graham's court. Either he's gonna like stop fucking towing the goddamn mainstream media fucking line, or he's gonna continue it. Like, it's really in his court. I think that he wanted to make money. He got pissed that everything got shut down, and he's mad at the wrong people. I don't know. And I don't think that anybody should be coerced or have to be forcefully do anything.
no, of course not. Exactly. I mean, do what you want with your own body. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but it, safe and effective and all that spiel. Whatever. And that's the whole point, man. But it's a rabbit hole. You cannot have informed consent on an experimental thing. It typically takes 5 to 12 years. This is bullshit. Like, what was it Steve said earlier? Like, when, or what somebody said earlier, I thought it was Steve. Like, when does the emergency end? It's musical goalposts. It's like, Jesus Christ, and all of the information they're giving us is pretty much contrary to like all of the other agencies that have ever been worth a damn. Not that, I've always taken them with a grain of salt, but I don't have any need to subscribe to somebody to worship, so to speak, as far as science or religion or whatever. I think we have the ability of critical thought for a reason, we should exercise it.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I
More
don't.
people
I
have
don't.
been
I don't
harmed.
trust someone that says they have a show called Government Secrets, and then, you know, in the middle of a show called Government Secrets, and you're covering the Spanish flu, you yell at somebody for asking you why you trust big pharma and the government.
Right, and
I'm
especially I
asking
understand
why you
why
trust
you're
them. And he yelled at me and lost his shit at me, and it started this whole thing. Like it's insane what happened, and that he continues to say the things that he says. I mean, like,
So what is going on with catalytic centaur?
Centaur, you can come on, you know, right, Lucky? The stream's still open to everyone in the chat, or
yeah.
that'd be awesome if you want to come on. It's easy because you lose the tone, and it's a pain in the ass to get your meaning through the chat sometimes.
I mean, when I was thinking about it when I went downstairs, I mean, I remember how it ended with Jimmy and Graham, because hey Graham, I got another guest and I'm about to go to them, but wait, we're gonna finish this and then I'll go to them. And so he wrapped it up pretty quick and pretty much got him to agree that, okay, so you're saying that because of the hospital beds, you support the mandate. And he's like, yes. He's like, okay, all right. That's fucking crazy. You're nuts, pretty much. Like, and dude, that's it. Like, he's
Centaur,
right.
The StreamYard link allows you to just have your mic on if you want to have like a blank screen or a picture for your icon. You don't have to. That's entirely up to you. Sorry, Jonah, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
You're fine.
Is this the thing? Oh, that one's Steve's.
Yeah, it was like I was saying earlier. I forget that guy's the name of that stream already. Crap. The guy over there in London I mentioned earlier.
Gordon Dimmick?
Brain fry. No, it was a guy, just a random streamer
Russell Brand?
Like us. No, just a regular, citizen journalist. He just runs a podcast from his house, like Lucky and Steve are doing. Like we're doing right here.
Like that's what Gordon Dimmick does.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't mean to. I love Gordon Dimmick. He's awesome, absolutely awesome. I don't blame him at all for kind of screwing off from YouTube because they were really fucking with him.
Yeah,
Nice that some of his content he's posting it back up there. Hang on, I'll see if I can find that name again.
Well, this is the thing that you. This is
now I had mentioned twice earlier tonight about the Cherokee morning song. So you're not even allowed to play the Navajo morning song until I sing the Cherokee morning song. Having mentioned it twice already. Right. That's
Charlie
Wendeyaho.
Drop that link,
Right.
and I
mean, no offense to the YouTube video, but you got the live Cherokee, live and in person on camera, so you know. So
matter of fact, partly I figured you'd really enjoy it when you get to it whenever you want, or not at all. But
Wendeyaho, Wendeyaho, Wendeya, Wendeya. Oh, 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 hey, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. And you just repeat.
I've heard that before.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's it's out there.
It's amazing to me. I kind of still have to laugh, and I don't mean to be rude, but it's like, I used to, my family and I used to attend like an intertribal powwow community, but I kind of I just didn't feel right to keep going to it because it just seemed like I wasn't brought up around the fireplaces of my ancestors, and I'm curious, and I feel like a pull and all that stuff, but I'm not trying to like disrespect anybody or, the ancestors or the spirits that be and all that stuff. But everybody like is always like, oh, I'm Cherokee, and then you inevitably hear that like my grandmother was a princess and this kind of stuff. I was like, not trying to be rude, but I'm like, I don't even know how to like because I don't claim to be native. I'm supposedly Blackfoot on both sides of my family, according to the eldest relatives on both sides. But I'm not walking around, pretending I'm Blackfoot or something. But
well,
pay respect and my prayers to my
We have
ancestors.
guys. Look.
For me, it's there he is.
Right on. Cool.
All right.
What's up,
Welcome.
Santa?
How are you?
OCO.
Can you hear us?
Got to figure out the mic, probably.
No audio at the moment, Centaur.
Yeah, we don't hear anything. Oh. Maybe you're muted. Are you muted?
Me think
Depending on
it's
what type
so.
of device you're on, it might appear differently. It always does for me.
I know when I first got this headset and microphone, I had to go through different settings on my browser and all kinds of crap in order
While
to
having my microphone on.
There you are.
Yay, we got
There we
you.
go. It's working. OCO.
We had
Can
you
you
for a
hear
second
us?
there.
Well, he figured it out for a minute. I remember the first time I tried to use this headset, and I was on Discord trying to talk to a guy, and I couldn't get figured out. I hadn't found the right menu and changed the right setting, and it was so frustrating. And then two other people came on the conversation, and the whole time I was like typing and like, I'm trying to fix it. Because I mean, this technology.
Jump in whenever you can, Centaur. You're almost there. I don't know what you're doing. You almost had it, so you can't be too
Yeah,
far
we heard
off.
you for a
Yeah, we
minute.
heard you for a split second there while I was battling on.
Well, do you want me to play this real quick?
Point
Then?
is just
Oh.
cannot
There you are.
I heard me good.
audio on while speaking.
Yes,
Yes, we heard you.
we heard you fine. Well, kind of like through a McDonald's order box. Do you want that supersized?
All right. So, yeah, I put my laptop speakers on and have switched to the microphone. I should be able to speak and listen.
Excellent.
Yep,
Awesome.
working great.
Is that a German accent I detect?
Yeah,
Right on.
it's a German
Jawohl,
accent.
und so weiter. Zum Beispiel, Sie können ein bisschen Deutsch verstehen Sie, jawohl. Für die Spritze macht's frei, mein Freund.
Oh my goodness.
So,
Uh,
yeah, the whole debate about the one and all topic is so annoying. Yeah, really.
yeah.
It's draining, kind of. And I don't want to get anyone feeling down or so. But yeah, yesterday I saw that debate between these both, and I really thought that someone really has lost it, and some sense of empathy has
Yes.
been misled into something quite destructive without any awareness of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is true. Ich denke, das ist richtig. Ja.
Ja, gut. Okay. Ich denke auch, dass das richtig ist. Ja, genau.
Ja, ja, aber entschuldigen Sie, ich habe so
No,
viel
no,
Deutsch
no, please
vergessen.
don't.
I've really, in 2018, my wife and I went to Köln and Dusseldorf in the Rhineland and Upper Saxony, and really got to enjoy Deutschland. It was fortunate we went when we did, because travel since late 2018 obviously has become more difficult across the EU. But I remember riding on the ice trains, because in Germany they're ICE, the ice trains.
ICE, yeah, right.
Yeah, the Zug at the Hauptbahnhof,
Okay. And what
Which Gleis do I go? I'm sorry, I can't read the ticket.
Okay. What impression did you have about Germans?
Well, okay. What was interesting was when we took the train, because we flew into Europe, into Schiphol, which is the airport in the Netherlands outside of Amsterdam. And then after being in Amsterdam, because, Yona being the weed smoker, I had to go to the coffee shops in Amsterdam. And interestingly enough, I befriended some Germans when I was at the Cafe Siberia. Shout out Cafe Siberia. And they were German, but they were Bavaria Nischer, Ich liebe, like that, not the Hochdeutsch. And so I was smoking with them, and they always mixed tobacco into the weed when they're rolling the joint, like a spliff style and like a cone shape, And so they're like, you should come to Germany, man. It's great. I was like, yeah, but I like smoking weed. They're like, oh, it's okay. We smoke weed in Germany too, man. You should come. And so I'm like, well, I really wanted to see the church where Martin Luther, well, that's Cologne, man. And I'm like, and my wife loves mustard.
Is it
and they're like, Senf? So Senf, oh, you got to go to Dusseldorf. So off we went to Germany. And of all the places I traveled, Germany had the best food.
Oh,
it was
wow.
amazing.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
We have good bread and good sausage. Yeah, right.
Oh my God. But even, like when I had the Italian food or the other food at the restaurant in Cologne, it was absolutely the best food. Even the French food that I had there, I had a croque monsieur down in Mannheim. In Mannheim, when we were there for a couple of hours waiting to change trains, and because we ended up going from Cologne, we traveled by train all the way down into the Alsace and Lorraine to Strasbourg, and then at Strasbourg we then got on the train grand vitesse, the TGV, which is their high speed train, and then we took that back to Barcelona. And then got on another high-speed train, the Ave, which took us back to Madrid, because our tickets were from the Barajas airport to Cancun, Mexico, and that's how we made our way back to the United States. But hands down, the most fun I had was in Germany. So when we first get off the train in Germany, we arrive at the Hauptbahnhof in Köln, or Cologne, as we would say in English. And there's a huge protest in the big plaza in front of the train station of Nazis protesting the right to be able to protest. And it reminded me of this movie, The Blues Brothers, with Dan Aykroyd and Jim Belushi, where it's got a famous scene in it, and a major character in The Blues Brothers are the Illinois Nazis, and it shows them with a big Nazi protest, and then they were like, oh, they won their case with the ACLU and they won the right to protest. And
but
that's the first thing I saw in Germany, and I was like, wow, they're still like Nazis. That's weird.
Really?
I guess not.
Really?
It wasn't a
I
very
don't
big
know
thing. People were just ignoring
if
it.
it's about Nazis or not. Anyways, anyone should be able to, say what they are meaning.
Yeah, it's a freedom of speech issue, And so the police were protecting this little group of about maybe 30 or 40 people, and there were more police than even the Nazis with their microphone and speaker system, saying what they wanted to say, and they were allowed to speak. And everyone else, because Cologne was such a crowded city, especially right around the pharmacy shop inside the train station and everything where they were speaking, and everyone else was just ignoring them and going about their business. It was not really a controversy or anything. And that was what was weird to me, was because normally when you see a protest in the United States, there's always a counter protest, right? And a lot of times there's a lot of friction, and people are just kind of drawn into it. like I think about like what happened recently in Kenosha with the
Wait,
Rittenhouse
please.
trial. Not like that. It was not like that in Cologne, Germany.
Yeah, I haven't heard about 15 seconds or so because the stream broke off on my side.
Oh, sorry about that. I have to ask you, you know, what's helped me keep my German to where I can still understand most German, when it comes to the Spritze and the Impfung for all the mention. It's watching Vivian and Rainer Fulmich, with their Ausschuss, what is it, the Sitzung Ausschuss Corona, and they have Herr Dr. Wolfgang Vodog and many others on there. So surely you've heard of them.
Okay, so a critic, about how certain data is being, or how a certain topic is being handled. Yeah, right. Yep.
I remember when they had Zev Zelenko, who is very famous in the United States. He's like a Jewish doctor, the Zelenko Protocol, and Rainer Fulmich and Vivian and Wolfgang were interviewing him, and he was on the Corona, panel because they're like doing an investigation for like a Neues Nuremberg court or something, right? And Zelenko kind of got into it with Wolfgang Vodard, and it was kind of comical a little bit. I don't know.
Okay, so still you haven't answered my question about what was your general impression about Germans?
My general impression about Germans was, number one, particularly
and
it was the safest place I went. It was not really safe in Barcelona. I didn't really feel safe in Sicily, even in the country. But in Germany, I felt the most safe. Walking around, and the people, generally were not rude. Like when we were in France, in downtown Strasbourg, or going through the other places, it was just it was kind of a different feel in Germany, at least in Cologne. I mean, I can't speak for other cities because, there was just a couple places that we visited and stayed. But I mean, Cologne felt like a very, very safe, felt like I was back in the United States in terms of the level of comfort I felt with just going anywhere. And the people were, generally nice. Like, I say hello or wie geht's, and they say wie geht's back. And so, that quite different from when we got to Strasbourg in France. I mean, if you're deep in the country of France, they're kind of nice, but generally speaking, French people are kind of rude, I kind of found. But that was just my impression.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, maybe taking some time to understand each other. Yeah, maybe.
I've studied French more than German, but I must say, in terms of the, and of course, I have German in my family. My on my mom's side, my mom's dad, my grandfather Probus, his grandmother was
O'Reilly.
Ortmann, Ortman, Ortmann, and they came from Prussia near Danzig. But anyways,
yeah, my great grandparents come from about Königsberg and Schlesien.
Yeah. Today they call the Königsberg is Kaliningrad, I think, but it's Königsberg.
Yeah, Really, I don't care from where someone comes. Just about attitudes.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, it looks like Angela Merkel is finished, and that was a very strange-looking ceremony for the farewell of Angela Merkel, I must say. It was very
Okay.
strange.
You've seen it. I haven't, because I don't look normal TV. I just look YouTube, and I just got a smart TV the last 4 days or so.
I must say, there's a German rock band that is extremely popular over here in the United States that, interestingly enough, is named after probably the single largest U.S. military installation in Germany. I refer to, of course, Rammstein.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about them. Some kind of interesting music, but not my shtick.
I just
Did you
know
see?
they're
You
one
have
of
a
the only
question?
German acts that's popular here. But back to
right.
I will respond about Graham Elwood. We've talked about it before, but in the end, Graham Elwood came off as just deliriously suffering from like a mental illness. I've heard Matthias talk about this mass formation psychosis and these other things.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's out of
it's warped him to the point, like you say, of lacking empathy, of
perverted.
just mean
It's
spiritedness.
not even lacking empathy. I think it's more like a warped kind of,
Yeah. It's not balanced. It's not balanced
It's
at
not
all.
balanced. It's due to some kind of my own history. I think it's very, very important to live the intersections of being logical and empathic.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Very
funny.
important.
In that particular debate between Jimmy Dore and Graham Elwood, you mentioned logic and empathy both, because Graham Elwood kept in this debate with Jimmy about vaccine mandates. He kept resorting to
very
one logical
strange to
fallacy after another, whether it's ad hominem attacks or reductio ad absurdum, moving the goalpost. Just constant logical fallacy after logical fallacy and hyperbolic.
Unfortunately,
It was just he melted down in front of the camera. He made a fool of himself.
You could just see it. Like, you could see his like his brain like going tick, 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 and it's like,
people, their nervous system gets dysregulated by the chronic toxic stress of all this bullshit. The lockdowns themselves have been more harmful at large than the damn virus itself. People's fear responses shuts the nervous system down. In that case, you're not taking in new information, and your empathic abilities are pretty much offline as well. They're in like survival mode. When we were talking about that before, I forget who. I think it was you, Yona, had been pointing that out too. About the financial motivations behind comedians and musicians, and all the people who work the restaurants on every level too, like all kinds of hospitality and service is just ruined.
Small business owners
lock everybody down. In the States here, I don't know how it was for you folks in Germany, but I know we didn't get shit for a living. You lock everybody down, they're starving, and feed freaking propaganda into the houses and the buildings in which everybody has that are all on top of each other. I mean, it's just one stressor on
which
top
is
of
my
another.
understanding why it hasn't been implemented so much in Africa.
Yeah. But even now,
widespread use of the I word over there too historically has helped. There's some studies about that because it builds up in the lungs.
Yeah.
If
But even in Germany and Austria, and Deutschland and Österreich, there's all new lockdowns now happening now. Yes.
Australia
There's
is
also
really
some discussion about mandates for getting.
Yeah, but the
groceries and essentials.
The mandate they're talking about for Austria, I don't know about Germany in particular, but I heard for
Well,
Austria
it's
beginning
in
in February,
discussion.
everyone must have it, and it's not optional.
Yeah,
It's obligatory.
coercion is a fact. It's I mean. Yeah,
It's
it
concerning
seems
to
to be.
me, you know.
There's a lot of pressure to get vaccinated. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
I mean,
And
for me,
I don't
Germany's like
agree with that
Australia, maybe.
because
Yeah.
have we looked into this for long enough or not? I think we have not. Certain things need time in order to, show the effects that you can't see within a short time. Yeah, it should
Well,
take at least 5 years or 10 years, maybe even.
5 to 12 is the previously accepted protocols, and this is a gene altering.
I know.
Jab.
It's
That's not like a whole nother.
gene
Because I mean,
therapy.
does nobody
call
remember
it a gene
thalidomide?
therapy.
Yeah, we're talking, you know.
Therapy in quotes.
It's not.
I would keep
It's
that.
not
At
a
this point, what is it?
vaccination.
Eins Jahr, zwei Jahre. Instead, it should have been
changed the fucking
elf
definition.
zwölf Jahre.
Okay.
You know.
Wait, guys. I don't know if you're in the chance of getting dinged by YT, so you can cut this off if you want to.
Oh no, we're fine.
No, I'm asking Lucky. It's her channel. So, yeah, the thing is, it really annoys me how far off this goes, because you cannot really speak about this without being put into a corner of being extreme or so, and this is really what annoys me about it.
Yeah.
Should annoy everybody.
And you know what is the future?
And you have to defend in the sense of you don't mean anything bad or so. And it's crazy that you have to defend your position on so to not be misunderstood. It's crazy.
Yeah, you feel like you have to like over explain like what you're saying and everything else, and it's putting everybody on edge as to like the level of communication and how you're like you feel like you're walking on eggshells to explain any of this because there's such high tension among everybody right now.
Not an atmosphere of logic or reason or empathy.
And with the isolation and all of the constant pandemic fear porn, everyone is mentally stressed already. And it's already, especially in the United States, it's already so politically divisive. And coronavirus has been politicized so fully, you know. I don't know if it's happened like that in Germany too, but it's such a politically divisive issue.
Riley has a question for you, Centaur.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know about stories about the Black Forest or Schwarzwald. I don't know.
And
I have no answer to. No, I haven't. I have no answer about.
You've been hanging out long enough, Centaur, to know Riley.
Yeah, hey Centaur, I was telling them about Aldi's. Because all across the United States we have Aldi's grocery stores, and Aldi's grocery stores is actually short for Aldrich Discount, which is a large grocery store chain in Germany. That's why when you go to Aldi's, you can get the Deutsches Küche brand of, you know, pretzels or bratwurst and the leek soup and all that stuff. You know, because Aldi's is German, right?
Yeah.
Aldrich Discount.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's two brothers having a lot of money. It's crazy.
In the way. Centaur, if you don't mind me asking, are you living in Germany right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm living in Berlin.
How is life for you right now with all this crap going on your end?
Yeah,
Hmm.
real life.
Currently, I'm
You don't mind me asking.
almost all the time at home. So
Yeah. Are you able to work from home?
I would be, yeah. Yeah.
Good.
But
So, do you think
yeah.
in our future, are there going to be new Arbeitslagen everywhere for people to make happy work in the camp, or what's going to happen in the future?
I haven't understood your question properly.
I mean, Arbeitslagen, as in work camps, or like they have in Australia, the COVID camps. Is that the future for every country? They're going
I
to
don't
build the
know.
COVID camps?
They have them in Canada too, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know about COVID.
We have 19 of those in the United States now, quarantine camps, and then
Oh,
then
really?
when you arrive at the camp, they will tell you if you go links or go rechts, and maybe you get to work or maybe first to the shower.
Mhm. No, I think that's no.
I hope
No.
I'm wrong,
I
but
haven't heard
2 years
about
ago,
any camps or stuff like that here. Yeah, which sounds, as a German saying that it has a smell. Yeah, because of the historical reference. No, I haven't heard about that kind of COVID measures. Really not.
well, I mean, I don't know about crematoria at the Australian camps, for example, but we've already seen footage coming from these COVID camps in Australia where, I mean, these teams arrive at people's homes and literally abduct them by force. I know that they've gone into the Aboriginal communities in Australia and abducted people by force and taken them against their will, basically under detention, into these military camps. That's
Did
what
you
they
see
are.
that?
They're surrounded by wire. They have guard towers with people with guns, and then they're telling them if you step off your porch and across the white line, it's a $3,000 fine. Do you got that,
It went
Sheila?
higher than that.
Righto, I got it.
Did you see that outcry for help from the Aboriginal
Yeah,
elders?
I sure
No,
did.
I haven't.
They're like, we're under attack, and then they're like, please, to the rest of the world, please
That
come stand with us.
Mhm.
And
Crazy.
then they
I
were force
saw that.
vaccinating them. They were taking their tribal elders that live, these are Aboriginals. They don't bother anybody. They live so far out into the Australian bush, and here they've gone and chased
They're
them all the way into the
vaccinating
bush.
the animals at the zoo, for crying out loud. What
Yeah,
the people
this
have
is
lost their
madness.
fucking minds, hey. Stop.
Madness.
They have. They've lost their
Every
shit.
previously accepted protocol for all of this type of shit right out the fucking window, hey.
But
Absolutely.
there are things right now.
Why other people aren't outraged, like more of us, is like, I think you were touching on that, Centaur. It's perplexing, and it's like,
Yep.
what the hell?
Yeah, it's perverted empathy.
Yeah.
Well, again, I'd say that I'd just call that fear. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
Good question.
I just want to remind my friends.
Well, I'm not trying to be facetious at all. I'm
I
honestly,
think it's
I'd
a
like to
matter
dig
of
into
not
things,
wanting
try
to go
find
against the
motivation.
grain. I think they know what's probably right and wrong, and they feel that, but they're like, I don't want to be the one to go against the grain because
A
I
herd
see
mentality.
what happens to
That's a
them. They're
fear response.
outliers.
Yeah, or
They're,
I just
you know?
want to have my own area of peace also.
Yeah.
The higher functioning brain, the frontal lobe is at least partially offline for a lot of people right now, and I don't mean that again with hyperbole or in any facetious manner.
Yeah,
Because my concern is, again, like, I think you bringing this up to me and revisiting this, what I was kind of thinking while watching them and every previous discussion about it since, is that Jimmy trying to create a space to have that conversation, and you could just see Graham, like you guys keep saying, he was just stumbling and going back to these ridiculous talking points about hospital beds and all these other peripheries
pulling
are clearly
pulling out impressions or out of his is an
It's
instinct.
like trying to argue with a
To
crazy
say it
person.
mildly.
Yeah, more of a. It truly is like are you familiar at all with the polyvagal theory? Dr. Stephen Porges here in the States
No.
developed it in like the early
No.
mid 90s. It's to do with the vagus nerve and the nervous system. Vagus meaning wandering nerve. And mapping out the nervous system in that response and realizing that what we often attribute to conscious behavior is actually an adaptive survival response, but we don't recognize it as such. And so not recognizing it for what it is really the problem. It's not the fact that our nervous systems, even though it seems crazy at the time to other people who are observing, I think this is a pretty good example in a way. It's just we were not being able to see. I think I read that in our last stream, Lucky, didn't I, about the invisible lion? There's this guy named Benjamin Fry in the UK who had he had some trauma issues and his life was really falling apart. He came here to the States to some facility that I guess is now defunct in a live-in treatment program, and they were able to help him. And the basis of it is about focusing on the nervous system, and through the polyvagal theory states that story follows state. In other words, we'll have a nervous system response to our environment, which Dr. Porges coined the term neuroception, which I think is pretty apt if you think about it from like the neuroscience and where the neuroscience meets the practical aspect of these things. And then so you have a nervous system, your nervous system responds and then sends the signals up to the brain, and the brain's job is to think, and the brain's job is to try and make sense of our environment. And without understanding the underlying physiology at play, we mistake for addiction and all these other things. And again, this is, didn't you say that the other night, Yona, or somebody we were talking, and like it went from Trump derangement syndrome to this to that, and it's all the same sort of energy.
It's been waves of mental abuse leading to the presentation of these mental disorders in most of the public now. I mean, it's so warped their perception of reality with these different layers of fear and misinformation and disinformation,
and see, that's an interesting right there. That right there is an interesting dichotomy, because that is true. They are not necessarily having the best response to whatever's coming up, but it is a normative response, which is what I'm trying to get at. It's like, so if we can recognize whatever's coming up as, this is really, people don't understand what the hell's going on. Why am I acting this way? Outwardly, people are looking at like, what the fuck? Inwardly, you don't understand the process in which your nervous system is now engaged. All of those processes that are going on are normative. It's like, what did Krishnamurti say? It's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a truly or profoundly sick society, or something of that nature. That's kind of, I think, what we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? Again, the fear response, and not trying to make excuses, for what goes on. Like you're saying, how did you put perverted empathy, as you put it?
Yeah.
But I think, again, if we can, so if that's what it is, and that's where it lies, and that's what it is. But I'm trying to dig at what is the motivation. So if we can, JD and Graham have another conversation, or we have these conversations with whomever, hi Everett, and hopefully we can be, maybe there's a little more leeway. We can help somebody shift their perspective. I don't know. That's all I can think of. As I'm saying this to myself.
It would be nice to get people to shift their
so.
perspectives towards.
Die Katze sehr glücklich ist. There are things I feel safer saying on this podcast
in less extreme
languages other than English, because again, I don't want Lucky to lose her stream, but I wouldn't feel comfortable saying Corona-Impfung tödlich ist, ich denke, because maybe in English that would get me banned, If I say
I withhold my judgment because I don't have access to the right numbers.
Yeah.
We might find out the hard way.
Well, I will tell my English speakers this. If you're an English speaker and you hear someone speaking German and you hear the word tödlich and you think tödlich, it's deadly.
Yeah.
Be aware.
Tödlich is the word is tödlich. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Interestingly enough, if you actually lick a turd, it is turd-leach. I don't recommend it. Always
I'm
making
not even going to
jokes.
ask you how the hell you know that. So,
So
Ich
yeah,
habe so viel Deutsch studiert, ja.
how can humankind kind of learn to not go that much into extremes?
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of self-exploration. It really is. I think the work of humanity for each of us is in whatever it looks like to the individual, to really go within themselves and to learn to have self-reflection and introspection and these sorts of things, and then really come to the create spaces like this and come and trade notes. You know what I mean? Whatever your work looks like for yourself, whatever a person does, to find their balance in life. Whatever that looks like, I think it's really important. I would not be here. I've said this before. I don't know if you've caught my blabbering on other streams here, but I literally would not be here if I hadn't done this work. And it's like a couple people in my life showed up and they had done this work. And if they hadn't, they wouldn't have been able to recognize the lion standing behind me, or the pride of lions chasing me, or the deep dark hole I was in, whatever analogy you want to use. But it's really, so it's just kind of like I feel like my grandfather kind of handed me this torch and I'm just sort of carrying it on. I find it useful. So.
My great grandfather was in the SS. So I don't know anything about him except for a little situation scene my mother described, him having patted her on her head, saying, "You'll be fine," or "You'll be safe," or something like that. And that is all I know about him. But I can imagine easily that something goes down the line in the family, in a sense of genetic expression or anything which is, well, yeah, that sounds crazy, or maybe crazy spiritual, but I can imagine some kind of guilt that gets relayed down to other generations, in a sense of having to work on something, or having to develop a sense of understanding which would avoid situations like these.
Yeah, that's the work, man. That's the work. Exactly. I mean, it's I had this discussion with some other people at other times I've been working with over the years, and it's been brought to my attention that we're not, each of us, doing just our own work when we talk about this stuff, this personal work, spiritual, mental, whatever we're talking, all of it. We're really healing the wounds of our ancestors when we do this work too. We're like deciding to bring awareness to whatever is, whatever just is, you know what I mean? And bringing that awareness to it changes everything. It really does. I mean, it doesn't change it in the sense that, there's still work to be done, but that's what, I think, informs proper, we're talking about right action, if you will, well-being. I think that's the precursor to it is the inner work. Think about all the traditions you could think of, all the ancient traditions of the world. You talk about the Christ teachings or whatever, they asking questions. You always go within. Buddhism's all about go within. There's so many traditions that are, going on the Hongvechia, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The brain fart. Please help me, Yona. The sitting out, vision quest, any of those sorts of things.
Are you talking about purifying?
Talking about the sweat lodge and the purification and the vision quest?
Isn't that the proper? Am I mispronouncing that? The Lakota word for vision quest, Hongvechia?
No, that's it.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to do that, and it's kind of just throwing the kitchen sink at all my issues. And anytime somebody offered me a chance to work on myself, I did. So,
well, when's the last time you had a brain reset?
The brain resets when the nervous system resets. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but no, I mean, taking something to help your brain reset.
It comes from the nervous system first. I've been coming at it from a
No.
cognitive perspective for
You're
10 years.
missing.
It doesn't
I
work
think
that
she's
way.
asking about using maybe a plant or something to reset your.
Yes. You know, some
Well,
like
in that case,
psychedelics.
I'm
You see
resetting right now.
mushrooms. It comes on paper. You can get it
Well-
in liquid, on sugar cubes, and I mean every kind of way there.
that's
I've
also-
had it on cookies before.
And
Little
that's an
cookies.
important point too. I mean, I think that's tremendously helpful. And of course, it's not necessarily
If
for
Steve
everybody,
feeds
but
you a tiny cookie and he says it's a ganja cookie, it might not be.
well, we used to do it around here. We used to call it spring and like winter cleansing. We and we might do it in the summer too or
When's
whatever.
the last time you cleaned out your cobwebs in that way?
Too long for my books, but
All right.
nothing I can
Well,
do about
I'm
that.
going to rectify that situation.
Rectification would be fantastic. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like,
But
that is
I
super
didn't wanna-
easy. Like, I will make sure that happens. Like,
Right
what
on.
day is it? Like Monday.
Yeah, I probably only got a couple weeks left anyway, but we'll see. I don't know.
We'll do it, and we'll do a stream.
Centaur, so are
We'll
you
do a stream?
is this something that normally like you are interests you too? Like the inner work that we're talking about here?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think everything you see is a reflection of everything.
Is a reflection of what? I didn't hear
Of
that.
yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's my current
Everything.
understanding is like whatever we're not able to bring to awareness, to conscious awareness, we wind up projecting because it's like it's a biological imperative seeking some sort of.
Or maybe it's
and
a viewpoint of something split, which is not split. So I don't know. It's my sense of it. It's not that I'm saying that it is the truth, but it's not that I'm saying it's not the truth. So yeah,
Ja, ich
but it's my
verstehe.
sense of it.
Ich verstehe. Ich denke, das ist natürlich.
Bitte?
I think it's natural, really. Yeah.
Right, Riley, they used to think that. I don't know. I actually even had my first trauma therapist said electrical shock still has its place or something. I was kind of aghast. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I think it's fucked up.
My
That's what they used to
someone
make.
I knew had that done like only a few years back, like
I
maybe
don't
4 or
see how
5
that-
years, and she would just like I guess like her brain was just like gone, like her memory was gone and everything else. Like I mean, I guess it was to the point where she basically only functioned in a hospital. Like there was, it was bad, and I don't know exactly what happened in the long term, but they still do shock therapy.
Yeah, the brain and the heart both are electromagnets. But that doesn't. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea.
I think
to go,
there's better ways
do what
to
you want. It's your
reset your
body.
brain.
I mean, honestly, if it something were, that's why I always say like whatever a person's path looks like to them. I wouldn't, I make recommendations upon my lived experience. Hey, I went through something similar or whatever. This is what my deal was, and best of luck to you. And if you want some support, I do my best to be there for you too. But
Yep.
So
Charlie, I already wrote about Iboga. You might maybe look into it. It's very strenuous, and you really have to do your research in order to possibly use it very, very carefully and kind of monitor it, because it can lead to a heart attack. But I think using it with the right dosage may really reset your brain areas, which I don't know how to say it. It resets your addiction patterns in a way. Your physical addiction patterns. I used it once, not in the right amount. I wanted to really space off reasonably, and it's not that you don't have any control about what you're thinking or not. You can allow things to come up, but you can also decide to just get straight back into normal mode.
Are you talking like DMT trip?
No, I'm
No, the
iboga.
Oh, yoga.
What he's talking about.
Iboga.
Iboga. Or
Oh,
Ithaca.
okay.
Iboga.
I spaced out
I
for a
think
minute.
weren't they talking about that on the last episode of Hell and Back when Nico was on there with Pasta?
Yeah.
Nico uses it. I think he was saying on a regular. That was my concern. We were kind of talking on the side about that, Lucky and I, and like, I have a long history with all this.
I don't know. I just have pictures now of everyone drinking ayahuasca in a beer garden in München, you know. In München steht ein Hofbrauhaus, 1, 2, Kazufa. Everyone,
We might dance and
ayahuasca,
laugh
juice,
until it kicks
Prost.
in, and then we're not gonna be.
But really,
I'm always making jokes.
If you look at it from the perspective of the nervous system, like again, we talked about this before. I talked to my babble about this all the time, but you know, movement, song, dancing, being in community. There's all manner of these things that are actually neuro exercises that are biological imperatives for. That's again going back to the lockdowns and the harm that's going on right now. This lack of social connection, and this is wonderful right here, but it's still not as good as having meaningful social connection on the prosody in one's voice. How the eyes look, how they move, send cues of either safety or danger to a person's nervous system. And again, they're finding that just like, I don't know if you're familiar with Bessel van der Kolk. I've mentioned his book before. I highly recommend The Body Keeps the Score. He was originally from, I think, Austria, but he spent most of his life here in Massachusetts. He lives like an hour away from me. It was him and Dr. Judith Lewis Herman who were largely responsible for standing with the Vietnam vets and forcing the American Psychological Association in 1980 to finally acknowledge PTSD. I think we were talking about this last year, maybe, Yona.
We were talking about that the other day. Back then, they called it battle fatigue.
And then shell shock before that, and it wasn't that long ago.
And it should be called shell shock.
I agree. I think George Carlin did a good spiel on that, and I think he was absolutely right.
But you know,
it had
so
more
much
of
of
a
American consciousness is euphemism on top of euphemism to make more polite talk. So
exactly.
We don't talk about Uncle Sam's drinking problem and all of his abuses because that's not polite talk.
Yeah, and there were matter of fact, I don't know if you'd be familiar with this, Centaur, but I was reading. I think it was again Dr. van der Kolk's book. He was talking. I think it was German officers were instructed from the higher ups. I think it was during. It could have been the UK, but during World War II, or rather, I think it was World War I. They were not allowed to use the term shell shock in regards to what the soldiers were experiencing. They were call it anything but that because they were like, "Oh Christ, if we acknowledge that, then we're going to have to acknowledge that war is an evil thing, and we can't have those conversations." The Vietnam vets were the first ones to come back here from war to get spat on instead of a ticker tape parade. And
there was one point in conversation
which is also kind of a pity.
You were talking about, well, not a joke really, but just a mention, because you'd mentioned, the Schutzstaffel, I think, with your family, and we heard a famous video clip that was shared by the former governor of the state of California, the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's actually from Austria, I think. But anyways, the famous Arnold Schwarzenegger, his father, Gustav Schwarzenegger, was a brown shirt, a Nazi. And so this video that Schwarzenegger made recently was, "I don't want to hear about your freedoms, fuck your freedoms," or something like that. And I kind of felt like, wow, he was really channeling his father with that. I can imagine Gustav Schwarzenegger saying, "Fuck your freedoms."
No fry-hide for you.
I don't know.
Centaur, you brought that. I mean, that really is that you described that too. That there is intergenerational trauma. I've been made aware in the past couple of years of some really profoundly disturbing things in my own
Maybe
family.
there's even a path on a genetical level.
It is absolutely. Of course, that goes into epigenetics. And then what we know about epigenetics is that even though one might have a genetic predisposition for something, it still requires an environmental trigger to activate that. It's like the predisposition is the blueprints, but something needs to come along and give it the energy to, make manifest.
Yeah, but
and those are the experiences
I think a human is capable of virtually anything in the wrong circumstances.
Yeah.
You know what I did, guys? I went up and I went to go pee and I opened the door and I saw Steve sleeping in the room and I took this ball and I chucked it at him and then I closed the door and then I went to go pee and then I went back in there and he's like, that's not nice to throw balls at people.
All right, you guys need to hug or something. There's all this passive aggression going on lately. Come on, fam. Let's call them out.
Oh, come on. I went in there and threw it. It's not a hard ball. It's like the ball pit
So
ball.
there's the
You know,
point
like
in
the big ball pit, like in McDonald's. It was just one of the, he thought it was funny.
That's the shit we used to do to each other in high school when you pass out at the party. You wake up with dicks drawn all over you or weird. They used to come up with some real humdingers that were
You fell asleep with your shoes on. You were getting dicks on you. That's
You'd
it.
be
You
lucky to
passed
get the
out
dicks
first?
on you.
Oh,
Brian.
no.
Dude, these guys taped a fucking lawnmower to this one guy's chest one time. Took out the spark plug so it wouldn't start, but then he wakes up to them trying to start the lawnmower, duct tape to his chest. I shit you not. These guys were crazy bastards I used to party with.
I mean, that's how we roll in this house. We mess with each other. How
Oh my
else
God.
do you stay sane? You
I don't know
know?
if it's something in the water or whatever. We were
I
awful
like to
to each
throw
other.
things at Steve. I do that randomly. I'm really good, like aim. Like I can just like chuck things in the garbage or whatever. I don't even try. So like, I'm pretty good at just like throwing something and pegging or whatever. It's fun.
We love you, Stever. We see what you got to put up with.
Oh no, you don't know what I have to.
I know. I was waiting for that. I didn't. Even
You
get out
should
of the house
see him
before I
in the
already-
morning when it's like he'll be up and like doing dishes, or anytime he's doing dishes, he tells me that he doesn't mind doing dishes and that it helps him relax. No, it fucking doesn't. It stresses me the fuck out because he's over there and he huffs and puffs and like he like does dishes with a big dark cloud over him, and then his belly gets all wet when he's doing dishes. And it's very stressful.
I catch myself in those moments. I do too sometimes. Of course, I run this whole show now. Just I take care of everything. But it's like I get in a huff and I'm like, I'm trying to cook dinner and I got a sink full of dishes. I don't cook dinner until the kitchen's got to be clean before I start. It's just I worked in too many kitchens. Just how I am. But then I'm kind of like, and I'm pissed at myself really, not just him for piling shit up too. And I'm like, okay. And I'll catch myself and I'll start breathing and then I'm lather up the suds and smell I try to buy the soap that smells nice with like tea tree and lime or whatever the hell it is. And, Calgon, take me away.
Oh my God.
I catch myself.
Can you still hear me?
You can call it practice for a reason, folks. My son came to me one time when he was little, out of the blue. We're trying to get ready for school one morning or something. He goes, Dad, practice doesn't make perfect. Practice makes progress. I just stopped him. I'm like, way to go, Yoda. That was awesome. I never forgot that. He was like freaking 6 years old.
That's awesome.
It really was.
I'm going to give a guilty confession here. I drive
our guilty confessions. Mine
I
was the
drive
red
over
ball.
40 miles just to the nearest Aldi's to get my imported, authentic Weisswurst, the real white bratwurst, the real shit, straight from Germany, in my fridge right now. Deutsches Kucher, jawohl.
Is that a beef based
Yes,
sausage or
that's Essen.
pork?
So, I don't want to interrupt, but can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I found out how to use my headset completely and not use the laptop speakers, which makes me, well, I can move without having to sit in front of it. Okay.
Yay.
That's awesome.
We're all making
Progress.
logical
Jawohl.
Okay.
Und
So
ist besser,
the point,
jawohl.
one thing, the point, getting off to something more serious. The point in stressing that my great-great-grandfather was in the SS is to say that, well, evilness can be very banal. So banality of evil, and maybe he just wanted to have his family in peace, and adopted to policies.
Yeah, for him, perhaps at the given time and given the situation, he's just taking the path of least resistance, because if he makes so much resistance, he's only going to make more problems for himself and the wife and children and the kids and everything.
Well, I think sometimes people go along because they see how they're being treated on the other side of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Which
oh,
is
I don't
not
want to be treated like them. I'd rather be the person doing it than to be the person receiving
And
it.
it only takes a few people to be made an example of, and then everyone else is like, oh, I don't, did you see what they did to Braun? And did you see what they did to Schweiger? And I don't want this to be happening to me and my family. So I'm just going to go along now and not make any trouble. And,
That's why
whatever
the
I
farmer
have to do.
shoots and kills the deer or the coyote that's bothering their livestock or their.
I mean, we're kind of already here with that in the United States. Because, for example, going to the market to buy groceries, up until the latest Omicron, we're going to die, Omicron. Almost no one was wearing face masks at the grocery store anymore. Just maybe 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 6, so maybe 20% or less. But now, the last time I went to, it was the Kroger's, and at Kroger, oh man, it was almost half, maybe 50% now. Oh, just over 50%. Everyone's kind of freaking out again. It's like it's pulsing like the ocean, like tides. It just keeps coming back with waves,
Yeah. What are the numbers in Florida? Are they wearing masks or not?
Florida and
No,
Texas.
no, not at all.
They don't.
And their numbers are pretty decent considering.
Okay.
It's
Well, we
strange,
don't even really
Centaur,
know
because
the
it
numbers,
varies
though.
by states. Because
true enough.
I
It
live
depends
right
on how
here.
they're, if you're dying with COVID or you're dying from
Right.
COVID.
Oh, for
If
Christ's sake,
or
yeah.
from are two very different things that they're not defining that. And that's how they're going to get away with it. They're going to say, well, it was, with COVID and it wasn't from.
Yeah.
We didn't say it that
Data
way.
manipulation. They're cooking
Yeah.
the numbers.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was where I live here in the Ohio Valley is right where 3 states join. And that's the states of West Virginia, which is Huntington, the state of Kentucky, which is Ashland, and the state of Ohio, which is South Point. And it's strange because it's all like one city, but it just happens to have these 2 rivers that join in the middle. So it's separated by, bridges that happen to be state lines. And so all throughout this Corona period, Kentucky has been the most draconian, the most severe and strict with lockdowns and masking. And, for example, there's a cave park where we like to go, where we can take the kids down and go through different cave passages. It's called Carter Caves Park. And when it first began and they had the lockdown, they were saying you had to wear face masks to go on the cave tours, which are, and to go on any hiking or anything, you had to wear face mask outdoors or into the cave. And the cave is huge, It's like walking through like a airplane hangar or something. So, and it's miles and miles of cave passage. Other parts get smaller, but we didn't want to go there. So finally, it was in June of this year that Kentucky lifted all their restrictions. They were the last state to do so because West Virginia lifted their restrictions in early May, Ohio in late May, and then finally in the end of June, Kentucky was the last state to say you don't have to wear a face mask anywhere, or it's not required everywhere. And so then we went back to the park and toured the cave and everything. Well, then it was just before Thanksgiving, so maybe around November the 15th, Kentucky re-implemented face masks indoors and outdoors anywhere in the state of Kentucky, but not in Ohio, and at this time, not in West Virginia. And so, depending on which grocery store you go to, if you're in Ashland, which is Kentucky, or if you're in Huntington, which is West Virginia, it's strange because you go to Kentucky and like maybe 80% of everyone is wearing a mask, and now they're all like looking at me like like I'm alien or something.
We got one who can see.
But then I go to Ohio and it's maybe 30, 35, maybe 1/3. 1 out of 3. But then in West Virginia, it's only
lost track. I lost
maybe
track.
16%, 1/6. So it's different, even though it's the same town, the same community, the same city, same mass transit system, same everything. But because they're in different states and they have different governors, there's different policies. And so Governor Jim Justice and Senator Joe Manchin in West Virginia have different policies for West Virginia versus, Senator Rand Paul and Governor Andy Beshear in Kentucky, versus Jim Jordan, the congressman, and Governor Mike DeWine up in Ohio. And even in the people I've named, they don't even share the same political ideology. Because, Jim Justice is a Republican. I think he's been both, but he's just a coal magnate. And, I guess they're kind of the same because Joe Manchin's a coal magnate, and he's kind of famous right now because the Democrats in Washington are blaming everything on, Joe Manchin won't vote for it, so we can't do it. He's the excuse right now. But
Dude, we got that one town over. I go to the dispensary the next town over, and we got to wear masks. I come back to town and hit the grocery store on the way home, and there's no masks. You just can't.
Is there policies like this now in place, like, for example, for the Stadt Berlin with the face mask?
Yeah, you have to wear a face mask in supermarkets, and you may not enter shops that sell stuff that you don't really need.
You can't go in those stores at all.
It's called 2G. Yeah, you have to be vaccinated in order to buy in shops like penny stock. I don't know how to call it.
Like
stuff
dollar
that
stores.
You don't immediately need to feed yourself or so.
Non-essential sort of items.
Yeah. All right. Okay, danke. Thanks.
Non-essentials.
Yep.
Now, what about if you have to commute and you want to ride the S-Bahn or something to a different part of Berlin?
My mother said you have to be vaccinated.
Oh.
My mother said, yeah. I'm not sure about it. I don't use the train or the public transport, so I don't know.
For people that aren't aware, the S-Bahn is kind of like the subway.
The T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the MTA in New York City, right? Yeah.
It's not subway, but it's above.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the S-Bahn would be like the SkyTrain in Capestown in Vancouver, BC. It's
yeah.
Yeah. Because Berlin has so many different mass transit system
Not
and
so much.
different modes of transit in Berlin. And I know from when I was traveling in Germany and other countries that most places they have a card system to they don't really take coins anymore. Everything is with the card you must swipe, or a ticket you must put into the machine.
No, that's not true.
Do
So
you still
we have
accept coins?
BVG, we have S-Bahn, which works together with BVG. It's Deutsche Bahn, and S-Bahn is part of it, but
Okay.
yeah,
And
and
the
you buy
Deutsche Bahn
your ticket.
operates the ice trains as well, because that's the German rail.
Yeah, ICE, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Because that is the provider for passengers to travel all across Germany is with the Deutsche Bahn, the DB, but then also within the municipality of Berlin proper, then they also have their
the
own
S-Bahn.
metro system. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
That's the S-Bahn.
the S-Bahn and the U-Bahn,
the
underground
S-Bahn and
subway.
U-Bahn. Yeah. But then also there's a subway.
Yeah, it's the U-Bahn subway.
The U-Bahn.
Untergrund, yeah, underground.
Yeah.
Underground train also. Yeah, right.
So really, they're requiring the vaccination to utilize the mass transit, but that's not the only place. Just recently, the same president who stabbed his former running mate in the back, Rafael Correa, and then he sold Julian Assange from the Ecuadorian embassy to the Americans. And then he sold all of Ecuador to the International Monetary Fund. I talk about President Lenin Moreno. And now he just made an announcement that vaccination is obligatory for everyone everyone in Ecuador, and it's not a choice. Either you will voluntarily take it or you will involuntarily take it. So I mean, that frightens me, and that's not the only place. I mean, basically, Austria, I think, is saying if you don't get it, then you must pay a fine, and maybe even you will go to jail if you continue to refuse once they make this appointment for you to report for the procedure. So
Someone tries to do that to me, there's gonna be pain and there's gonna be bleeding, and I'm not talking about from me. Like, I would lose my fucking shit.
Well, they
There
have
are
an agenda.
some
They're
who
pushing it.
also have the same sentiment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, that would not be pretty.
Yeah, but
I don't
but
understand.
I'm
I see a
against
lot
any
of
kind of violence.
protests. I see a lot of protests in Germany. I see a lot of protests in Österreich. I see a lot of protests in España and in France and everywhere. So I'm kind of encouraged. I feel like people aren't going to take this. Maybe I'm too optimistic sometimes.
Not so
I
much.
don't know.
I didn't think people would
Many.
take everything that they have already. Like, I really didn't think that people would let it get this far. But then it just keeps going and going and going, and I'm like, where the fuck does this end? When do people actually give a fucking shit?
Cattle cars.
Like, oh my god. Like,
Well,
holy
because
shit.
it's been kind of incremental. It's not really been, just a big blitzkrieg. It's just a slow, gradual, and then they kind of pulse and waves like a
Slavery on
ocean
the
tide.
installment plan.
Yeah.
We've come pretty far in 2 years with what they're getting away with, though. And now the arguments are weaker and weaker, and the lies are kind of stale, and they have been recycled too many times.
Yeah, but I think the next distraction will come and nothing will be learned out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Riley's questions all the time.
Well, that's kind of why we're here. Well, not kind of. That's why I'm here.
I don't know. I'm not really looking normal TV. I'm not. I'm just not looking at it.
Me
For
neither. You know, to be
for about
honest,
10
most
years
people in
or
America don't do
longer,
that.
even longer, maybe 20
Yeah, I
years.
don't know what
Yeah.
regular TV is like.
Wow, that's interesting to hear that from Centaur, because like myself and everybody I know cut the cable and pretty
Yeah.
much, you know, this thing that came along called the Internet Centaur, and it kind of made TV obsolete.
Yep. For
It's
me,
like
it
Mark
did.
Twain said: if you read the newspapers, you're, or if you don't read the newspapers, you're uninformed. If you read the newspapers, you're misinformed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how long ago
Unfortunately,
was that? How little has changed?
It's crazy because everybody's told us everything and we're here. You know what I mean? It's like all the generations before us didn't listen. And we're like, why the fuck didn't you listen? Why didn't you listen? Like everything has been predicted and foretold. And yet, here we are.
And I gotta say, Lucky, I gotta say it again. I'm so stoked. I've been working off and on my first full-blown article, blog number 1 from the Yona History Rhymes. Getting
That's
into
awesome.
journalism here, and it's pretty exciting because
I told
I feel
Steve,
like
I was like, they better. They're not gonna freaking. They're not. I will kick Shane's ass if he thinks he's gonna fucking snipe Yona from us.
because I really like to write and I really like the history, and I feel like particularly in the United States of America, a lot of people probably don't know about Blair Mountain or Ludlow or the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory Fire or all these other dark chapters in the history of labor, and they're probably not hearing much about all of the American workers, you know, who are dying as a result of American working conditions, which I heard described by people in all kinds of places outside of the United States. And then when I got back to the United States, I said, so what is going on with this whole thing about American working conditions? And everyone back here is like, well, what the fuck is that? I've lived in America my whole life. I've never heard of American working conditions. And it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty much where your boss can just kill you on the job and there's nothing you can do about it. And then, you know, people die at the Amazon warehouse and they die at the candle factory because they like literally are standing at the doors and won't let them go to safety when there's an F5 tornado destroying concrete buildings to their foundation. You know,
I mean, yeah, the coal mines down there, the way that they treat them there. I
People don't know
had
this history,
all the
so
textile mills here.
I'm eager, I'm anxious, I'm honored, I'm stoked to have this opportunity to try to help inform people that not only you may not know this fucked up shit's happening right now, but it turns out this fucked up shit's been going on for a long fucking time.
Yep. And they're saying like in Georgia, they're like, we found modern day like slavery. It's like, you guys, what you're missing here is that slavery never went away. They made it inclusive. They were like, we'll just include everybody, and we'll
It's just
make
like
it where it's
shell shock never went away.
equal slavery.
They say they don't have shell shock anymore. They say we don't have slavery anymore, but we've just invented new euphemisms, new polite ways to describe the same fucking shit.
We're either not allowed to talk about these taboo issues at all, or when we do, there's some bizarre delusional framework within which, you know, some narrative that's already pre-constructed for us to adhere to. And that's where everybody goes wrong. That's where people are right now. They can't bust out of the box. Like, but, you know, the American dream,
or
the
they
American
retract.
dream it entails that you're sleeping, you know, and nightmares are dreams too.
That's harsh.
But it's,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
the whole, for anybody who's interested listening, if you want to go to my channel, Charlie Brown's Rebellion, I uploaded the whole plutocracy series. I believe it's a 5-part series on the U.S. labor relations and everything. And it's you know, it's not just U.S., but I mean, I think that's a good snapshot of labor throughout the world, but certainly here. we had a great freaking labor movement, man, and they just came in and infiltrated it. And
Oh yeah,
every fucking
they
thing
got
we
inside of
did
the
was-
Wobblies, the International Workers of the World,
and they
I
still
mean,
exist.
They went after Eugene Debs.
What was that women's
fist in
movement
glove.
they had? It wasn't in the U.S. though. It was the women that painted the clocks, the clock faces.
Oh yeah, and they got poisoned from the they were irradiated with
That
the
was
paint
in
they were
New
using.
Jersey. That was that was in New Jersey. They painted the clocks and they licked the brushes.
Yes.
And they got the mouth cancer.
Yes.
The radiation girls.
Yes, the radiation girls. Yeah, and they literally oh my gosh, it literally killed them from the inside out.
So, Charlie, do you have an idea what could be done so that people would not be misled into being destructive? Or another question is, why is it always those with the better weapons who command others? Does it have to be?
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, how old is that question, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's been with us forever, and I don't really.
It's
have an answer
interesting.
for it
You
either.
kind of already answered this earlier when you were talking about the Iboga. Because for us and our tribe, the Cherokee tribe, it's about purification. You have to reset your mind. I mean, eventually, you kind of accumulate. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe like a negativity or something. So you have to purify it out of your system. Otherwise, maybe it will drive you crazy and mean to be, walking on the wrong path. And so you have to feed the better wolf so that the worse wolf will starve and you can go back to a healthy path that is healthy not only for your body but for your mind and
I
your
like
spirit.
the better wolf part. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing where I'm finding, because I've been down like every angle I could think of to look at, what my life has presented me with, and I'm realizing from my own personal work, I'm like, oh, okay, this is like specificity for each individual, but there's a general overlay of human experience, just like you're speaking to, and all of the modalities, if you want to use that term, that any of us could do, be it traditional or even something in modern times, be it yoga or whatever, ultimately we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing for ourselves through those processes? And it ultimately seems to come down to, from my research, is it's the nervous system again. It really comes down to, because then dancing, all the traditional means, like go back as far as you want in history for any peoples, the traditions of dancing, of singing, making music, just being in harmony in relation to one another. Again, like I said a little while ago, those are all neural exercises. Whether you can look at them that way or not is it's almost kind of unimportant. And when you realize like that, thank you, because this is where I mentioned Dr. Vanderkolk earlier, is because he's really great. If you look him up, he's such like a nonchalant sort of guy. He's like one of the world's foremost like neural experts, on neuroscience and trauma and all this. But it's like, if he doesn't like somebody else's idea of like how some of the more modern, less up to date treatments are, modalities, he kind of like, well, fuck this, or that doesn't work. He's very everyman language about stuff. Someone had asked him.
I like nonchalant.
I as well. I really appreciate this sort of
dry kindness.
He was saying basically, like, somebody asked him, excuse me, in this one interview I was watching, well, and I appreciate the questioner, the way they came at it was with genuine, like, how do we deal with trauma? And like Vanderkolk was just like, it's easy. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, or how do we cure trauma was the question. He's like, it's easy. We already know how to do this. He's like, yoga or this or that. It's like, all these, anything that could be construed as what they call somatic experiencing. I mean, you just gotta, again, there's so many traditional ways. There's the vision quest, there's yoga, there's the dervishes with the dancing, the throat singing of different cultures, the didgeridoo. There's so many different things that involves breathing, getting in tune with your own process. I noticed that when I was sitting in the Native
And
American
rhythm.
church ceremony.
Yeah.
You take the medicine in the Native American church ceremony. The people I was associated with were hot chicks. They had a good sense of humor, and they'd say, "Sit down, shut up, and pay attention." Right, but it's like they say, you don't take the medicine, you allow the medicine to take you. And I realized, kind of like as this sort of outsider, blessed to sit in this, is that I had always experienced since I was 14. I'd always been, I guess you use the term psychonaut. I've always experimented with entheogens, hallucinogenics. They've been very helpful to me. In my culture growing up, we were partying, but at every party, it would still be at the end of the night, it would be me and a few other people on a fire having these kind of conversations right here, right? Even back then. But I realized I was tuning into something intuitive already that was bringing me there. And again, like you touched on it again, Yona, about sort of clearing out the energies. There's so many different ways to go about doing this that have been in existence for millennia. And I'm sitting in this teepee and I realize I'm letting the medicine take me, and I'm feeling like, people who haven't done it before are just like
Gotta
going to
send
party.
some good vibes to all my friends in Deutschland. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Many blessings to Deutschland, all my friends, because we're all
So
so
yeah,
stressed.
but again, what can be done?
Well, that's what
to
I'm.
Have. Yeah. Okay. I see. You say you can only do it within yourself.
Well, that's part of it, because I mean, the inner work is all about like reacclimating ourselves to ourselves, learning to befriend ourselves, change our relationships to our thoughts, and by doing that, then wherever we go out in the world, whomever we interact with, I think that's what I'm saying. That's the inner work is going to inform whatever outer work. It's not certainly because people used to say, well, you're going to go and sit on a meditation cushion. When I was, I had joined the Shambhala Center, and it's like, it's not, that's the whole point is training. Again, they call it practice for a reason. So there's any different, whatever it looks like to you that makes sense to you, that you might feel a pull towards. I think that's an important thing to investigate your own thoughts. And what's helped me stay this side of the grass is realizing everything that I've experienced, thoughts, feelings, are all perfectly normative according to my experience. It's just, how do I want to be able to relate to those, the emotions and the feelings that come up once we bring awareness to the process. Oh, I'm now in this physiological state, something in my environment or whatever triggered a memory, or, you know what I mean? To try and be aware of our own process, whatever that looks like, again, for the individual, that awareness we bring to whatever we do. I don't know if that, I that's kind of how I look at sort of trying to deal with all this.
Kind of, but again, what do you do if someone points a gun at you?
Well,
only thing that you can do in that situation is just assess the situation and try to relate to them as a human.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
hope that they don't, you know what I mean? Like, what can you control in that situation?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you'd have to come with a little more specificity. I've had a gun pointed at me on a couple occasions, and I don't know,
Well, it's interesting you asked that question.
No,
what do you do when someone pulls a gun on you? Because in my profession as a land surveyor, most of the land surveys that we did in central Kentucky were the land surveying jobs that none of the other surveyors would ever do. Kind of like the way some lawyers will never take divorce cases. Most surveyors don't want to work on hostile boundary disputes where there are active family feuds going on and both parties are heavily armed and shooting at each other over the
Are you
boundary
talking
line.
like Hatfield McCoy?
And now I'm supposed to show up. Yeah, it's home of the Hatfield and McCoy feuds. And so I'm supposed to show up with my theodolite, and all of my measuring equipment and level up my tripods.
That is super expensive, right? Like, I mean, you're
and
talking.
conduct all of these land measurements and calculate, the areas and determine the boundaries while there are people pointing guns at me. And it's even worse in my case because these people, they are thinking this is where the property line is. The other people, who are also armed, by the way, they're thinking the line is over here. And now the Yona is arrived
and is saying, actually, you are all wrong, and you over there, you are all wrong as well. The line is actually going in a third place where I say it goes, and I'm the only one that doesn't have a gun. Instead, I have beautiful pink ribbon and spray paint cans.
Now you're ditching lead from either
tape
direction.
measures and GPS receivers and whatnot. But so yeah, in all seriousness, dealing with those situations when I've had guns in the field, because I am a veteran of the United States Army, I have had guns pulled on me before. But when I was in the field surveying, half of it was before I was in the Army, half of it was when I was out of the Army. Beforehand, my father would just say, well, we're going to leave. We don't have guns and we're not getting in a gunfight. And we would always just leave. Either whether because I'm stupid or brave, I'm not sure. But when I got out of the Army and I went back into the field to practice and people pulled guns on me, I said, you better fucking shoot me with that, because I had a gun with me. I'm oftentimes not in my pocket, but plus my machete on my belt that's a 30-inch long blade. I was just crazy, I guess, because it didn't intimidate me. And it was, the people with the guns were the ones that were the most afraid, and I really wasn't so much worried about most of them ever even using the guns. I mean, it's really just a game of fear, really. And these people are controlled in their fear. That's the whole point of our purification and reset process, so that you remove this fear and doubt and insecurity that makes you go crazy and do crazy things,
Yep.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a partial answer, but you cannot coerce others to do work on resolving their fears. You cannot force them. So, and also, you have to protect your physical existence, or don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, with most people with guns, my best bet was always to have 1 or 2 or 3 different ways to get on a four-wheeler and get the fuck out of there, because you can't fix stupid and you can't argue with crazy. In the end, you may be right, but they're still stupid or crazy, and you're literally endangering your own life, still arguing with the stupid, crazy person, with a gun. I've been there in the middle of the woods. When I'm surveying in the middle of the wilderness, there's no witnesses. I can't call the local polizei to come help poor Yona when I'm, on a four-wheeler 10 miles from the nearest road, surveying in the woods and surrounded by neurotic hunters,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
so fearlessness of death might have to be reasonable, or what?
Yeah, I look at what I did in retrospect, and I was just really crazy and stupid. But because I was so crazy and stupid, I had a reputation that preceded me. And so, like, for example, one of these guys, Omer Cook, he was a terrible man. He did so much environmental damage. He was a logger who his only practice of logging and cutting trees was to do absolute clear cutting until there were landslides, because he cut every tree, nothing but stumps. It was terrible. And he was a bully, a large man. This was Omer Cook, I'm talking like over 2 meters tall, like 6'9", really tall man, and big, broad shoulders, always on, but he always had his goons with him. And I'd run into them a couple times, but rather than taking my survey truck, I would always hide my survey truck many miles away and strap everything onto the front rack and back rack of my four-wheeler, so that I could just use the four-wheeler trails to get to where I had to go, because that way, with the there's only one road that I could use the the four-wheel drive truck, and of course it's so easy to be barricaded or to be trapped because it's a one-way road. But with the four-wheeler trail, now I have access. I can get in and out 6 different ways, and they can't trap me. you know. But when I finally got up to Omar Cook's face that day, you know, and he had the gun and everything, and he said, "Oh, it's just you. Yeah, you're the crazy fucking Indian. I don't got time for you." And he just put away his gun and left because he was going to harass my dad. And it turns out he left and he went to town to the courthouse where they keep the land records and plats and everything in the court clerk's office, where he found my dad in the courthouse and attacked him. Like, you know, was wrestling him over the table of the court clerk's office where the marriage and deed books are kept in big books and shelves behind, where they take, you know, where they make people's licenses and make license plates and people pay their registration. It's a courthouse, you know, and it took like 3 or 4 state troopers to wrestle him off my dad, and they had to mace Omar Cook in the face and all this stuff. And he complained that he was having a heart attack, so the police took him straight to the hospital. His son, the town veterinarian, showed up and said, "You're not taking my dad to jail." And he never went to jail, and he was never charged. True story. Nate, think of any other person in your life that could go into a courthouse in any county in the United States, assault the county surveyor in the clerk's office, and then throw 4 state troopers around like a rag doll, not even be arrested or taken to jail. That tells you how powerful he was, you know. But I've always just been, I guess, I don't know if it's bravery or stupidity. I like to think it's just marijuana stupidity. I don't give a fuck. You people don't scare me. You're gonna shoot me, shoot me. You don't fucking scare me.
If you can't change it, you know, like
pee a little bit harder, stroke so your dick's a little bit longer. I'm still not scared, you pervert. Go jack off your gun barrel. You know, go. Let me send you a bag of dicks when you're holed up in your cabin. You know, leave me alone. I'm just.
Hey,
I'm
I've had a friend who got a bag of gummy bear dicks in the mail before. And there was the party like the table, like, you know, the shiny shit you put on the tables or whatever. It was a bunch of little dicks in there too.
You know, I still can't wrap my head
put them
around
in water?
That'd be extra gross.
I can't wrap my head around it, Lucky. How can you co-host
Did you put them
a
in
show?
water?
How do you co-host a show literally called Government Secrets, but then basically talk like you're a government sock puppet when it comes to mandates? I don't understand.
That's one of the secrets.
I don't. Yeah.
It makes no sense.
That's what I called him out for, and he fucking yelled at me. People don't like it when you call out their bullshit, but it's all right. I can handle it. I punch back.
The problem is, this is where Graham went wrong when he started punching down. I don't give a fuck who you are, what level of media, or where you're at. The second
Especially
you
when
start
I'm just asking for
punching
evidence.
down, you're just helping the boots stomp down on all of us all the harder.
Mm-hmm.
And so at that point, it's pretty obvious to me whose side are you on, no matter what mental illness you're suffering from.
I don't care about sides.
Yeah.
I care about stances.
Yeah,
Position,
exactly.
yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Well, when I
polemics
say
would be-
side, the side I'm referring to is if you're on the side or you are taking the position of mandating experimental medical procedures is justified in any way, that's the wrong side of history. That's the wrong
human
position
rights
to
need to
take.
be our common ground for sure.
Yeah.
Human rights, human needs. That we need to be building global solidarity along those lines. I think that polemics exists, right? I mean, we got to kind of talk about it, but I'm with you, Centaur. I'm done. I think everybody on this channel is pretty much done. It's part of the language. It's part of the lexicon. It's how do you? Some people
I don't
obviously
want
are
any
operating by that.
to be fought.
I don't want to encourage it.
Well, that's the whole problem with these, clearly, particularly with social media, with Twitter and Facebook and all the other social media platforms, we've seen such a further siloing of people into different cliques and different cults and different ideologies. And I think it all is from a lack of having this type of interaction where, instead of trying to use microscopes to find out what might possibly differentiate us and in order to further disambiguate from one another, instead homogenizing truth with one another despite diverse viewpoint and agreeing to at least some universal truths, coming to some type of universal solidarity, at least on the things that we can agree upon, which I think is a lot more than what we disagree upon. So, it's really simple like that for me.
Yeah, it's also kind of simple for me. I mean, doesn't everyone want to live in a good way? Almost everyone.
Yeah.
That should be something that unifies.
And also Gesundheit, everyone, unfortunately, it's more about fear of Krankheit than wanting to enjoy the Gesundheit of good health. But, it's, everyone wants to enjoy good health and good part of enjoying a good life, well, what's the term in German? Lebensgut? I don't know.
Lebensqualität, life quality.
Lebensqualität. It's really about you cannot enjoy any Lebensqualität without a Gesundheit. If you're sick, then never mind a good living.
Yeah, and you take it too freely. Kind of, you don't recognize it.
So it requires humility and gratitude, to have the clarity and the stillness and the awareness to be grateful for the things that are truly important, to have this perspective. And for me, that's why I go back to nature. That's why I try to get out, because otherwise, you become a victim of your own cave and, hypnotized by the own shadows.
Yeah, right. You don't get out of the cage. Yeah, it's also a cage, your cave. And don't develop more perspectives. Right. But can you please repeat these two words that you said? Humility and thankful grace.
Well, gratitude,
Gratitude.
really humility and gratitude, because.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking these. Thanks.
It's taking stock of, really, because otherwise you're just kind of assuming it and,
you consider as being good.
Being considerate, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, these two words are very important.
They are, absolutely.
So, yeah, but back then,
we're talking about the ego, the ego, not to mention, I think what's happening today, particularly, you can trace the narrative control and the manipulation of fear for this mass formation psychosis in the United States. You can trace it straight directly back to Edward Bernays. And who was Edward Bernays? He was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. And who's Sigmund Freud? That's the id and the ego, the ego, right? I mean, this is they have really studied this from a psychological point of view intensely, and what methods of propaganda will be the most effective in, winning the hearts and minds of the people so that they can proceed as they wish, and tell a big lie and tell it loud enough and often enough, and it becomes the truth. And so
a noble lie.
A lot of people don't realize that Freud had to bury his original findings because
Hmm.
so many of the
Tell me
women
about it.
and the girls in the community in which he worked and served were coming to him, and he discovered the roots of PTSD through sexual trauma, largely and abuse from, it turns out to be the pillars of the community, who were their husbands and their fathers, who were doing all manner of awful things to them in private. And when he published his findings, all of these so-called pillars of the community came to him in private and told him, if you don't bury this shit, we're going to ruin you. And so he wound up burying most of it and rehashed it. And it's not that some of his work isn't useful, but to think that a lot of modern psychology, all these treatments, what I refer to as the treatment industrial complex, are based largely on 19th century outdated Freudian psychology and the behaviorism that they based all of the MK Ultra type programs on.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
people need to
I'm
realize.
glad you picked up on that, Charlie. That's kind of where I was going with it. But I pretty much handed the ball to you, and you just dunked it through the hoop for me.
We're getting good at doing this.
Yeah.
And thank you, because this is exactly what I'm talking
It's
about.
kind of suppression of life force.
And exactly, everybody's here trading notes. You know what I mean? And we start riffing off of each other. I swear, I keep saying this to Lucky. I don't know if you caught me saying this to her, but the longer we go with these streams, we get to the point where it's like we're almost reaching like those hallucinatory states, these psychedelic states. Well, it's funny, but
I don't know.
It is, because
very
it's like
real,
4:30 in the morning here.
Well, these
you know?
conversations tend to
Well, in
take on
terms
a
of
life
reading
of
the
their own.
thoughts, and speaking like Lucky is already saying what I was about to say, and then
6 hours later here.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll be like, oh yeah, we'll get
need to
off
flip
soon.
you
And then
three
we're
minutes
on
and
like
say you
3
said that
hours later.
Hours later with your
Okay.
accent. That was perfect, man.
Yeah, but back to an initial question. What could be done to not allow protecting your physical existence to be perverted
Night,
into
Riley.
into patterns that maybe even lead to our self-destruction in the end as a species?
I'd say still that's
well,
that's the
the
individual
key to
work
that
each
is
person
breaking the mass formation psychosis, and to break the mass formation psychosis, we have to be able to reach people. And again, with the non sequitur being, you can't reach everybody, you can't change everybody.
Yeah, sure.
But I think you can most. And with some, it's more of a struggle than others. And I've seen these numbers broken down like 30 and 30 with the 40 in the middle, and and
I
it's
have
kind of
a-
tipping points with how like the herd mentality when it comes to that. But
sort of speaking the critical mass there.
yeah, but I mean, in terms of how to prevent this from going further, and it's
Or-
going to come down to
or recycling.
non-compliance. Non-compliance right now,
We need to look at how the propaganda is working on the people right now, right?
Yeah.
How they're using it in a negative way and how it's destroying things. And we need to say, all right, this is what they're doing. This is how they're doing it. Now, how
Yeah.
are we going to turn this around to make it work for our benefit? So the thing that I see is that we need to reach people where we can reach them, which is a lot of people. It's going to be online, but like the younger crowd and the younger generation. But I think we need to make a challenge. Like I was thinking about this before, where we are challenging people to talk to other people. So whatever it is that we decide what it's going to be, we're going to share that with somebody, and we're going to say, okay, I challenge you to go challenge this many people to, you know what I mean? Like, so you get that, like, like that telephone, that chain. Remember, like way back in the day before there was all this, right? Like there would be like the telephone chain, like the telephone tree or whatever. Everybody
Party
had to
lines,
call
yeah.
somebody. So maybe what we have to do is do it where we're trying to get information. Sorry, get out of here, sweetie. Get. Sorry.
Ja, entschuldigen Sie, bitte schön, sind auf Deutschland, was ist die Uhr jetzt?
Bitte?
Was ist die Uhr jetzt auf Berlin?
What? I don't
Was
understand.
Was ist die Uhr?
Ach so, okay. What? Wie spät ist es? How late is it? It's 10:32.
Wow.
Yeah,
cool.
you're
6
awake
hours.
for quite some time. All right. Yeah, but I'm still clinging on the question, what could be done? Okay, so Lucky, you gave me
I
an
think we need
answer.
to yeah, like, so to finish that, like, so we need to communicate with people in like the masses, but we need to do it on a way where it's a more personal level, and where we get people to talk to other people. Like, we have to make that chain reaction happen, where it's like, all right, well, we're going to bring this up to so many people that we do or do not know that we wouldn't normally talk to. Like, we have to kind of push ourselves out of our own comfort zone, out of our own bubble, and talk to strangers, talk to your neighbors, talk to people that, you know what I mean? Because it takes, like, people are going along with things right now, and I think they're going along with them because it's hard, like, to stand out from it and feel like, the way that it feels like it's crushing down on everybody. Like, a lot of people feel the way we do, but they're not publicly speaking about it or coming outright and saying it because of the,
The
like,
material
taboo of it.
possible
You know what I mean?
repercussions. Yep.
Yeah.
Material repercussions.
So people are going along. Either people are just want to listen to the authority, or there's people that are knowingly doing it that are just going along to get along with it. And if there was actually people going against the grain, that they knew that they could join people, as opposed to having to, like, start it out themselves, because it seems so astronomically huge, because it is, for one person to take on. But if you find a group of people that are like, okay, we're saying this is not okay, because if we look in history and the way that society has decided, like, why we don't beat our kids, you know what I mean? The way that that parents used to. I was fucking shit was beat out of me when I was a
Yeah, but
kid.
that's
You
we're
know,
beaten.
I don't do that anymore. And as a society, people said, no, we're not doing that. So
Yeah,
if we
we're
want that to change,
beaten.
we have to kind of, like, get the ball rolling and just let people, like get rid of the taboo of it and say, no, like, fuck
Yeah,
you.
okay.
We don't comply.
Well, I had to deal with this very question tonight because I'm that guy that shows up at the family events, and everyone else sees me walk in and they're like, "Oh no, yeah, that's me. I'm that guy."
The truth teller. Everyone's like, oh shit, not that
And so I
one.
sit
That's
down.
why we're having a burrito picnic.
And so I sit down with my father-in-law, and he says, "Hey, they came out with a new pill for the corona now. I wonder if that's going to work." And I'm like, well, I don't have to wonder when it comes to Pfizer. I mean, I don't think any other company's paid as many billions of dollars in fines for killing people and lying on safety studies as they have. That's a matter of public record. And then you look here in Appalachia in West Virginia, how many people have they killed deliberately, sending, 20,000 pills at a time to a little town of 500 people with a pharmacy in it? I'm just absolutely flooding the coal mine area here, because this is all coal mining area here in West Virginia, Centaur. It's where most of the coal was traditionally mined in America, is here in West Virginia. And so they've hooked most people, most of the kids have been hooked onto the OxyContin pharmaceutical. And then when that ran out, they went to, there's so many different pills that are out there, but I mean, and also heroin, I mean, there's just so much drug addiction, and, the pharmacies have had to pay a lot of money in that. And when I pointed that out to my father-in-law, then he was immediately like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I really probably shouldn't trust them, and it's like, I mean, it's right there. It's just, I feel like most people are taking the path of least resistance. And so they don't really give it much thought. They don't really question much of anything. They just kind of, it's like they're hamsters in a wheel, or they're running on a treadmill, and they're just checking their watch every now and then.
This is not an accident either. This is a long game of social conditioning for people
Yeah.
to be primed to accept this crap.
Yeah. It is. It's a social conditioning, Charlie. I think you really nailed it there.
It's a social conditioning to, I don't know, what could be done in order to have people really choose freely. I mean,
well, you know, it's we keep hearing propaganda on TV where people are saying, I don't know what's in this, and I don't know what's in that either, and I don't care about that, and I don't ask about that. I just do it. I just take it. But
yeah, that was rough.
But we know that lots of money has been legislatively earmarked and dispersed by the government, paying for all types of propaganda against the public, you know, to create these divisions. And as a result, people, I don't think, are really taking, you know, a particular side or really even trying to enunciate a particular ideology or a position. They're just kind of just going with the flow and taking the path of least resistance, not to make waves and, you know, to try to not get noticed, and pretty much like a herd mentality of, well, everybody else is
that's
I'd be like the other sheeple, I guess.
yeah, that and yeah, keeping your physical presence safe.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making behind saying that my great great grandfather was in the SS.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making.
And what was the point someone made the other night? They were saying that, you know, eventually you find a level of survival that you are comfortable with. And this was the same whether you're in, you know, maybe you're one of the Japanese that's interred in the Nisei camps in America in World War II, or you're one of the German Americans that was interred in concentration camps in Texas during World War II, you know, and, you know,
And there
what was
were
going on.
friendships, by the way.
Huh?
There were friendships between Germans who have been brought to the US.
Oh, yeah. Lots of friendships. Well, for instance, interestingly enough, they happened to
Prisoners
locate
of war, I mean.
this camp for the German prisoners of war in the state of Texas, very close to Neubraunfels, Texas, which happens to be one of the only places in the American Southwest where there is a massive German immigrant community, to the extent that they speak Texas German still to their children. So I mean, it's such an intense enclave of German, very traditional German. But I mean, they're all from was it around Würzburgers? Because you know, Germany before it was a unified country was different. I mean, of course, Centaur says this, I say for the benefit of others, you know, Bavaria and Saxony and Würzburg. They were different kingdoms, I guess, right? You know, or duchies or whatever. But it wasn't unified as one German nation until later. But
1865, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, because the ones that came to Texas from Germany, they were coming in like
earlier,
1830s, 1840s. So it's before the unification under, you know, Bismarck, I guess, Otto von Bismarck. So you have these Texas Germans, and you know, they speak German. You can go to the town, get gas, go shopping, and you know, most of the town still, you know, it's a little pocket of German, and also there's a pocket of Cajun French in Texas at Beaumont, right? Beaumont. So I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious. At Neubraunfels, they speak Deutsch, and at Beaumont, on parle français. You know, der Sprache Französisch, right? So just all kinds of colonies all across the United States. I know here in Ohio, there's a number of German communities. I mean, like, Steubenville and Altstadt and others where, I mean, they still make bratwurst and everything. And Columbus and Cincinnati. I mean, the Kroger supermarket chain was started by Hans Kroger, right? I mean, they're the largest supermarket chain in the entire country. Massive, massive, massive presence here. It's pretty amazing. I mean, and what's exciting for me is, I feel like for the first time, so many people are awakening to this fifth level of just a common love and like a solidarity. I feel like there's an awakening of a love and a solidarity between people. And it really gives me hope. And I feel like people are
even for the downtrodden. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is important. Yep.
It's what I feel in my heart. I'm just speaking from the heart.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's sometimes too, it's the harsh experiences in life are sometimes that experience that needs to shift our perspective, that we need to happen to shift our. So it's of course you got to sort of meet it. If you're open, it's like, oh wow,
enable a much better empathy.
Yep.
It can.
Yeah. It's not a guaranteed. You got to meet it. We got to show up for it. You got to be open to it, but
without the humility, if you don't put your ego in check, there's not going to be much empathy,
Charlie.
I think.
I think I understand quite a lot about you. Don't worry. Yeah, but anyway, how can human cognition patterns be used better in order to not be perverted towards ends of people who just don't get enough? How can this be reached?
Well, for me, that's the connection to nature and the connection to other people. And I see this as the primary role of all of the intermediary interference between almost all communication at this point, rather than being real natural interaction with the natural world or a natural conversation with our next door neighbors. At this point, most communication, there's always an intermediary. And so you're always going through a different format. I mean, like, I'm not trying to go into the whole Ed Snowden thing that's a reality in terms of interception of signal and depending on your encryption and what you're able to try to keep private. But the point being, my viewpoint from the Cherokee side is that, or from the Cherokee viewpoint is that the more connected you are into just a very narrow digital viewpoint, the more disconnected you become from nature and a balanced view. Whereas the more connected you are to nature and to your people and your surroundings and your neighbors and such, at least with just making small talk, it's much more balanced.
I hope so. Yep, I hope so.
Because how can you have empathy if you don't have this balance and you can't put your ego in check? That's where the humility
don't think
comes in.
that you have to put your ego in check. It's more a kind of letting go or not taken too seriously.
Yeah. That's what the weed does for me.
No, it blunts me too much. I don't like it.
I like your use of the term, it blunts me too much, because it's funny. In America, one of the main forms of weed that's smoked is called a blunt. So it only makes sense.
Yep.
But I know what you mean as the regular verb blunt, as in dulling. Yes.
Yep.
But blunt is also a doochie that is passed on the left-hand side, my friend.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's a funny song.
Pass the doochie on the left-hand side. Oh,
But again, to me, I know I sound like a broken record probably, but that again goes back to the internal work. You keep asking the
Yeah.
same question, and I am asking myself the same question as you're asking it, and it's the inner. It seems like you're not doing anything when you're actually doing a whole lot of like internal stuff.
In the
That's, I
outer
think, part of
world.
the social conditioning that we need to be able to kind of step outside of and realize, like, I'm sitting on a cushion or something in a meditation, at home or wherever, and all kinds of stuff is going on. And like, I'm literally changing on a molecular level and all this sort of stuff. And I bring, like, I don't know if you caught this conversation, Centaur, was a couple streams ago. We were talking a couple years ago. I had attended a book signed by a woman who had authored a book on on living with suicidal ideation. And she was able to move beyond that in her life. And the book was really excellent. I think it was called How I Survived While My Brain Was Trying to Kill Me. I don't remember her name, but I went to the signing. It was a great reading and everything. And a week to the day later, I found myself downtown minding my own business, eating a piece of pizza after coming from the Shambhala Center for a night of meditation and talk, minding my business. And purposely, like, there's people all over the street, like, doing different stuff, hanging out and visiting, and the town's kind of fun like that, whatever. I'm over here by myself. This young guy walked up to me with the familiarity of which it left me thinking to myself, I forgot this guy's name. I kind of felt bad when he first showed up, he just walked up to me, turned out to be a random stranger. I think his name was Jesse, if I recall. And he came up to me and told me, like, out of the blue, of everybody on the street he could have walked up to, he walks up to me and starts telling me about how he was literally right then and there on his way to go kill himself. He was full of not ideation, but moved into suicidal. And I sat there with him for at least like 3 hours, probably talking about all stuff, because I too live with suicidal ideation. Synchronicity being that I had just gone and this whole thing with the book signing and everything. And it's like, my point for bringing this up is that to whatever degree I was able to help him, at least for 3 hours of that night, this kid was still alive because I had done my personal work and I was in that space.
Maybe,
Where,
yeah.
from the outside perspective, might not have looked like a lot was going on in my life, but I realized that's really helped me realize, like, wow, again, I don't know if he's still with us. I don't know what happened afterwards when we parted ways. But again, for 3 hours, I was able to be there for somebody when they were in that kind of space, which is a pretty heavy duty space to be in. I don't think it gets more serious than that, And that work is what I think affects, just to be able to, maybe you're in line getting a coffee at the store or whatever you're doing in your daily life, and it might seem mundane, but those moments when we bump into each other and we have some semblance of a conversation like this, that's what can you do? Is plant a seed. Again, it's not your work to do. We can't do each other's work for one another, but we can show up in a way that I would hope would maybe inspire somebody to, like, maybe soften up a little bit about any given subject, or
Yeah, or,
you know what I mean?
to get out of the cave, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly,
I love
that's
that
why
concept.
I do the job I do right now. There's so many other jobs I could do. I've had other job offers to go back into land surveying. I love land surveying, but it's generally at this point, with most all of the equipment just being GPS receivers, it's typically a 1 or 2 man job in the most remote areas. And so, there's just very, very little social interaction. And I prefer and really cherish moments of social interaction. And so, off and on again, ever since high school, I've delivered pizza. And so I've got the one job I enjoy the job I have now more than any other job I've had. I've got the most say so about my hours and my vacation. And normally I just try to work about 20 hours a week, but I absolutely love it. And, I've got a whole method to my madness. I've got a little bag I take with me where I keep plates and little packets of cheese, and I've got cat treats and dog treats and fish food and everything in my little bag that I carry with me door to door. And so often people are like, wow, Yona, you are the only delivery guy that is always at the door with plates or napkins or cheese. None of the other people that ever deliver food to my door are full service, man. You are always prepared. and the dogs and the cats hear you coming up the door in your boots, and they always run to the door because everybody knows they're getting a treat. You know, I got love for all my relatives, and so you know, and it's cool because like they all know I'm Cherokee now. Some of them say OCO when they see me. I've just been at this new gig for about 16 weeks, but I know a lot of people were heartbroken when I left the other place I was working at on the other side of town, and I still get people just see me on the road and know me from delivering pizza and just little, you know, I don't know, Charlie or Lucky or Centaur, maybe once a week, maybe once a month. I'll see him again. And maybe it's the, you know, like a lot of them are shut-ins or older people who don't really go out. And then especially now, since all of the hysteria on TV, they're the, you know, these 80-year-olds that live at home. They're the people that still watch television, unlike the rest of us. They're still tuning into Fox or CNN or whatever, and they're scared to death. And so I come up to the door and I'm like, oh, it's so great to see you again. How you been doing? You know, I mean, man, I can't believe that rain we got the other day. I mean, I've never seen 6 inches of rain in like 2 hours. That was crazy. And oh, well, here I got new treats for the dog. And she's like, well, you know, oh, it's so nice to see you again. Well, I'll have to order again tomorrow or something. And, you know, and maybe it took 10 or 15 seconds, but immediately, like, you know, face lights up and, you know, smiles are contagious. And so is depression. I mean, you know, I
And
feel
they're
like
free. Smiles are free.
that's the joy of interaction. That's really what really kind of recharges my batteries and kind of puts power back into my soul. Just
Okay.
all the little it's the little things, you
If
know.
you see somebody without a smile,
I'm not
I
trying
have
to
a
talk to them about
solution.
vaccines. It's a lot of times just, you know, small, just, it's so good to see you again. How you been doing? You know, or the weather, you know, and of course she's double masked and behind the door the whole time, but smiling. And the last time I delivered, which was Christmas Eve, and I came to the door and she took her masks off and sent the dog. She still didn't come outside, but like, it's really a fear thing. I mean, people are wearing the mask because they're scared.
Yeah.
But not scared of Yona anymore because I'm cool, right?
I
mean,
think you
that
bring up
brings me to tears, you know.
really wonderful
Because
point.
it's like a trust thing, you know.
Dude, you just
It's about
acknowledged-
empathy. Seeing what how we are common in each other. It's
Yep.
OCO. It's the goodness in all of us.
Reasonable. Yeah.
Our greeting in Cherokee is OCO. It's like namaste. It literally means goodness is in you. And then they say OCO. Goodness is in you. It's the basic greeting. OCO.
I gotta
Yeah.
tell you my monk story after. I gotta tell you my Tibetan monk story.
Why wait?
All right, well I can tell you now. So I was in like the woods behind like where my apartment is. It's like this little like area, like there's a trail that goes through and people will like use it to walk down to like, you know, the main strip of where all the, you know, the Walgreens and, you know, all that stuff is. But I like dig in the ground a lot out there and like dig for like crystals and I collect vines to do like I don't know, and I go out there and I pull vines down out of trees and like clean up the woods and like I just call it like my tending. I like tend to the woods and you know use the vines that I pull out of the trees to make dream catchers and do stuff like that, make baskets. And I'm out there one day and Steve's, you know, he's got the guitar and this guy that I was friends with is there and Skyla and we're all just, they're like standing there. I had found this big rock that was quartz and I started like digging at it. I'm like, oh, I want to see how big this is because you know I would just pretty sure I had a shovel. Sometimes I dig without a shovel, but and I'm sitting there doing that and Steve's like just playing a little, you know, guitar softly. And then all of a sudden a monk is walking up the path. Like, it's like really random. Like, I would be more likely to see, like, you know, a couple little kids out there. Like, not that many people use it. But yeah, just, you know, he's walking, and I'm like, I love the color of your robes. And he stops and he says, "Thank you." And I'm on the ground covered in dirt, and I go, "Namaste." And like that, and he goes, "Namaste." And then you know, and I said it again with him, and he namaste again before he went on. And like, it was only a couple like words passed between us. Or no, he looked at me, he said, "I'm a Tibetan monk." And I said, you know, "Namaste" again. And he said, "Namaste" back to me. That's what it was. He said, "I'm a Tibetan monk." And I was like, that was it. Like, but it was like, it was only him and I, like, there. Like, we had this moment that was frozen in time. And it was
Yeah,
it was just
beautiful.
such a cool freaking moment to randomly be in the freaking woods digging in the earth, and a monk walks by and tells me like, what the fuck, you know? So it was really cool. It was really cool to have that experience. But it's just the connectivity. It's that same thing, Yoda. It's the connectivity of just, you know, namaste. It's just, I
And that
see you,
connectivity
you know?
happens when you are doing you, when you are in the synchronicity and the flow of your own
Yeah,
life, doing you,
synchronicity. I thought about
honoring
that
your
too.
own. You know, I love that about you. You inspire me. You're the reason I came on here and stuck my big ugly mug and telling people about my freaking personal shit. You know, in the off chance that maybe something I have to share is useful to somebody.
It's not
It
a.
is.
People have
Because
done
when you
that in my
share
life,
it with
and I'm here
us,
because
Yeah.
of it.
it's
So
helping you
truly,
too.
namaste, family, OCO. I love that. It's beautiful.
I thought it
Well,
would
it
mean
really is about the
I'm greeting
synchronicity.
the place
Yeah.
of silence in you.
Yeah, that
But
sacred silence.
yeah, is it? I don't know, but that would be a beautiful meaning.
Well, you know
So
what Centaur was
I
talking
mean it.
about, like resetting your mind and how to reset your mind. And you mentioned Iboga. What we're talking about, what we describe is your soul vibrations. And in order to be in synchronicity with your soul vibrations, you know, when you have, it's almost like a scar tissue or a pollution or like an accumulation that you have to purify and get out of
Yeah.
the way because it affects your vibration to the point that you don't
Okay,
have this
channeling
synchronicity.
Charlie, I'd say it's an
Yeah.
accumulation of somatic experiences.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's exactly
Precisely.
what Dr. Vanderkolk means when he says the body keeps the score. Is exactly that, Centaur. Exactly that. And so that's that, and that so that be that again.
Yeah,
If
I
you,
know.
I wish I had a quick link to that video where he was asked, like I said, how do you cure trauma? And the person meant it like with all sincerity, and he was just so nonchalant. He's like, it's just easy, like yoga or this or that, some form of somatic experiencing that
Yeah.
speaks to the
Or
individual and their experience,
yeah,
their life experience, and meeting those two things. And it's like, and it really is like
yeah,
you guys both
or
said, but there's
experiences
a letting
anchored
go.
in the soma
It's not even
already.
so much we have to do so much as like stop doing a lot of stuff and
Yeah.
just be.
Oh
And
yeah.
you know, there's a lot of
Stop too many distractions, for
yeah.
instance. Yeah, right.
But you know, really, we're talking about when you stop this, needless struggle. It's really about the surrender process. You know.
And there's your humility, and then the
Yeah.
gratitude comes in, and
Yeah. Because in order to have a balance, you have to surrender to the other force. You know, there's more than just you to keep balance because you know balance is more than just one thing. It's like juggling many things to keep them all in balance. You know,
Yeah.
and each one has an inertia.
Yeah.
Each one has a
And
center of
also
gravity. You know.
this means looking into your shadow, just
Yeah.
as an exercise for yourself.
yeah,
Yeah. Just with
Carl
yourself.
Jung.
yep, yep, and that helps us understand other people's when they're dealing with their shadow issues
Oh
too.
yeah. I
Which
know.
goes again very nicely, I think, to the conversation at large we were started earlier about the whole Graham thing and just that mentality in general.
I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You communicate through your wound.
And I think to get to this point, there's a level of it's acceptance, like the humility, the gratitude. There's a level of acceptance because a lot of stuff. What I thought was like I realized the suicidal ideation to me, and it presented itself in my life as an other. Like, and because of that, I was always like in some form or another trying to push it away, whether it be my own self-talk or
but you don't
any
fight
number
your
of
demons.
but so I slowly was able to, and I think I might have shared this in a previous stream as well. There's that whole
you don't fight them, you transform them.
exactly. It's changing your relationship. There's that whole Buddhist lore about the demons in the cave, where the guy what was his name?
Sorry, Jonah.
Brain fart for a second here.
I'm listening to him.
What was his name? I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head, but there was a monk who had lived in a cave, comes home one day from gathering his food, and there's these demons in the cave. And in the Buddhist perspective, they don't look at demons like the Christian perspective. They look at them as effectively teachers or a manifestation of the
or maybe neuroses.
Yeah, exactly. Except they don't even. I like it. They don't quite use those sorts of words, although that's a useful word. I think there tends to be a sort of a pejorative, where people are like, this to it, even though it's we're talking about getting to a place of acceptance here. So he comes home to the cave, and there's all these demons, and of course, like his first reaction, like any of us would be like, "Whoa," and he's trying to push them away, get out of here. And the more energy he throws at them to get them to go away, the bigger they got.
They get.
And so finally he's like, oh, okay, well, maybe if I get up on a little bit of a higher above them, like I've been taught, I'll teach them the Dharma in the Buddhist tradition. And they're sort of just kind of looking at him, sort of bemused in the story as it was relayed to me. And then he's like, oh, all right, you're here to teach me something. So like he makes them some tea, bakes them a cake, and next thing you know, all but one of them disappear because he treated them
That's
as
the method.
And then that last one, it was Pema Chodron who had where I first heard the story, and parenthetically she says, so they all leave except the one, and she goes, and parenthetically she says, you know the one, we all have that one. And then the man is able to jump effectively into the demon's mouth. In other words, fully embrace whatever it was there to bring into his life. And
feed it with what it needs and not what it wants.
Right, exactly. What's it here to present to me? And there's really no the whole the polemics of like good and bad thoughts and all this sort of stuff. I think is really a lot of social conditioning as well too, because it just is what it is. And when we can just like, okay, this is what it is. Now that to me
you
is
don't fight your demons, you transform them into a better form of what they represent.
Right. You're able to see them exactly.
Well, it's interesting. Our take on
and
that.
It's don't call it demons if that that puts other people off. Call it your neurosis also.
Yeah.
But you do it in a kind of inner dialogue.
Yep. In a
that's the method.
And that's why I appreciate about the polyvagal theory speaks to befriending one's nervous system, befriending oneself. And I just that general term of befriend, because I realize for myself, and I know I hear this from a lot of people, our internal dialogues are a lot of subtle digs that we make at ourselves and so many different things we say, perfectly acceptable terms that we use all the time. Hi, Everett. What the hell is going on there? I'm sorry. I'm a cat
lays back like a maniac, like upside down.
So
like that.
Again,
excuse me.
Don't use the term demon.
Hold him, so he's hanging upside down.
Maybe neurosis.
Right. I honestly, I personally prefer the term demon.
I like it too, because there's a method I read about in a book which has been recommended by my former general practitioner, general doctor. I don't know how to say it in English. And it's called Feeding Your Demons by a woman who calls herself Machik Labdrön, whom I don't like so much, but whatever, because she's too kind of feminist. And I don't really like feminism. I'm jumping topics, sorry. Too much. I think it should be about fairness.
That's what
More about
feminism
fairness.
is. That's what it is about, actually.
Yeah, it should be,
like true
but
feminism
it gets
is
out right too.
being equal completely.
Not equal, but in a way, not equal. Women and men are a little bit different, and it should be about fairness and about being free to express yourself without doing harm to others. So
Yeah, that's what that's about, though. Is
you say
women
that,
having
but
that equality?
yeah.
I think that gets into the hairiness of language again. Sometimes not everybody means the same thing by using the same terms oftentimes for one thing.
Well,
And
you're
again,
talking about feeding demons or which you do this and that. And it's interesting. In the Cherokee tribe, we have 7 clans. Each clan has a particular responsibility to the tribe at large. The clan that is the protector of the people is the Aniwakya, which is the wolf clan, because we believe that every person's spirit is guarded by 2 wolves. And so, literally, whichever wolf you feed gains strength and takes
Yep,
control
that's
over
what
your
my general
spirits.
practitioner said as well.
And so, for us, the word wahya is like wolf spirit, but it's like a wolf spirit from deep within the heart of the earth. So, I mean, maybe it's like wolf demon spirit. I don't know. It's the concept is feeding the wolf. So, I mean, make of it what you
Yeah,
will.
it's got both sides.
Yeah.
And we're all of these terms and this language that we're using is just effectively like metaphor. Because as I took the demons in the cave thing, I mean, I certainly could picture, a scenario where there's these entities or whatever, but I realized that was in he came home one day and he had all this stuff arise in his mind for whatever reason. It came up from, Milarepa was his name. And prior to him living the life of is the term aesthetic? I always mix that up with ascetic. You know what I'm talking about. Aesthetic. Thank you. He had actually previously murdered somebody. Like he lived a pretty rough life. The guy wasn't living his best self clearly. And he was he had a big change of heart or whatever it was after that and prompted him to go live up in the mountains. And the legend had it that he only ate nettles. So he was green. Whatever, but the main important takeaway for me anyway is again just that he was changing his relationship unto his own self, his thoughts, whatever arose and whatever metaphor resonates for the individual when that stuff comes up. Alice said, I call him ghosts. Yeah, I mean, and that's the important thing. It's got to resonate for the individual. You hear something, it's like, oh, okay, and then that gets you curious. I love Gabor Mate's term that he uses, compassionate inquiry.
Yeah.
That helped me a lot. I really appreciate that. I think that's a fantastic.
What did you say? Compassionate and inquiry?
Compassionate inquiry.
Okay, good.
And which goes along. I've shared this before on other streams where the Tibetan sort of pillar is gentleness and precision. So you learn your work, whatever it is, but we're gentle with ourselves in the process of doing it. And again, it's practice. It's not, so these things have helped me a lot because my level of self-aggression has been considerably high in my life.
Words,
so
and I'm
very
taking
helpful.
these again that you said, just Charlie. Sorry for interrupting.
No.
So it's gentleness and precision.
That's that's the
and
of the Shambhala.
Humility and gratitude.
Yeah, genau, danke. Thanks, exactly.
And again, these are all kind of concepts too, still, right? Again, unless you come from culturally, I don't have a culture to come from. I'm a mutt. I know I'm a Native American according to you, Yona, and that definition. I dig that, but culturally speaking, a lot of us don't have a whole lot to fall back on. I think, at least I know I feel that way, and I seem to get that just from other people. So it's like,
well, for us, Centaur, Tanasi, Konadagi is, part of the Cherokee homeland. But for an American, Tanasi is Tennessee and Konadagi is Kentucky. And they're just 2 of the 50 Staaten, But, for us, it's our homeland. You know, I mean, it's kind of like, imagine, if you will, if Caesar or Caesar, when he arrived with his legions from Rome into the Teuton forest to fight the Tedeschi, as they say in Italian, you know, les Allemands, as they say in French, les Allemands, i Tedeschi, right? The Deutschvölker, the ancient, and you know, I don't think Rome was able to conquer all of Germany, if my history serves me correct.
Yeah,
But the point being, imagine, if you will, if the Romans had completely conquered all of Germany and absorbed it into the Roman Empire, much like other provinces were, you know, what the result would have been to be permanently colonized, and like for today, for Germany to still be speaking like maybe Italian or Latin, but the people on the street, they're still speaking Deutsch. I don't know. It's hard to describe what it's like, because we go to our Cherokee lands, and all of our signs and everything, the street signs, the stop signs, all have Cherokee symbols on them instead of the English letters, And so it's like we're still in our homeland, but all these idiots around are calling it, America or whatever, like it's their land. But, I don't know. It's strange. It's weird.
Okay. Lucky, I don't want to put you into a state of dissonance through saying that I'm against feminism. My understanding is that it overshoots and gets unfair. I just want fairness. And
I think
under
that there's
the
a
assertion
misinformation
or
about that.
assumption that, that people, women and men are partially different. And it should not be about equality, but fairness.
Yeah.
Yeah, balance. Yep.
Yeah, balance, right. Yeah.
But I think that is a value. I mean, you bring a good point up, Lucky. I think that does not get addressed in ways that really suit the situation. There is historically speaking, we've covered this. We talked about this before. That was actually a subject of one of the streams that you spoke to, Yona, about the feminine energy in the world, the divine, sacred, feminine, whatever terminology you want to use, has definitely
Very
been
important
throughout history.
Yeah.
Most of the mechanisms and infrastructures that are in place now are very patriarchal, and I think that the feminism has been a response to that. But I think oftentimes our responses in humanity has like this pendulous effect where it's like we want it here, but things are over here, so
every
over here.
every response to a suppression of energy leads to overshooting.
Yeah. Anything taken to its extreme becomes its extreme opposite.
Yeah, and
I
there's
think
no necessity for it. Not really, but
I think in the context of feminism in the United States, there's two
it's a
factors
way
to
of
consider.
experience.
Number one, linguistically speaking, feminism is often framed in the public as an issue of equality when it comes to pay, when that really is at its core an issue of fairness, because it's not.
Yeah.
It's simply not
Yeah.
fair.
Okay, that
To pay
gets me
one
on to
gender
another
less
point.
than the other, and so those terms get purposefully misconstrued and conflated. Second issue to feminism is, unfortunately, it seems like, and there's documented evidence to this, that the feminist movement was in large parts co-opted as a way to manipulate women as a
Third
new
wave
labor
feminism.
pool to work harder for less money. Again, it was about how incredibly unfair and devious it was, and they just
May I
manipulated and
interlude?
co-opted feminism into something else.
May I? Okay. So that brings me to the point of why do two parents now have to work full time in order to get by?
Is that
What
the
the heck?
reality of Germany?
it's partially the case, yeah. But there is a tendency that it gets worse. And I grew up in the 70s, so, and under the assumption that, well, a father cares for his family and is often outwards, but at least it was not so seldom that one person could provide for the whole family, and this has changed. And what the
Well,
heck?
it's dramatically changed in the United States to a
I know.
staggering level.
Yeah, 2 or
Dramatically
3
so,
jobs.
because we've lost private sector unionization in the workforce largely. All that
Yeah, I
remains
know.
of unionized employment in the United States is primarily
Yeah, I'll be
public
cutting through.
service.
So, what about a proper UBI?
Not by itself. I don't think that would work.
Well, I mean, what do you call the payments we've
It's
received?
part of it. It's a pillar of a true democracy, in my sense. You have to be able to decide freely with your feet to what you agree or not. You have to be able to do that, or else you don't live in a true democracy.
Yeah.
We've never had a democracy here.
Well, it's
Yeah.
been, they
We've
call
Okay.
it
Yeah.
republic.
Okay. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But
Since
you
when
know,
did we ever have a true democracy?
but you know, Centaur, we call it in English, come to Jesus moments or like epiphany. You know, a lot of people are at long last having to confront such a stark and dire reality that is quite different from this fantasy democracy we've been conditioned and propagandized to believe that America is the most first world country in the world with the best autobahn and the best railroad and the best infrastructure. And you know, even first world is a racist term. It's a ridiculous, absurd notion.
You know what? That drives me crazy.
And I don't say it to drive you crazy. It's all I ever heard when I was overseas.
When
That's
other
all I ever
people,
heard.
when other people
Okay,
say it,
2
and I just like want to like say no, like we live in the United States that is on the continent in North America. We're not in healthcare alone. We're 78. We're number 78.
Yeah.
We don't have the best healthcare,
And we
like,
cannot pick a single subject. Sorry,
I've had
go
all
ahead.
these conversations like with Mr. Wilson and people over like in other countries, and like, you know, they're in Pakistan, and they think that like we are so free here, and that we have like people are like, their perception is that people are rich here, and I'm like, no. There's rich people,
Watching
but
too much
most
Hollywood.
of the citizens are poor. Like, we are poor. There is more people living on the streets than you could imagine. I was watching his stream earlier when they're doing a Uber down the streets, like, and it looks like it's a pretty main area. And I'm like, yeah, if that was one of our streets, we would have tents up and down that
Yeah.
street.
Yeah.
There
Pick your city. It's all across the United States. In every state, go to the
Mhm.
main cities. Under every under every overpass and underpass on the interstates, or what they call in Germany the Autobahn, you know, there are people living like gypsies or something. You know, everywhere you look.
Refugees from American foreign policy.
Yeah.
Outcast.
Victims of capitalism, you know, that now they are permanent Untermenschen. They're less than human.
No,
And they're just
they
ignored,
are not.
invisible. No, I'm saying how the society, it's
That's
like
how they're
Yeah.
perceived.
the contempt. And
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
even like
Yeah, I get it.
TYT, let's get real. Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian
Oh.
cheering on more punitive laws against the unhoused.
Do you know why Graham Elwood left where he was living? Because he got uncomfortable with the people that were protesting and the people that were houseless. Because you know what? We live on this planet, and that is our home. This planet is our home. And just because you don't have a freaking roof over
Yeah,
your
your
head
body is your
that
home.
is a traditional fucking approved fucking roof, that does not, you're not without a home.
That's why a
You
lot of
might
people
be without a house,
say
but you're not without a
houseless
home.
versus
2
homeless.
topics.
Yeah. It's like you just said,
So-
Centaur, you are your home within your own self, to embody that notion is part of the basis for life, right? Or well-being anyway.
Yeah.
It's like
Your
you
home
become
and
a
your
criminal if
perception.
you don't have a house here. Like you're
Or
a
you're
criminal.
not.
There's so many what's that term? Working on a building. There's so many sort of analogies of that, but
I won't use that terminology again, but and being able to travel to Germany.
How
I'm
should
sorry,
a
go ahead.
society be construed or built up in order to allow for optimal evolution of each individual towards, well, a society where there's no coercion to a common goal, but to live well in a sense and balanced with nature embedded into it. I mean, it's maybe I'm stupid to ask those questions because they are so big, but
No
No,
question.
that's part of this
That's what we're
promise
here
to
for.
all Americans growing up when they talk about, to be able to enjoy your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, this well-being, this good life you talk about. And the stark reality is, I'm sorry?
But in balance with nature, embedded into it. We are just another strain in the web of life.
That's the thing. I think we keep mistakenly saying there's humans and there's nature, but that's the whole point. We are nature, and somehow we've we've been, there's this delusion that somehow we're separate.
Our Cherokee way of life is all about balance with nature. But I must say, over the last 400 years of genocides of our people and colonization of our land here in America, I don't see the same value system in response to how they balance and try to live in nature, in harmony with nature. I mean, looking at how they hunted down all our deer and almost extincted them. They hunted down all the buffalo. It's a mining empire. I mean, Columbus and Cortez and Coronado and Pizarro, they came here to mine and extract gold and silver and to mine tribes for slave labor and mine coal, and everything is just mining and extraction and exploitation.
Which goes back to the question, what can be done if people point the gun at you or use the better weaponry and force you into something?
Well,
yeah,
I know in our case, people with the gun that forced us into it, and we didn't have the gun. 90% of our people died. So that's the answer. Genocide. That's what happens. Genocide. Because we had bows and arrows, and they had arquebuses.
Yeah.
They had firearms, the Spanish did. They had horses, the Spanish did.
What would it
We
mean?
didn't have horses. We didn't have, with the horse being on horseback with a firearm, centaur, we did not have an answer for that militarily speaking in order to defend our tribes.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons why we suffered so much catastrophic genocide.
Yeah.
It was an issue of technology. And I've had this argument before, or not argument, but so much discussion. And it's kind of painted to me as basically a social Darwinism of, whoever has the superior weapon,
There's something broken in the human psyche then.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's broken. I think that we are, and you touched on it yourself by mentioning your great grandfather. If I'm understanding your sentiment by bringing that up about this, again, for lack of a better term, this intergenerational trauma. This goes back so far, and again, never talking about it at all. Talking about it in ways that do it a disservice and sort of obfuscate the underlying reality of how is this affecting us as individuals, and how is the individual affecting the collective in that way, and having that projected back. That's where I think we're finding it. Technology right now is, again, it's like our ability to use technology has almost always seemingly surpassed our ability to wield it in any way that is balanced.
Instead, you see Americans mimicking Uncle Sam, in our opinion, just like the conquistador when they're outside with a can of rain, a can of Raid in one hand,
Again,
a bug spray to kill
but
bugs,
this
and then
leads
another
off
can has a
of
Roundup
the
to kill the
question.
weeds. So it's like this conquistador mentality of they're not
Yeah,
trying to live in harmony with nature. They will conquer nature,
yeah,
just
you
like
conquer
Columbus,
yourself.
just like Cortez,
You don't
just like
conquer.
Uncle Sam. I'm
You
sorry.
transform. No,
No.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I just wanted to throw that in the background while you're
Yeah.
speaking.
Yeah. And
You don't
so,
conquer, you transform.
yeah. And so it's this
I think
for
it's
me
my sense. But
from our perspective, because we talk about this on the reservation and we talk about this in other forums online about what's missing from this American mentality. Why is there not this harmony and balance? Why is it all about domination
yeah,
and control of
what
nature
for?
rather than living in harmony with
It's
nature?
self-defeating.
Because
Domination is self-defeating.
well, what's happened is with the capitalism commodification of all life, there is no more intrinsic value. Everything must be assigned a finite dollar amount. And there's things that
Domination
you
is
really
kind
shouldn't put a
of a
dollar
way of
amount to,
defeating. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that
Defeating yourself.
mentality of value and like everything being, based upon results oriented, and there's something out of balance about that perspective in and of itself. I can't quite put my finger on it or articulate it,
me
but
too.
there's something about that I think is
There's
part of
something
what we're
eerie
trying to
about
get at.
it.
It's not. It's out of
Something
balance. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I can
mysterious.
say this to you. Hopefully, my boss doesn't hear me. I don't know that I would get in trouble for this with my boss, but even
So
when
don't
I'm
say
on the clock and I'm on a delivery and I've got, a whole bunch of pizza pies and breadsticks and cheese sticks and everything wafting smells into the van. I come around the bend on the county road, climbing the mountains of West Virginia, and I see it's just rained and there's 2 or 3 turtles that are halfway across the blacktop road. I stop, I get out, and I help the turtles to the other side of the road. That's a spiritual sacred thing. I leave tobacco and then I get back in the van and drive off. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's like a respect and a humility that if I was in the middle of the road and injured, I would hope that the truck driver or the school bus driver coming down the road would help me to the other side.
Yeah.
If there's an old lady trying to cross the road, I would want to help that old lady cross the road rather than see her. I mean, it's empathy.
Is that not the
you do it for your own inner peace?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Well, because it's the goodness in all things.
Yep.
I was going to say, is that not the embodiment of OCO?
Yeah. It's my relative. Yeah, I mean, in Lakota they say Mitaka o Yasin, and for us we say Nigatsi Danela. Everything we are all intimate relatives to each other.
Sure.
So that turtle is like literally
That's
like
why
my
I'm
baby
saying
brother and baby sister.
I'm an inhabitant of the universe, or multiverse. That's why I'm saying this. Yeah.
But I could tell some people, stopping and putting the turtles to the side, and they would look at me like I'm literally stark raving mad and lunatic insane. But they just don't understand.
That's where this thing here comes in handy, because I got like what my ex used to call resting.
I am crazy, by the way.
Okay, you couldn't hear me. I was muted. Okay, so I would look at you crazy if you didn't do that. I would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking stop right now, because we're
Normal
fucking
is maybe
putting
crazy.
that turtle across the fucking road. Like, what the hell?"
There's a former therapist here on YouTube. His name's Daniel Mackler. He's got a great spiel on like his idea of like what normal is in a society and like the whole grief process. And his spiel is in that take is that just like you touched on, Centaur, the normal for society is dissociation. But but because it's accepted on that level, we started talking about this earlier. I think about what's an acceptable quote unquote addiction or substance and these sorts of things. It's like, again, it's kind of in that mentality. It doesn't really make any sense in the long run. If you start to examine it, it falls apart really quickly.
That was a big difference. He asked me earlier. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so Yeah,
You
collective
had asked
blind
me
spots
earlier.
of the human psyche. Yeah, right.
A big difference when we were traveling overseas versus the United States that I found was with total complete strangers, whether in Ecuador or across Europe, total strangers was able to just strike up conversation, maybe make small talk, until I got back to the United States. Then it was back to most. It's even worse now, but
Superficial.
even then, anything like in the United States, like when they say, "Well, how are you?" They don't really want to know how you are. It's just like a
Yeah,
polite
I
thing. They're
don't
like,
like that.
"Hi, okay, bye-bye,"
Yeah,
and
but
it's very
what I mean when I
artificial
ask
and
that,
very
I
Yeah, if
do.
you'd
shallow.
ask me, I'd say directly,
Yeah.
I'm so also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And
But
being
I'm
You
saying
always
it's
being
tell the
different.
truth.
honest or being kind of in hyphens unpolite is a kind of politeness for me.
Yeah, and so like for most
Being
American,
direct
like
is a kind of politeness because you know what you're into
You're
also.
getting an authentic
Yeah.
response. That's why.
Yeah.
And that goes with the 4 agreements. So you've been talking, we forgot to read the card this time too, but be impeccable with your word. And how he goes on to say, if we could do that one thing, just being impeccable with our word is like changes so much. And good luck. I mean, I'm aware of that, and I try to keep up, but I
You
I
can
catch
strive for
myself
it.
all the time. There's the practice, and
Yeah,
well,
there
so
has to come in the gentleness.
what we're talking about human
Simple
interaction and
conversation.
how people interact. Like just the other day, I had like 24 deliveries in 4 hours. So I went to 24 different households in just 4 hours. What is that, like 6 an hour? And all this different reaction back and forth. But I mean, that's what I love about it, and what's interesting is in all that different interaction, I've got to, again, most people I want to believe are genuinely nice, but yet it's like, thank you, bye, okay. And like they even, like, there was a skit on SNL where they made fun of like an airline thing, and like, what was it, David Spade, right? This is long ago, Saturday Night Live, where they would do the whole bye-bye, bye-bye, and it's like, it's so pretentious, it's so shallow, it's so fucking American, it's disgusting.
Well, yeah.
And it's just a reality, like, and whereas I just go to get a cigarette, and I'm smoking a cigarette there right by the Hauptbahnhof in Cologne at 2:00 in the morning, and there are drunk vagrants wandering around, pissing on the side of, right underneath the train viaduct, and just talking and mingling and just heart to heart. No pretentious, not even, I don't know. It just seemed like people were more genuine. And I feel like most people in America, when they're out in public, are always, even before they were wearing masks, and very guarded and don't touch me. And like, you get on an elevator in any other country and you'll bump and rub against people and not a word said. But
Okay,
if you're in
but
the United States and
that's
you
not the
touch somebody
reality
in
that
the
I.
elevator, there could be a fight.
That's not the reality that I lived in, though. Okay. Even before all of this, that's not the reality that I lived in.
Yep.
Because the reality that I lived in is that everybody is a friend, even if they're a stranger. There's a friend I have not met yet.
Yeah, that's
And
how I live.
but the way that I interact with the world is completely different from that, because I don't fucking care what their fucking masks are. I fucking see through them.
Yep.
And I relate and find a way to relate to every fucking person that I talk
So.
with. Everybody.
Yep.
I can talk to anybody. And
Yep.
I do. And people will tell me their deepest, darkest fucking secrets. We would be
I
out at clubs
can
and at
imagine that
shows
quite
and
easily.
everything like that. And I mean, I would just like meet people like, oh, I'm a hugger. Hi, like, and hugged everybody like constant. Like, I had people crying on my shoulder telling me their darkest secrets. I'm the one who would like make sure random strangers were freaking safe and not getting molested by, you know, someone they went to the bar with. I don't give a shit who they are. If they look uncomfortable, I'm the one that's gonna stand up and say, oh no, this is my girlfriend, and you need to, like, you know, I'm taking her under my wing and making sure she is safe. I mean, like, that's just, if you see the world the way that it is, where people are so distant from you, then that's the way you're going to read it. But if you go out there with intention to make sure that that is not how it works, and that you, even if somebody looks at you like you have two heads, you still find a way to relate to them, smile, hold the door. You never know what it is. And then with Leo, especially now, it's like I have to like kind of beat the people off with a stick.
Yeah.
But I know what joy it brings to them, even though sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I just want to fucking go.
Yeah,
I
but
know
you have
what
to
it's going to
preserve
bring for somebody
energy
else.
for yourself too.
Yeah, and it is. It makes me be social, you know, and I am a social person, but I get social anxiety. It's really a weird thing. Like,
at
I'll
all.
get anxiety
Yeah.
about going out to being
Again,
in public, but once I'm out, I'm fine.
matter of balance.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie about it. The only reason I really deliver the pizzas is just so I can feed everybody else's cats and dogs, because it's the gift of giving. And
Good.
when you've got, you know, some 65-year-old Nana at the door with her brooch and her perfume on, and you give a treat to her precious fur baby, and to see, no matter
You
how
warm her
much of a
heart.
maybe an evil
It's
bitch
good.
or whatever, no matter how bad of a mood she's in, she normally has a scowl on her face. When she looks down at that fur baby chewing up the treat, and then she smiles, and she's like, "Oh, that was so sweet," you know. That
That's
makes
why
that makes a difference. I know it charges my batteries.
It does. It
Yeah.
does. It feels good to do that.
Yeah,
Like,
but
and we need to get people addicted to feeling good, not feeling bad. You know,
Yeah.
Yep.
like it's like a kid. They'll do something bad to get your attention, or they'll do something good to get your attention. And they are not good or bad, but their choices are good or bad. Right? Like, we don't ever want to put, like, you know, oh, you're being bad. No, that was a bad choice, or that was a good choice, or that was a positive or a
yeah,
negative
you
choice.
don't condemn the person, you condemn the bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And you
You
don't
don't even
even
have to
condemn
condemn
it.
the behavior if you understand where it's
point
coming
out
from.
what might be better, or you allow for ideas of what might be better. You don't even say necessarily what is better.
Nope. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like when you're raising a child, if your kid's doing something that's not great for them, or you want them to be doing something else. You're doing it. I never spent time on that so much unless it was dangerous to belay a lesson. But I'd be like, hey, what about this over here? Or what about that
Yeah.
over there? Just like give them some
Yeah, or
suggestions. And
if you
and
do
we-
this, these are the likely consequences. I don't want you to go into this, but it's your
Right.
choice what you do now.
Yeah,
My
it's an
perception
educational
now is
endeavor.
this has these likelinesses to these outcomes.
Yep.
I'm talking about a general form, not some specific. It's yeah, you can choose, but look at what you want.
But that
Out
applies
of it.
to ourselves as well, to again having that inner dialogue in our own, you know, befriending ourselves, relating to ourselves differently than our culture often
Being
tells us
kind
to.
to yourself.
That allows us to do
Careful.
just like you're saying, Lucky,
Caregiving.
to show up for people. It absolutely has to. I don't have any data on it, but I'm pretty sure that between the heart and the brain, with all the electrical impulses and everything going on, we're creating an energy field that allows. We talked about that a couple streams back about, you know, give somebody an opportunity to shine where maybe they didn't feel like, for whatever reason, comfortable or safe to do it. You show up and hold a little bit of space, and I know that term gets abused a little bit. Hold enough of a space for them to soften up a little bit, for their nervous system to release, and all of a sudden they're doing awesome things. And like,
Hey, look at you guys all on the screen right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And I often say that animals are our master teachers because of what.
That that way.
Okay.
Like what, the ability for an animal, the animal
really
doesn't really give a shit or know what's going on. They want the treat. They're happy to see you. You're the dude with the treats. You're the dude meeting them. But that's a conscious effort on your part to be who you
You're
are, to show
feeding
up. You
their white
chose
cats.
to do that job versus doing a job you could make considerably more money at. But because you understand the value of what you're getting out of the job on that human level, you're able to be there with that dog on the level where a lot of people, they need the dog. This person and this person
It's I
can't do what
see
the dog can
you.
do. So when Leo shows up, the sea of fear parts and hearts are coming alive, and there's something important to that.
And here's the thing about it.
Take away. We
In
can do that
order
too.
to be able to give treats to all the different dogs and cats, I have to buy the single most normal. I mean, I get the all organic beef brisket and the all organic sweet potato and chicken treats that are like $10-12 for a very small bag. It's very, very expensive. And I often go through at least one bag of each. Well, one bag will last the dogs for about a week, and one bag will last cats for about 2 weeks. But the thing of it is, it's part of our tradition, honoring all of our relatives. And it turns
the cats
out,
too.
as a happy byproduct of showing up at the door, always with plates and napkins and pepper and parmesan and any of the other accoutrements you might want to have with your cuisine there. When I give, broached perfumed Nana her fur baby's dog treat,
I can
guess
smell
what?
the perfume.
I end up getting like a $15, $20, $25, $30 tip on like a $20 delivery. So, each shift that I work, and it's, the other drivers are like, man, I did horrible. I only had 8 deliveries and I barely made $50. And I'm like, well, I only took 6 deliveries and I made $175, but whatever.
When I was a waitress,
But I
it
don't
was
do
the same
it never
thing.
was about the money. It's not for the money. You're never going to get a big tip if you're like just trying to lie your way into a big tip, because it's really a genuine thing. If you genuinely care, if you're genuinely serving someone, because you can have a server that does a good job, but if they're a dick about it, you're still not going to get much of a tip, because you're like, what a jerk, right?
Versus the server who might
I
be
mean,
having
I'm
a shit
sure
day
I'm
for
the
some
type of
reason.
person, I'm still going to leave a tip, but it's going to be like a $2 or $3 tip, not like a $10 or $15 tip. That's just how tips go. I mean, I don't know, different people have different tipping rules, and if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. I never, ever, never get mad when someone doesn't tip. If you got it, you got it. You don't, you don't.
I've never if I'm getting something
It
like
all works
that,
out
like
in the
where
end.
I'm supposed to tip, if I don't have the money for the tip, I'm not gonna get it. I'm not. And everybody should think about writing their postmaster, whatever, your mail carrier, a thank you note. Just appreciating them for this time of year. It's very busy for them. Whether we celebrate the holidays or not, it's a very, very
Give
busy
them a
time
little
for them.
treat.
Yeah, even if you can't afford to get them something, even like a $5 gift card somewhere, or like you can get them something little. But even if you don't have that, just a note of appreciation is it goes a long way.
I'm
I'll
really
randomly
glad,
get a $5 or $10 gift card and just give it to my mail carrier on random, and he gets so excited. Like it's the cutest thing to see. He's like, I don't know.
That is no small thing, though. That's exactly what we're talking about. Every chance we get to show up and be awesome to each other,
it makes a
that's what
difference,
makes
and
me
it
happy.
spreads. Love
Even
spreads.
if I don't always, but
I mean, again, some days or some moments are better than others during the day. It's just being aware and trying to be in
sometimes
that
I'm
flow.
too angry, maybe, to respond in a more constructive way. Yeah, it happens.
Now I find it ironic,
But we're honest about it, though. We got to be honest.
Before this whole debate happened between Jimmy and Graham, Lucky and I had one of our Fearlessly Authentic episodes, and we were talking about how do you reach people when they just start going to all these fake talking points and they just keep falling back on. And that's when I brought up talking about, logical fallacies and, strawmen and ad hominem attacks and all these different diversions from, really, and instead of using logic or rhetoric, you're just basically resorting to sophistry. And so, we're talking about that.
So much a friend of rhetoric.
Right, but I mean, rhetoric is not entirely logic. It just has enough logic in it, I guess, to
sophism.
Because rhetoric is a form. Rhetoric is what a sophist employs to, kind of, and that's going to involve logical fallacies, like like a reductio
I'm just
ad absurdum.
saying that I'm wary about the word rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly. And so we were talking about that, and then ironically, the very next day, because Jimmy Dore had Max Blumenthal on the previous evening, and Max Blumenthal said, "Hey, Graham Elwood's kind of gone off the deep end, attacking these people of the mandate." And Jimmy immediately picked up on it. He's like, "Well, gee, I have to reach out to him now, talk with him about this." And so the very next day, they had their chin wag, as the British say. And interestingly enough, when they get into the meat of their back and forth, Graham Elwood starts
do
going
not get
to
through with logical arguments or facts.
Yeah, and so what's awesome was Jimmy Dore immediately was picking up on every single one of those. No. Redirect back here. No, wait, Graham. You just moved the goalpost again. No. Back to what we're talking about. He kept redirecting and just like parries in karate style, deflecting all of these logical fallacies that Graham was whipping out.
Yeah.
And that's what we had just talked about the night previous, about when you get in these conversations. You have to call out the bullshit right when it happens and redirect back to what's being talked about. Are we going to logically discuss this or just resort to ad hominem and strawman attacks,
That's why I don't like I said this before. I'm not a big fan of the debate the way it's presented nowadays. It's just a bunch of freaking saber rattling.
It's not about winning.
It's dumb. I'd rather have this. Yeah. Let's just come with the possibility that I always come in and I think some people mistake my trying to be open to mean being wrong about stuff to like
to me it's about homogenizing truth, taking diverse viewpoints, everyone inputting into it, and as a result a common universal unanimous truth is reached by all parties despite the diversity of viewpoints. And so no one's really winning or losing. It's a homogenized truth.
The point
rather than just trying to push an ideology and you either agree or you're just wrong.
Well, not an understanding so much, perhaps, in the sense
or gentle
of
disagreement.
One homogenized. I don't know.
I don't like homogenized.
I don't either.
Well, what I meant to say
and I'm not
is
picking on you for saying that. And
no,
because homogenization is a process. But what I mean to say is when
it shouldn't be all the same soup.
Well, no. What I'm saying is from the diverse viewpoints, we're able to flesh out absolutely the common ground and a certain number of things that we all can agree upon, and yet amicably disagree on other points.
Right.
And so it's not like you're winning and you're converting everyone to your ideology. Instead, everyone is using logic, everyone is using facts and evidence, not just anecdata and anecdotes. And you're kind of reaching what I would call, in Cherokee we call it but it would be like the universal truth, a common truth or a unanimous agreed upon truth between parties.
Well, what phenomenal mysticism just said too. We need more
Yep.
discussions of understanding and less
Exactly.
hostile debate.
Absolutely.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Like here, what we want to do is come together and discuss what we agree or don't agree with, but we're doing it also with the open mind of saying, oh, okay, I see that point of view. I might not
Yeah.
fully go over there and think exactly like you, but I can understand where you're
understand it.
coming from, or I'm gonna try to digest where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But it seems like people go into these like debate like and it's like
It's the essence of empathy. Again, empathy, thinking in someone else's shoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
Being
shouldn't
willing
judge
to, at the very
others
least.
without having walked 3 moons in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, okay, again, back to the question. How should a society be built in order to allow for optimal evolution of each individual towards the common goal of living well in this world, balanced, embedded in nature? How should a society be?
Well, we've already answered this question with the Cherokee Nation. Pretty much the
Intentional
original
communities.
organization is you basically have twin cities, and every twin city has basically a crow town and an owl town, or a war town and a peace town. And they kind of balance each other and complement each other. But the people in the peace town, they don't want to fight in wars. Maybe they don't believe in killing. Maybe they're more religious for whatever reason. And the people in the war towns where they are constantly fighting in wars with the Creek or the Muskogee or the Seminole or other tribes, they're constantly having to innovate and create new technologies because warfare is always these new innovations of technologies and more lethal weapons and more lethal tactics. And so the war towns kind of have more innovation, but maybe there's also more, prostitution and drinking. But together, both of them kind of complement each other, and each town in and of itself is kind of like an independent city state where we all share fire from the sacred fire.
Okay,
But
I
there's
have
not one
another.
common chief who rules over every single town, and so that's how we found that we were able to have this balance in our society and the way it was organized. Basically every city was kind of like a twin city, but really one city. Like think of like Buddha and Pest being like Budapest, one city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, brings me to 2 points. How about going on into this direction now within this world society? How? And the other thing is it again triggers the idea of transforming instead of fighting. So
Yeah.
I'm in a brainstorming mode.
Well, when I think of transforming instead of fighting, I'm reminded of, I don't know how much truth there is, but a story often told during the collapse of the Berlin Wall about the women.
I was standing on it
Yeah, about the women
on the day
basically
it was
forming a
opened.
line.
Wait,
And
you were
I'm
standing
talking
there?
about
Yeah.
talking about the women in East Germany that that there were sisters and mothers and daughters who all kind of formed a line shoulder to shoulder confronting the Stasi in East Berlin, and they kind of dropped their rifles and were crying and just kind of capitulated to the women, and then out came the hammers and they began to tear down the wall. But I don't know how much truth there is to that story.
Totally different. Hmm. Ja, gute Frage. Good question. I just remember or have in my sentiment a picture of people peacefully not adhering to what has been ordered to them,
Yeah.
and not
No
much
more
more. I should
compliance.
be
They
reading into this
they
again.
stopped being obedient.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, peacefully so.
Maybe
Yeah.
that's the lesson for us today, Centaur, with all of this corona policy. It
Yeah,
will
maybe, but
stop when we
how do you
stop
get
complying
a
to it.
critical mass to do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
How?
By passing a message on, like I was saying, challenging
Okay.
people to do it. We have to get we need to reach out to all the people that we can that are like, everybody knows somebody, right? Like everybody has contact with somebody that knows somebody. And so we need to make sure we get the people that can reach the most people. Like we need to get knowledge out there to those people and try to get them on our side and say, we need your help. We're going to push this. And, you know, we got to use whatever tactics we can to reach the most amount of people. Like,
Okay.
Wowzers.
we have to reach the masses and make everybody like aware of a movement that's happening, because people are more likely to join something than start something themselves when they are afraid to step out of fear.
Yeah, Yona, don't get guilt.
I know Misty's been making that point a lot lately too, and I think she's right. I think you're touching on that same thing too. You've been saying it is if we can find there's a couple people out there. I mean, a lot of attention's been had between Susan Sarandon and Roger Waters alone. Those two people in and of themselves have they could do better. Well, I should say she could. I think Roger does a lot of. He
I
does a
want to
lot.
have Roger Waters on the show. Just putting that out there that is a goal of mine.
It'd be awesome if he started. If there was other like-minded musicians, maybe Clapton's tired of getting shit on by these knuckleheads
What
for
is your
speaking up about his
criticism
band.
about Susan Sarandon? Sorry for
It'd
interrupting.
be nice to see Roger Waters form a band and have them focus on some of this. Maybe come up with at least a short album full of some
Come
content.
on, we can get Steve and Roger Waters together.
Oh, that'd be awesome, right?
It's funny how much flack Susan Sarandon is always catching. Like she's the most powerful
Because
thing
she
in the
cares.
Oh yeah.
Heaven forbid she should speak up. That's another thing. Oh, you're a musician. You're an actor. Well, you don't have a right to an opinion. I'm like, well, what the fuck? Because
Everyone
they
has
do
a
this
right
for
to
a
his
job.
own
They're not allowed to have
opinion.
an opinion. Stop.
But how truthful is it?
But not if it's been deemed wrong. Think.
But here's the thing: we need to
Get
stop.
yourself deplatformed.
I'm saying
We need to stop putting people on a pedestal based upon their job.
Yeah,
that doesn't fucking matter.
Exactly.
Like I have conversations with people and I'm like, oh yeah, and by the way, yeah, what do you do afterwards? I don't really give a shit what people do for a living. It's who they are as a person.
Yeah.
You could be the richest fucking person in the world. I don't give a fuck. If you're a
all the
douchebag,
personality
I'm gonna
all
tell you you're a fucking douchebag.
Or
You
a
know,
walk-in
like,
skin.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna get the same. Like, you know.
But again,
You know,
that's
I'm
good
just
because
I'm so grateful. I'm just filled with so much gratitude, and it humbles me to be able to, at least for now, make enough money so that my better half doesn't have to work. Because I mean, we have two very, very, very young children, and you know the issue was if she gets a job, then we'll have to have enough money to pay a babysitter to raise the kids while we're both working. So you're going to work a job so that we can have enough money together to pay someone else to raise our kids and have all that bonding and time.
Sounds like
and that
rubbish,
makes
yeah.
absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. So, you know, I'm just so grateful that I've got a job now that pays me to go out and save birds and turtles and feed cats and dogs every day, you know. And people get to eat the pizza too, you know. Everybody wins. Everybody wins, Centaur.
the
Everybody's
strange
happy.
thing is in capitalism, you have to go deliver pizzas in order to do that. If you wanted to do the saving the animals for a full time, you'd be hard to press to find funding for it.
That's all right. I know where the
That's a problem
blackberries
for
and
me.
all. I you know this habitat I know it well, and because of the other advantage of being delivery routes is I'm constantly being able to circulate all across the different roads through the mountains and the habitat and see, how are the blackberry bushes coming along? How is the canebrake coming along? Well, and these are sprouting back. And so, because I hunt and gather and collect feathers and herbs and everything, whenever I see it across all of this area we deliver, across Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. And that's the other thing of it, being out and about in the wilderness, because even though it's a city, it's like surrounded by mountains. And so, it's just surrounded by, an ecosystem that's full of deer and turkey and, raccoon and possum and great numbers. And their numbers are greatly increasing as fewer and fewer and fewer people are actively hunting these days. It's like an explosion of wildlife. I just absolutely love it. I mean, all these feathers here, these turkey feathers, owl feathers, find them, I just they're free if you know where to look. But I mean, if you're not, I mean, that again, I know where to look because I'm up and down literally every single road all across, an area of about probably about 15,000 acres, or maybe, about 25 square miles, or, about the size, roughly about half the size of Berlin, of just knowing, where to go hunting or fishing. Or so, I mean, if society collapses, God forbid, and the power goes out and everything else, I mean, it'd be just another day. We've lived here for 15,000 years. What the hell matters? I mean, I know where the food is, it's free. I know where the water is, it's free. I know where my medicine is, it's free. Everything I need is free. All white man could just fucking shrivel up and die. I'll still be fine.
I live in the city, and I don't see good means to lead a life.
But not everyone can do that. You
Yeah.
have to be in a deep forest, mountainous
in
ecosystem.
accordance with my ideals, right?
Yeah. You can't do that on an island or in a desert, or, I mean, in some ways, cities are kind of like desert.
I like certain amenities of society.
Well, yeah.
I like some.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying I want to go live in a cave and live the Luddites paradise. No, I'm just saying that it's a different mentality.
I didn't object to what you said.
Yeah.
I didn't object to it. But I like certain amenities.
Yeah, me too. I think
like the internet.
Yeah,
can be used well.
It's like a feeling of, I'm not afraid of nature. I'm not afraid if the power is out. I'm not afraid if it's gone, because I know my true connection and my true power, and really what nurtures me and comforts me is being in the arms of Mother Nature. So it's not a fear for me, it's a comfort for me. But for a lot of people, the thought of, the power being out for a week and not having a generator or anything is just, complete insanity, I don't know. But no, I don't want to forsake the refrigerator and internet. I'm just saying it's like a thing
I like
of,
a warm
again,
bath. A warm apartment, good clothing.
Well, that's. I think it brings up an interesting point, though. It's like even that's on a balance. There's nothing wrong with technology. It's just whether it's appropriately used. And again, I think we, look at how our technology is used all too often. It's just so ridiculous.
I don't know. Maybe the best way to describe it is like, as soon as I step out of the vehicle and walk into the forest, immediately I see every one of my friends, every one of my relatives, and I know all of them by their names in English and in Cherokee, and some of them in Latin too, like, the Quercus alba, the white oak tree.
right? The Tola, or the Quercus rubra, which is the red oak, which is the Goulet justii. You know, they're all things. But for most people, especially in America, that walk into the forest, well, I don't know what the fuck it is. That's a weed. That's a weed. That's a weed. That's a tree. That's a tree. That's a tree. That's a tree.
What
You know?
America are you talking about? What Americas?
United States. I'm talking about people here in the United States.
It's overgeneralizing.
I don't, you know.
But
I'm talking
there's
when
a
I'm talking
tendency
about
to-
the awareness of most people.
Yeah.
I can safely
Yeah.
say
Okay.
the average American citizen has no command of dendrology
Yeah,
and
okay.
cannot just freely
I
put their
haven't
cell phone down and
since
identify
about
tree
a few years
species or
ago.
plant species. You know, I'm sorry.
Since about a few years ago, I didn't have any knowledge about trees, or almost no knowledge about trees too. Yep.
And so I'm not
Just a
faulting
fact.
people. I'm not trying to be derogatory about this. It's just a simple fact that in today's modern world and society, most
You're-
people in the rat race of capitalism really don't have the time or it's not in the curriculum. It's not really taught how to make arrowheads, how to make primitive tools, how to identify things and make things from absolute scratch, how to weave baskets out of reeds. I mean,
Those are all the things I teach
we got
myself.
plastic now. We got Tupperware. What would you do that for? And
I've taught myself how to do all those things, though.
And so, I don't want to forsake the internet and thing, but it's a different connection, I guess, to our history and our culture, and just that kind of feeling in your soul that I don't need electric. I like electric, but I don't have to have it to survive.
It's good for you. You can, but I live in the midst of a city, and I don't see the means to live off the land, especially not in Germany.
Well, it's not a matter of like, I think that there's a difference between like being able to and wanting to, and like having to. You know what I mean? Like if I had to live off the land, I could do it. Like I could do it. I have the knowledge to do
can.
it. And for some people, it will be easier, and some people it would be rougher.
Isn't that what
there's a
what
scale
unhoused
of it,
homeless
you
people
know?
are? All across America, unhoused homeless people are living off the land with nothing. It's literally
United
sleeping on the
States
ground.
and houseless. Yes, United States, in the United States, and without a home.
Yeah, I said in the United States, here in North America.
Yep. And
we have people all across the city that are unhoused,
You're
homeless
right enough.
people. I've used them both terms just so people understand precisely what the hell I'm talking about. These people are living by the tens of thousands in cities all across the country. All added together, it's in the millions. It's staggering. There's bound to be more homeless people in the United States unhoused than anywhere else in the world. And they're literally having to live off the ground in the middle of cities, which is just unfathomable.
I have been without a house like that.
And, from
Washington
a Cherokee perspective,
State
it's
as a
different
teenager.
when you're in the mountains under the trees and the forest, and you've still got wildlife and all kinds of undisturbed wild land and natural habitat and ecosystem. Totally different from being like in metropolitan Berlin, for example.
But when it's winter and it's fucking cold, and I was a teenager in the middle of Washington fucking winters, houseless, and I had the land, but I didn't have everything I needed to like all the knowledge or everything I needed to be able to live solely off the land. So I mean, you can be in both situations there. Like you can be have the resources but not know how to use them. At the same time, now I would be much better off. But yeah, if we didn't hunt or fish, we didn't eat. Like that was usually the case, like
But that's a whole nother freaking situation trying to survive in an urban type setting or even the periphery of a suburban when you're houseless in this society, in this right now, in this
Any of it's
pandemic.
hard.
It's
Well,
it just made fucking being
I've been
almost
I've been
illegal in
houseless
LA
in
County.
both situations.
Phenomenal mysticism. Thanks for
A
hanging
lot
out.
of U.S. cities right now are characterized as food deserts. There are whole parts of the inner city that are
Yep.
literally called food
So,
deserts because
can I
if you
get
don't
back?
have a car, you can't. The nearest grocery stores are all on the outside of town where all the white people moved
Yeah,
in the suburbs, the big Myers and Kroger's supermarkets and such. And so you go downtown, and the only place you're going to even be able to find anything upwards of like a pint of milk is like a gas station or a corner store bodega. But like,
Or you get the shitty freaking dollar store that has like no fresh fruits or vegetables, and like you can just buy a bunch of freaking junk that will fill your stomach, but it's awful for
that's the most
you.
amazing thing. The difference between the United States and other places was the access to actual food markets, not grocery stores, not supermarkets, actual food markets. Like you go in a big building and there's fruit vendors and vegetable vendors and meat vendors. I saw that all across Central and South America. I saw that all across Europe. You go to France and you get in every little town and they have, the fromagerie and the laiterie and the épicerie and charcuterie and fromagerie and every little shop and markets and everything. And then you come back to the United States and this is just food deserts. And the only place you're going to find any fruits is at some monster freaking supermarket with, 15 acres of blacktop parking circling the thing, or maybe an Aldi's.
Back to the question. Back to the question,
Yeah.
how would you imagine an ideal society? I mean, I have yeah, I have some thoughts about it. It should be that you can decide within a certain circle around your space you're living in and have a say more within this circle. I don't know. And it should be about autarky within the smallest spaces.
Well, when you talk about an ideal society, I kind of look at it from the approach both of as a Cherokee and as a land surveyor, because the biggest element that I see in society today that I find the most unfair as a Cherokee and a surveyor is the fact that really and truly all of humanity belongs to the earth, rather than just a few lucky humans having magic pieces of paper in their hands saying that they own
Right.
title to so many tens of thousands of acres, or the Queen of England owns so many hundreds of
There should
thousands of
be
hectares, or and then
unalienable
all these other people
rights.
that are working every day, whether they're in Hamburg
16
or
hours.
Nuremberg or Berlin or Huntington or New York or Los Angeles, wherever, they're working their fingers to the bone and then paying rent to some jackass landlord that's actually a big corporation that's a subsidiary of BlackRock or Vanguard. When
Every
how
landlord
dare
is a
you?
jackass.
How dare? I mean, from a Cherokee perspective, how much does the fox pay to the wolf to drink water from the river? How much rent does the buffalo pay to the deer to sleep on the side of the hill that night?
None.
I mean, no other species, no other form of life is charging
Uses
rent for your
abstractions
privilege to
this
breathe, your
wildly.
privilege to drink water, your privilege to have somewhere to live. I mean, how have all these things been turned into privileges that we all must work to further enrich a
It's not a
few
privilege.
megalomaniac, genocidal, pedophile assholes that want to meet with Klaus Schwab in Switzerland every year and talk about all the ways they're going to kill us. You know, I'm tired of it.
Me too, but
And maybe people are waking up to it now because, you know, the problem right now is we don't have sovereign governments. We have supranational corporations that get to regulate governments so they can rule their customers.
yeah,
And
seems to me like that.
Non-governmental
So the
organizations.
society that I want is I want one that is like what we have here, and I want it to be in intentional communities and communities that can, like, not only are we not going to always agree on things, but we can come to a conclusion where it's for the better good of the community, because that's what's for the better good of us, and structuring it in a way. And I think if it's an intentional thing, then people are going to be more willing and wanting to do good for the community because it also does good for them.
you have to go local. The antithesis to this global
That's
tyranny
why I'm saying
is to go local autonomy and reach out and get to know your neighbors. You know, if you don't, you should.
yeah, but how autonomous are you if you're forced to work?
That's the
I
thing.
mean,
That's why I'm
I
writing
don't,
that's why I'm starting my journalism career, you know,
I
to
don't
talk
speak
about
for
this.
not being productive or so, but being forced into, well, jobs that you don't agree with. And I don't know how many bullshit jobs there are, maybe
I was
60,
just going to say
80%.
bullshit jobs. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, you're right. That's the whole point too. Is that I know people give him a lot of shit, but you know I think Jacques Fresco was kind of onto something with the Eden Project and the whole premise of sustainability and
Or Venus
intentional
Project.
design
Yeah, right.
Around human need, and
And
there's
this
he had a
as
lot of
local as possible.
and I think there's
This
something to
as
be said
local
too.
as possible
There's
embedded.
a study out there. I forget what it's called. It's about the ideal number of people living in communities is supposed to be like around 150, 200 people or something.
Yeah.
I don't know if
not
you guys
more.
are familiar with that at all, but that kind of made sense when I was reading it. I don't
I'm
remember all the
curious. I keep thinking about these
These should be
Amazon
open
workers
enclaves.
who were killed, and I think about these candle factory workers who were killed in Mayfield, Kentucky, and I have to think about Germany, like, because I just watched a tornado footage video that was filmed near Prague in the Czech Republic, which is not that far from Germany, an F4 tornado. And so I just have to wonder if there was an F4, F5 Fujita scale tornado on the ground ripping through Berlin, Germany, would Berlin employers not allow their employees to take shelter or to go home and be with their families, and instead insist that they die in the factory floor still working when the wind rips the roof off and
Certainly not.
Yeah, it's unimaginable, isn't it?
For me, it is.
But in America, they literally said, I mean, this Lucky and Steve and I were literally on this very podcast.
Charlie
back
Brown
on-
was too. Charlie
and
Brown
Charlie
was
Brown was too. It was back on December the 10th into December the 11th when this happened. And it's horrifying to think these people could hear the warning alarm sirens blaring from the fire department, you know, the storm sirens. They sound like air raid sirens, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. And that their
you're
phones
going
are
off
blowing
into
up
a
and they
tangent
say, hey, we
again.
want to leave. And the boss says, if you leave, you're fired.
In my sense, sorry, you're going off to a tangent again.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry for saying that. I don't
Chock
mean any
full of
bad.
tangents here.
No, you tell the truth. That's what I love about you.
It just stuns me. It's stunning to me that,
Yeah,
that there's
It
such
is.
contempt for human life. That's contempt for human
But it's
life.
pattern. Yeah. not going off too far. What was the name of the guy with the not Venus but other project? Something like that. Jack, someone.
I had mentioned Jacques Fresco. I'm not sure if that's
Fresco,
who you're
okay.
referring to. Yeah, the Eden
I
Project.
heard it somewhere. Yeah.
Eden Project.
Eden Project. Okay.
Peter Joseph mentioned him in one of the Zeitgeist movies. I forget which one.
Yeah, I like that.
I think there's some very valid stuff to look into there. It just bothers me that so the guy was a little wacky. So what? He was eccentric. I mean, the guy
I don't care.
delved into so many issues that society flat refuses to give any honest discourse or looks at. It seems like, and he put forth a lot of stuff and got a lot of flack. I'm like, Jesus. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean,
it's not wrong to dream.
Not only that, but just to pose all of those, he's like, here, not only here's my dream, but he was so rich into having conversations about we're doing right now. And I appreciate you pressing the question. How do we get there? These are legitimate questions. You can't just say, oh, well, let's do this. It's like, well, yeah, let's do that.
That's
but
my question. How do we get there? Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I think a lot of this stuff comes down to the individual. We all have to be doing work that we're here to do in the spiritual sense or whatever terminology works for you.
Going
religion,
going in your vein. Yeah, right.
Just embodying your entire being. And again, when we show up that way, I think that's what's going to help shift stuff. These aren't small things. Because myself and a lot of other people I know, well, maybe not a lot, but some of the people I've met in my life wouldn't be here if we weren't able to have these level of conversations. I get a little irked sometimes with some of the working class heroes I've also worked alongside with most of my life, completely and utterly dismiss the emotional labor that needs to be done. Yeah, you guys bust your ass. Some of them I couldn't even keep up with. Whatever. I've worn many hats in my life, being a laborer. And I have a lot of respect for that, but I have to chuckle to myself over the years because it's like all these guys, big tough guys, could swing a hammer, build a house, fix cars, whatever. They don't really, they always kind of give me shit because I'm the odd man out on the job because I like to talk about this kind of stuff. And yet, who's the one person on the job site when a loved one of theirs dies or their significant other leaves? They always come to me to have these discussions, and I'm more than happy to have them. But it's and I have to give them a little bit of shit at some point, just in a laughing way to say, hey, you were giving me shit before. Now we're here talking about this, and we're both crying. But at the end of the conversation, something shifted. You know what I mean?
Hopefully so.
Yeah. It's hard to tell because again, we're such a results-oriented society in the Western sense.
Yeah, results are
we
important.
Don't understand stuff's going on even while you're sitting still.
It's really bizarre to me that so many American workers that are working themselves to exhaustion have been propagandized to the extent that they attack and vilify others who say, you should be able to take a vacation every year.
Yep.
When you have a
you
child,
should be able to just work 4 hours a day and live well.
6 days after the child is born,
given
or you're
this
fired.
productivity.
Should be meaningful work though too.
Yeah.
There was
yes.
There was what they call them town halls, but they're staged by CNN or one of the U.S. news networks where they'll have presidential candidates for, normally it's by that point it's the Democrat candidate and the Republican candidate. So it's a binary choice. And they'll have these basically staged town halls that are broadcast nationwide. And then they'll have different people get up and supposedly at random ask questions of the candidates. And in one of these town halls, the lady got up very, very tearfully, starts recounting how she works 3 jobs.
I got it.
Oh yeah.
3 jobs.
Uniquely
and she's
American
able to get by, and she's living the American dream, working 3 jobs over 75 hours a week. And the whole crowd clapped and cheered for her. And it's like she was a hero, like something to behold as an example. And I look at it in absolute disgust and horror, like,
Yeah.
is this some type of Stockholm syndrome or something? Like, please, plantation daddy, fuck me harder. Like abuse me harder. How much
Break it
more,
off in me while you're at it.
I promise in 5 years, I'll never ask for a day off. I'll just show up at I'll show up at work sick because, I'll work every time I'm asked to stay over and work overtime. And, example, Christmas Eve, we were open. And
Yeah,
we
but
stayed open until 6
again,
o'clock. And I went to
let's
leave. And the
stay.
only place that was open in the whole town was the place I used to work at. They made them work at that pizza shop until 1 a.m. going into Christmas Day through Christmas Eve. Every other place in town had been closed at that point. The grocery stores closed on Christmas Eve at 6 o'clock. The Walmart closed at 6 o'clock. Our place closed at 7, like I said. But I'm going through town and I passed two of these joints, these Marco's Pizza joints, and both of them were still open, and found out they both stayed open until midnight. They weren't home till after 1 a.m. And I'm like, that's just so wrong. Sorry, I did get off on a tangent, but I just can't believe how much workers are abused all around me. And I'm glad to be able to write an article. I'm going to start writing articles regularly with this media group in New York City. And I'm hoping to finally be able to maybe bring some more exposure to really the kind of invisible secret plight of the American worker that just takes all the abuse and then just keeps taking it and taking it. And it's no
Leaving
wonder a
no
lot of
time
people
to
don't.
delve into yourself.
A lot of people don't have time to be still. A lot of people don't do the yoga. A lot of people don't think about anything because they're literally working themselves to the bone, absolutely run ragged, living not even week to week or day to day, but just paycheck to paycheck. So absolutely desperate in their working situation that
Yeah,
it's
what's the point to live in
overwhelmed.
if you don't act sensefully?
Yeah.
Frederick
I mean,
Douglass
this is
spoke
not
about
an
that.
ideation, all right?
Right.
I had mine, and all right. There are two reasons as to why not. One is I don't want to cause hurt to others. The other is a kind of imprint. Yeah, but what's the point of living if you do not be authentic to what you consider to be senseful and reasonable?
Right, meaningful, like having some sort
Meaningful,
of. I
correct.
remember. I'm not a religious person, but I did study the Bible when I was younger, and I remember. I think it was the
I
book
am
of
religious, but
Ecclesiastes, the
not in the
teacher.
Bible sense.
Yeah. Well, just in the sense where I remember that book talking about like finding something meaningful to do under the sun, as the term they used, and doing it well, and if we could like swap it around where everybody is encouraged to do that, then everybody to get up from the chairs they're sitting in now, so to speak, and find a spot where they can let their genius or their passion shine. And then you can, as far as productivity goes, I'm sure that there's probably
It would be
studies
off
out there
the
already to
charts.
corroborate that, the fact that it would go through the roof. Didn't France do that? They're only like 30 hours a week or whatever, and their production's way up. And I'm sure there's plenty of examples that are out there already in existence where we could pull from and create a little bit better of an end goal.
Well, it's led to a huge shift in my life. When I left
better
the
process,
job at
not an end goal.
Marco's, I was working 50 hours a week. I used to write music. I used to write poetry. I used to do journalism on the side. I used to do all these things. That job, that regular old American job where every time I'd go in and I was scheduled to be off at 10 o'clock and then they worked me till 1 a.m. again because nobody else was there to wash all the dishes and close the store and just taking it and taking it and taking it. And guess what? The abuse didn't stop until I said, screw it.
Yeah.
I'll go somewhere else.
Yeah.
What did it for me was, I found out literally 2 weeks beforehand that they're going to require the shot. And I'm like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm not taking a shot to keep a pizza job. You got me screwed up. No, I ain't taking a shot for nobody. Not unless I decide that I want it. You're not doing it against my will. So
But the thing of it is, when I took this new job, I immediately told them on day one, listen, I got young kids. I'm a father. I want to spend time with them. And, I don't want to work much more than 20, 25 hours a week. And I'll work this job, but I'm going into it with that as a prerequisite. Well, when that happened, all of a sudden, I had all this time to go on Rockfin and do my thing on chat. And then I started doing Lucky's show, and then gone back. I've composed new songs and written new lyrics. Now I'm writing a whole news article to get published, because only working 20 hours a week has allowed me to be a person again. Instead of working literally every waking hour of every single day. What more can I do to make this asshole money at this pizza place?
Yep.
Literally.
Sure. And if there was a shift, because right now with the way things are, for so many reasons, whether the people are quitting because of the mandates, or they're just they're tired of being shit on there's so many people who are out of work, whether because of their own choice or otherwise, where now it's like we kind of have an opportunity now to make these choices. More people are feeling more comfortable,
I don't know.
They still have the dire need to have a paycheck and income to support themselves and their families. It's still it's shifted a little bit now, where the workers have a little bit more say into I started to touch on it again before. You could be doing something that makes you considerably amount more money, but this is what makes you happy. The interaction on that level alone, when the job itself is concerned, but then again, like you just illuminated, it's allowed so much other stuff to come forth in your life. Who knows what shape that'll take moving forward in the future? You could write a book, you could get a show. Who knows? Maybe this is as far as it'll go, but that's meaningful to you in and of itself anyway.
Yeah. Well,
whatever
here's the
comes
specific
on that
thing
is
about
icing.
it. I got job offers right now where I can go back out and work with loggers and mark off timber for clear cutting. I don't want anything to do with that. I've got job offers where I can go out and help lay out for pipelines or for drilling fracking wells. I don't want anything to do with that. So at least I can sleep at night knowing that I'm not killing and poisoning people,
Yeah. Good
so,
for you.
and I go to sleep good at night because I know all I did was feed some cats and dogs and make a lot of people happy.
Yeah.
Dude, you
amenities to your
my
own
favorite food to people's houses too, so
Yeah.
you got that going. I'm getting hungry just thinking about pizza.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what though, I almost never eat the pizza. I go home and a lot of times I make my own Spätzle and Rotkohl and Wiener Schnitzel and eat the bratwurst. I love the food. Oh my God, I love the food. And I like Kraftwerk, which is a techno band. I think they're from Berlin, but anyways.
What?
Kraftwerk.
I don't know.
Kraftwerk, right? Really,
Trans
really
what?
old band.
Trans
Really
what?
Kraftwerk.
Fan. More of a tangerine dream.
Autobahn. I don't know. I guess.
Kraftwerk, yeah.
Yeah, you've heard of. Yeah, Kraftwerk. They're like the founders of techno music. They made techno music before anyone ever did.
No, it's not techno. It's electronic music.
Yeah, electronic. Yes, that's more accurate description.
EDM? Are you talking about EDM?
Well, yeah, I mean, Kraftwerk is part of EDM.
I think that was like a later evolution, perhaps, of that genre.
Because EDM is electronic.
That music is fun to candy flip to and go dancing.
Yeah, it's quite good music here.
You kids and your terminologies. Candy.
Anyway, so back to Buddhism and feeding demons. The method being here written about from Ziltrim Aljone is something that she purports to be harkening back to a Tibetan Buddhist named Machik Labdrön, who was a woman, and she said it's not fighting the demons, but looking for what they need and transforming yourself into the kind of energy as a kind of nectar to feed it what they need and not what they want. The questions are, what do you want? What do you need? And how will you feel after you have been fed with what you have, what you needed? And you watch that, and through this, you can transform a little bit of the new roses you are in conversation with. Yeah.
I still kind of pick at the term neurosis. I know what you mean, and to have like a
I'm
a
just
language to
using
work
this
within.
term.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
using it for the layman.
right.
I
Yeah, just
agree with the word demon because you draw it in your thoughts and you personalize it. Wie nennt man das? How do you call it? I'm lacking in the word. Also, something is being lost in translation into English.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, you try to explain to people what the Krampus is during Christmas time, and maybe it gets lost in translation. The Krampus.
Yeah, not so harsh, but
I think there's something. I don't want to use the term value exactly, but I think there's something very meaningful in
desire.
the striving to come to this understanding between different languages and perspectives. That striving means we care. Therein lies the compassionate inquiry, in the whole process.
And
Yeah, and I'm just
you
I'm
also
just a
gain through other
yeah,
languages.
I have to say, I'm in an area of the United States here in West Virginia that is not known as being well. We're kind of the butt of most jokes for
I
like
got the word
supposedly
I
being
wanted to say.
the
It's
dumbest and stupidest people, but
giving
I've
it
taken it upon
Gestalt.
myself to learn as many languages as I can and
Yep.
to try to use it as often as I can to have more goodwill, to show that as the Cherokee people, we're still alive, we're still here, and we reach out and have goodwill and love for all peoples across all languages. That's all I want to say about that.
So you give it a Gestalt.
Jawohl.
What I mean to say.
Gestalt.
Gestaltisierung, I say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the word, but can you refresh my memory what it means? Gestalt.
Okay,
please.
It's like
it's a form, a concrete form. It's eine Personifizierung, a personalization of what you're dealing with. You really draw it on paper. You draw it in your thoughts very vividly what it is that feels like the most stressful dissonance in you, and you feed it with what it needs. The answer to what do you want may be really, really harsh, but the answer to what it needs may be more benign, and if you feed it, you just watch the feeling or the dissonance transform through that.
But it seems to me
Am I
they're
being
like
too
subtle
abstract?
changes. They're subtle changes,
Sure.
but they're in terms of the vibration, the way we see it, they're subtle changes, but significant nonetheless. Like
No.
with umlaut and Schlosse S, it changes the entire. I mean, it seems subtle, but when you add a umlaut or a Schlosse S, it changes. It's a different word. It's a different pronunciation. It's something different now, but it's just two little, like for example, umlaut is just the two little dots, like Americans might see like on Uber, right? That's a umlaut,
Uber.
just a little like a punctuation mark or something. But now it changes the pronunciation and maybe the meaning and even maybe the whole word itself, right? Like with accents in French, depending on how you spell a word, if it has a particular accent or not, it's a different word. It's pronounced different. It means different, although the letters are spelled the same.
The instant you put attention to something, it shifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, observation changes.
And you do it with the intention to, well, allow it to transform into a better form of what it represents in a, let's say, hyphenated, lesser evolved form. I think I'm being too abstract.
No, I'm following with you. I mean,
think
it just,
kinda-
I mean, for me, it seems at the outset, you know, I know when I was struggling with ideations previously, I iterated that it seems that there's just like absolutely no way out. And I end up finding out that the way out was actually to stop seeking in the outward directions, but to at last have the stillness to focus on the seventh direction, which is to focus inwards. And it was when I focused inwards that I found the door that I needed to open, you know, to be comfortable in my own skin and to finally live in synchronicity and authenticity within myself rather than trying to feel out what other people best wanted from me and what best role I could play for them, instead just being myself.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
And that's what the opening that door is what led to everything else in terms of personal growth and maturity and being able to empathize and
Very good.
humiliate myself and really try to listen and really not only listen but hear other people's pain and feel it in the heart as words from the heart, you know.
That's about 180 degrees from Western civilization, what we're taught. At just about every turn, about anywhere you could poke a stick at.
It's the old ways.
Yeah, and that goes back to right, original instructions, often how they're referred to, which I personally, again, Dr. Porges writing in his book about the polyvagal theory, he pretty much says about as much. And again, going back to Dr. Vanderkolk, backed him up and saying that, you know, when did you stop moving? When did you stop singing? When did you stop dancing? When did you stop being in meaningful connection with others in community? All of those things go back to touch on what my understanding of what original instructions are around the globe for all peoples of the earth since time immemorial. In some form or another, they have their own languages to describe it, but it always kind of comes down to, you know, pretty much the same. That would be the global gestalt, perhaps, if that would be the appropriate way of using that term.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I get what you're saying.
You know, because it almost, you know, the golden rule, we kind of touch on it and we almost say it jokingly sometimes, but those are really the things when we find ourselves, if we're like maybe instructing children or thinking on that level, it's like we're coming at them with like, hopefully, you know, a gentleness. You know, there again, there's a good example of gentleness and precision, like we had talked about earlier. You want to give instructions about something, perhaps it's safety or whatever. If you do this, these are the results. Perhaps you would want to consider this over here, kind of thing. But I think that's the sort of behind all that.
I think it's about hugging your inner child and letting that child know that they are safe and that there is somebody there for them and acknowledging it and also doing the same for others at the same time. Like I
You
acknowledge
can't do that until you do it here.
Nurturing.
Not very well,
Nurturing,
anyway.
not just caring, but nurturing.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
You have to nurture yourself, like you know, like wherever you were hurt, wherever you know it stems from. You think of that time, and you know think of the little person that you were then, and how you were not safe and you were not protected, and someone should have been there for you, and you tell them it's okay. You tell your inner self that it's okay.
You know,
your younger self.
And our
I've
society
touched on
laughs
this,
at that like a bastard.
I've touched on
What?
this several times with you before, Lucky, about how exasperated and heartsick I am about what's being done to American school children in the United States, you know, well, whether private or public school system, largely to United States school children or, you know, ever since the EUA for 5 to 11-year-old, but even before that with the mask mandates and on again, off again school closures has led to a spiking of the suicide rate in young children that's never before been seen in the United States. I don't much know anywhere it's ever been like this. And it reminded me of an African proverb that said that the village that shows no kindness to its children is burned by those children so they can feel its warmth. Something basically to that effect. And I feel like that's kind of the trajectory that this society is in at this point, where capitalism is now harvesting the children for pharmaceutical profits, knowing that it's, I mean, I guess they're trying to profit from a genocide, but I don't know how else to characterize what's currently happening at the behest of big oil's big pharma, other than a very premeditated, well-organized global genocide, country by country, round of shots, round of boosters after round of boosters. Is it does not these policies, lockdown policies, masking policies, social distancing policies, mandatory medical procedure policies? This is not health. This is not about well-being. This is not about improving people's lives. This is not about protecting people from sickness. This is about death. Period. Death and control. And I, luckily people are waking up and fighting back to this, but it's I feel like 2020 is it's like I hate to be Dickensian about it, but it's like it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It's so exciting, but at the same time, it's so absolutely frightening to see that they're just pushing right on forward with this agenda head first. And, I feel like it's just going to be even more stringent, more lockdown, more kind of like what we've seen in Australia. And then it's going to be even more restriction on movements. And I mean, and it will stop kind of like with the Berlin Wall. When the Berlin Wall fell in the middle of Berlin, and East Berlin and West Berlin became one city again, it'll stop when people become disobedient and non-compliant.
Until we say enough of this fucking bullshit. When we fucking say enough, then that's when it stops.
Yeah. Simple as that.
So the thing is to get somebody to believe something, they have to hear it like 5 times, right? And it's easier to make somebody believe something fake, like false, than it is to convince them that they were lied to and that they were duped. So if it takes 5 times for somebody to like digest something and be able to take it as fact, then we need to make sure we are getting that information out there to as many people as we can, and make sure that it happens enough that they're getting that 5 times. And we can start the dominoes, right? We just have to be organized that when we hit that fucking domino, you know what I mean? Like, we're just going to have the momentum to keep going. We don't want it to flare down, right? Like, we want to get our momentum going and spark it off where it's really going to it's really going to go. We don't want it to fizzle out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've been talking about feeding wolves and feeding demons and feeding things. And I just was reminding myself, looking at my calendar, I got a whole bunch of people I'm going to be feeding pizza to. And I clock in at 1 p.m. And
oh shit,
yeah, I'm cutting it. I'm going to have to get at least 6 hours sleep to go to work.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's almost 7 in the
here.
morning.
How dare you rest?
I really enjoyed this conversation. And I got to speak a little bit of Deutsch again. I love that. Sleeping in Deutsch.
Well, it's been great as always. Thank you, folks. I appreciate everybody showing up and kicking in on these conversations. It's really important.
It's a good conversation when you're like, oh shit, it's been 7 hours. Like, what? Oh my God.
this may be just the one-off that I'd be online like this. I don't know.
No, you're gonna have to come back on. You know you're gonna.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's Lucky's rules. I mean, it's up to Lucky. It's not up to you anymore, Centaur.
Yeah,
You've surrendered
sure.
control.
Naturally.
I want to have
naturally.
everybody on because I think it's so interesting to learn, like, you know, just like more about, you know, the personality, the discussion, and where people come from with things. It just, I don't know, I really find it interesting.
You mentioned I always mispronounce that, the Ho'oponopono.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian practice.
It's a
My
prayer,
sister sent
kind of.
me something about, you know about that, Yona? Yeah. That to me is my understanding of that seems very similar to the Tibetan Buddhist practice of Tonglen, the giving and receiving. You start with yourself, and then you just build up the capacity to, like, you take in what you feel is sort of like, I don't want to say negative, but pressing or whatever's there, you take it in, and then when you breathe out, you send out like goodness and like whatever you sense it needs.
No, that's different. That's different, but it's a good practice, I guess.
Well, there's a befriending that I recall that had something to do with it, about sending it to your. I mean, you could refresh my memory on it. It's been a little while since I looked into that.
I love hearing from all my different pizza customers, whether they've got the pit bulls or the Rottweilers or the German Shepherds or whatever type of big man-eating dog. And I get up to the door and like the dog's laying on the ground and like wagging its tail. It's like, you know, this is like a man-eating dog. He'll eat anybody up. But whenever you come up to the door, you know, he immediately chills out. He already knows you're here. He's waiting for his treat, you know.
Oh yeah, that's how I am with animals. Even
Animals
if I
have
don't have a
consciousness.
treat, like
They-
that's
Animals have souls. Animals have consciousness. Animals have feelings. They speak and
I'd say
communicate.
everything
They
has
remember you.
consciousness.
You know,
Everything
they don't forget
is,
you, Centaur. They
well,
remember you.
think about it.
Sure.
Your plants do. Your plants move like towards the light. They grow.
Even a
like
stone has consciousness,
Yeah.
is my assumption.
Yeah.
Yep. Everything has consciousness.
Because it all has
And-
the energy.
Yep, it's all energy, and it's
Yep.
a mode of perception.
Yeah.
I guess I should head out soon too. Mojo's upstairs screaming his head off for food.
Go.
Wow, I don't think we can get much more truthy than that. That's pure truth. So viel richtig ist, jawohl.
Okay, so Lucky, I sent you a link on YouTube, and in this channel here, it's that prayer I refer to. I like this version, and there's something to it, a lot to it, even maybe. I'm kind of little bit resistant to it because a friend of mine keeps pushing me a little. But yeah, it's very interesting, and there's a lot to it, I think. Just listen to it, maybe, if you like to or not.
Okay.
Well, it's been such a pleasure, and as always, I look forward to the next round again, and really enjoyed our conversation tonight, Centaur. And with that, I wish everyone Jataxa safety. Take care, my
have a nice
friends.
day.
Tschüss, grüß Gott, jawohl.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
It was good
namaste.
talking with you as always.
Namaste. Take care.
Namaste.
Osio, Dodago, huh? Take care, my friend.
Yeah, cool.
Osio.